Harry stretched his hand and felt the pieces of stone touch his skin. It was cold. Yet the boy did not feel anything special. Only the sad gaze from the headmaster's eyes, lingering at the stone, betrayed its nature as something special, not just a random pebble from the road. Dumbledore pointed his wand to the boy. Harry initially flinched, before calming down and reaching his own arm to grab it. Yet as he pulled away, it remained firmly in the headmaster's grasp. Confused, the boy turned his gaze towards him and arched his eyebrow. "Headmaster, weren't you saying you would pass this wand to me?" Albus shook his head as if he was waking up from some memories. Granted, he used the Elder Wand ever since taking it from Grindelwald, and it kept his company for decades. Even at the end of his life, he still felt somewhat reluctant to let it go. Initially, he thought the bloody history of the wand would end with him, yet if there was even a glimmer of a chance for it to help the poor boy with his scar issue, he was willing to try. "Ah, I am sorry, my boy. You see, I forgot to mention that this wand is special in multiple ways. Not only it is the strongest wand I have ever seen, but for it to truly acknowledge a new master, you must beat me in a fight. Just disarm me with your magic for the wand to acknowledge the new owner." It did not take long for Potter to wave his arm as a wandless red beam grabbed the wand from the headmaster's healthy hand and brought it in the boy's palm. Harry twirled the wand. The texture was certainly weird, not like any other wand he ever held, which amounted to a lot of Death Eater's wands he disarmed, as well as dozens of wands from Ollivander's store. Yet that was it. There was no special feeling. No fireworks, nothing at all. "So, I am supposedly now Master of Death. How does that work exactly?" Dumbledore looked as confused as he was. He spent years with Gellert searching for Hallows, chasing the dream that collecting all three would give them enough power to usurp the wizarding world, to change its rotten rules and regulations, for the greater good. He thought he could see something happen. After all, he could clearly see with his magic vision that Harry was bonded to his cloak, and saw him bond with the stone as well as with his former wand. Yet nothing extra was happening, so Albus let out a deep sigh. Perhaps it was all just a fairy tale. Peveril brothers were quite geniuses of their time, perhaps rather than meeting death. They simply created the artifacts, and the people around them spread the tales out of jealousy. Harry, meanwhile, tried a few simple spells, only to be surprised by their power. It was like the magic he poured in was multiplied compared to his own wand. Or perhaps it just had a higher efficiency. "Headmaster, I do not feel any different, but how about my scar? Is there truly no way to remove Voldemort's piece from my head?" Albus's gaze fell towards the floor. "I am sorry, Harry, yet with all the books I have read, I have not once encountered anything even remotely close to a situation such as yours. Even the dark wizards who actually created the Horcrux, or even died trying, are so few in number. I am not optimistic in finding an answer anytime soon, if ever." A silence followed as the headmaster looked sad, and Harry was desperately trying to find something, anything, even a direction for his scar problem. He read countless books himself, and he mirrored Dumbledore's worries. Heck, the only dark mage that made a Horcrux successfully and was written about was Herpo the Foul. It came from a thick dark arts history tome Sirius sent him a while back. So what should I do? Should I just wait for Voldemort to come back and try to kill me again? To welcome incoming Avada Kedavra on, only to test your theory of it only killing the weaker soul? Dumbledore looked somewhat guilty. He was proud of himself for being a talented mage, always guiding others and resolving their worries. Yet now he could do nothing to help a young child. It took a few minutes for the boy to calm down. If the answer was never found by others, this did not mean there was no answer at all. After all, he had all the time in the world. He was sure after countless researching he would be able to find a way to get rid of this parasite inside of him. Then the boy bid the headmaster farewell as he walked down the stairs and moved towards the 7th floor. Daphne should be there, waiting for him. The boy debated whether to tell her about all of this Dark Lord business, yet he knew there was not much time left before his return, as well as not that much time left for him to spend with his girlfriend, so he wanted to make the most out of it after all. The next loop might not be the same. He felt a pain in his heart as he thought about the future. It was a nice change of pace, compared to decades of losing fights against Dumbledore or repeatedly dying to Dementors out of uncontrollable negative emotions. Yet now, he would keep the memories of the fun he had with his friends, of the new friends he made, but for his girlfriend, only sorrow would accompany him, knowing that specific version of her would be lost. Yes, he could use the knowledge to try to replicate the same situation, but that would feel somewhat fake, as it would be essentially manipulation. After all, with an extra year of memories, he was different from himself from the past. Who knows if he simply approached the girl again, would he even catch her eye without replicating exact encounters they shared? Of course, there were ways of implanting memories. He could just smuggle them back in the time loop. Yet, unlike oblivion, implanting memories was quite risky, especially such large amounts. It was one thing to just change a face of a person in all the memories, but way more difficult to add entire months of memories of daily life. The few successes he found that were used on slaves, which usually first obliviated the victim to oblivion, before crafting some sugar-coated story of who they were. Harry was never going to use that. Even if succeeded, it would just feel morally wrong. It was not like connecting with a person. Rather, forcing a person to be your friend and rewriting their whole life. The following weeks passed quickly. Harry was happy with his new wand. All thought he still kept the old one as a spare one, safely kept in a wand holster wrapped on his calf. The boy stopped his regular pranking of Snape. The twins had run out of lessons to give, and Harry, while happy with the knowledge received, could not get into mood of more pranks without any purpose of learning in them. There were better uses of time, for example, spending the precious remaining time with Daphne, or just some combat training and reading. The Dark Lord's constant battering of his defenses left Harry somewhat tired, yet his defenses held strong. Most likely, Tom Riddle had nothing better to do other than to invade Harry's mind every day. While his attacks initially got stronger, perhaps he learned how to exploit the connection better. It recently reached a limit, not getting significantly stronger every day. And eventually, the day of the third task had arrived. Last time on this date, Harry entered the maze and took the Portkey Cup to participate in the Dark Lord's revival, only to barely escape and wake up in the hospital the next day, and then the start of his problems happened, the time loop. Of course, now he considered the Dark Lord's soul piece in his head a much larger issue at hand, or perhaps more relevant for the current him. Daphne felt her heart tremble like never before. She was watching Harry as he walked into the maze. While the girl worried for her friend during the first task, they hadn't been dating at the time, and she was asleep or together with him during the second one. Yet now she was once again but a spectator. Having read about various past tournaments, she knew that the third task was usually the most dangerous, having the highest mortality rate. She knew Harry was worried as well. He was extra sweet and caring during the past few weeks, spending more time with her than usual. A sudden stretched arm pulled her into a hug. It was Tracy Davis, her best friend who sat by her side to enjoy the show. "Cheer up, Daph. You remember how easily Harry took care of a dragon. Surely a measly maze would not stand in his way." Daphne escaped from her bestie's clutches and fixed her hair. "I suppose you're right. That would be a rational thing to say, yet I cannot help but worry." Tracy put her index finger on her mouth as if in thought. I suppose that's right." A cheeky grin spread on her face. "How about we chat to ease your worries? It's not like we can see anything other than a hedge anyway." And truly, not long after Harry's entrance to the maze, the other champions soon followed. Now all spectators could see was a green hedge. Daphne let out a sigh as she nodded and moved her gaze towards her friend. She knew a distraction would help. After all, her being here could not help Harry in any way. "So how is your progress with Harry?" Heat rose to Daphne's cheeks as she certainly did not expect such a question. Her bestie did ask a few times on how far they had gone, yet she always had an excuse to dodge the question. Yet now it seemed there was nowhere to escape, so she decided she would just share a bit more about their life as a couple, of course, while withholding Harry's secrets. Harry was rushing through the maze at a quick pace. While he had memories of the correct path towards the center, it was not such a simple thing as following the same path. After all, it was a magical hedge maze. It sometimes reformed, with walls shifting, rotating, appearing and disappearing randomly, yet always keeping the remainder of the maze connected, never truly trapping the wanderers inside, a truly wonderful piece of magic. And now Harry rushed around looking for another way forwards, as the path he knew had a hedge blocking the way, even though he could already feel the Sphinx nearby. It had quite a unique magical presence. He saw Victor Crumb coming from the distance as he clutched his wand harder. He never beat the Drumstang champion in a duel, yet he got close, and now that he had the Elder Wand, which he refrained from using in their duels, perhaps the tables would turn. Yet coming closer, he knew something was very wrong. Fleur de Lacre lay on the floor together with Cedric Diggory, unconscious, their wands in Victor's hands, his body calm and ready to duel, yet a glint in the eyes betrayed his condition. It was a sign of resistance from Imperius. It did not take Harry long to connect the dots. It was that fake Moody suspected Bartemius Crouch, Jr. Having a magical eye, he could see through the maze and move his Imperiused victim as a pawn, which would take care of threats too strong for him and other competitors. Having experienced both mind attacks and Imperius curse himself, Harry knew that while they were very similar, it was also different. If caught unguarded, Legaimens could easily read a few memories like it happened to even the Dark Lord. After that, it was not too hard to fight back with all your occlumency skills. Yet Imperius was different. It bound your will, making it significantly harder to resist if not anticipating such an attack. Harry initially thought there were more magical beasts and traps around because he ventured at the path at a different time and much earlier than last time. But perhaps last time as well it was Death Eater's pawn who cleared the way for him. "Let them go, Barty." A surprise showed on Victor's face, followed up by an evil chuckling. "So we meet at last, Potter. Imagine my surprise when Dark Lord contacted me once again, emphasizing to be very careful about you. I would say you certainly showed great skills during the first 2 tasks, and even now taking care of all those creatures, without getting even a speck on dirt on yourself. I dare say you would be just a shy below top 10 of the Dark Lord's followers in skill." Harry's eyes widened. He had no trouble taking care of Death Eaters during the Quidditch World Cup. Yet there were 10 more, actually stronger than him after training for all year. He wanted to retaliate, yet he could feel enemy mana wrapped around tightly on unconscious bodies of his friends. He even recognized the simple levitation charm on them. As soon as he engaged, Bart would use them as meat shields. It seems he was still too weak. "Well, if you're not in the mood for a quick battle, let's cut to the chase." He motioned with his wand, and the cup quickly floated from behind him, then launched at a quick speed towards Harry, who quickly stepped out of the way. He knew encountering Voldemort seemed inevitable, yet he could just not leave his friends behind in danger. "Tish, do not dodge, Potter. You would not want to keep the Dark Lord waiting, would you?" An evil grin spread on his face. "Perhaps a little motivation would do wonders for you. I would not be doing this if you had shown me some more motivation in winning." Just a wave of his hand, and a spell launched towards Fleur and Cedric. Harry acted as well, sending shielding charms of his own, alas. Barty levitated the duo out of the way and let the spell hit them. Harry grimaced as he saw countless bleeding wounds appear on their skin, before bleeding like fountains. If it kept you, he doubted they would survive for long. He shot the sparks towards the sky, yet there seemed to be an array blocking them out. Barry chuckled again at his attempts. Now, Potter, it was I who set up this array. You wouldn't think you actually had a chance to lose the tournament, did you? Even if you could send the sparks, what would that even achieve? You do know the one assigned as the leader for the retrieval team is me." The boy who lived could only curse as he realized his shortcoming. All the time he trained to become a better fighter, which he did. Yet he never practiced to fight while protecting someone important with the Elder Wand. He could perhaps go toe-to-toe with the mind-controlled Victor, yet the life of 2 others was bound to expire in that case. He gritted his teeth and turned towards the Death Eater. "Fine, I will win this damned thing, just let them go." No words were said as the cup floated towards him, and upon contact the surroundings wrapped, and the boy was sent flying far away from the school. He felt sad for leaving his friends behind, but there was no other choice. If he fought, they would have died. He knew Death Eater's words could not be trusted. Perhaps they were still bleeding at this moment. For once, Harry was happy that the time loop was there. They would be back as soon as the loop restarted. The portkey has reached the familiar graveyard as Harry was trashed to the floor. Before grimacing in pain, someone just bit his leg. He quickly cast a spell as a whirlwind of mana pulsed strongly outwards from him, pushing the rat away. Yet he realized something was wrong as the dirt all around him was filled with runes of various languages, before eventually glowing and closing in towards him. The boy cursed again as he tried to escape the encirclement, yet it was like a barrier, holding him in place. He tried blasting it with spells, yet somehow his output was weaker than usual. Feeling the mana around, he noticed it was very thin and not recovering around him. His eyes shone as he realized the purpose of the array. It was an ingenious design of feeding mana from outside the circle and not letting mana recover inside. No matter if with wands or not, wizards were not dangerous in a place without enough mana to cast spells. The boy tried overpowering a cutter spell, the strongest single point of damage he knew, yet the result barely shook the barrier for the moment. The mana inside the circle had already run out. If only he started this as soon as the portkey journey was over. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the only one to survive against me, welcome, welcome. Harry shuddered hearing the Dark Lord's creepy voice, somehow mingled with a baby accent, seemingly coming from inside the cauldron. The already recovered Pettigrew was dropping various magical ingredients inside, yet it seemed not to affect Voldemort's speech in any way. I had to go to so much trouble to bring you here, Potter, yet imagine my surprise when I came to know that one average student managed to jump to the top of the class so suddenly. And then to learn of the connection we share. Perhaps you are a late bloomer, but we truly are alike, Potter. You even managed to sneak into my mind. Learn my deepest secret, of course. It was thanks to you I managed to learn of Severus' betrayal, as well as making that old fool Dumbledore get cursed for good. A string of curses followed as Pettigrew accidentally spilled some unicorn blood on top of his master's frail body. A minute of quiet followed before the Dark Lord resumed his monologue. Back then, during the first year of your schooling, I failed as I could not touch you due to your mother's protection. Yet now, this would change. Wormtail, it is time. The rat-like man squealed as he started chanting, Bone of the Father, unknowingly given, you will renew your son. A bone shaped like a rib dropped inside the cauldron. Flesh of the servant, willingly given, you will revive your master. There was a brief hesitation and screaming as he cut his own arm off, and it fell into the cauldron. It took some time and more Voldemort's urges for him to continue. Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken, you will resurrect your foe. Then a small drop of blood dropped inside the cauldron, the same one that got stuck on Wormtail's teeth as he bit Harry in the leg earlier. While Peter wailed in agony, freed of his chanting duties, the cauldron bubbled as one adult body of Voldemort rose from its depths. The Dark Lord robed himself and picked up his wand Pettigrew placed nearby before the ritual. He then gifted his follower a new arm, a silver one, as well as briefly touching the death mark just to inform his minions of his return, before walking towards the runic array and standing in front of Harry. We are so much alike, Harry Potter, so similar. Now even your blood is flowing in my veins. Dark Lord's eyes glinted as he stared Harry straight in the face. Of course, even if I have morals, you can go out in a grand duel against yours truly, rather than dying defenseless. This array was just to account for Wormtail's incompleteness. Various popping sounds resounded as Death Eaters answered their master's call. The Dark Lord waited a few minutes, yet after a few dozens arrived. No new arrivals happened. I am disappointed. To think so many of you refuse to celebrate my return. Of course, I am aware that the majority of Death Eaters are in Azkaban, yet there should be more than 24 of you roaming free. The Death Eaters flinched, expecting the Cruciatus strikes from their lord, a common occurrence, when they failed to meet his expectations. Thankfully, this time his anger was more directed towards the ones who missed the invitation. He knew that some of them had important jobs, hence they likely could not discreetly leave at such short notice, yet for all the other ones who could simply apparate there from a few steps outside their homes. The Dark Lord turned back to Harry and cast a spell on the floor. The runes started spinning as the mana-blocking array disappeared. Harry was finally free to fight, well as soon as previously blocked mana could finally flood the space around him. And similarly like last time, Voldemort proposed a duel, yet unlike last time, Harry knew all the customs and bowed properly. He knew the Dark Lord might be dirty and strike him, yet he did not care much about it. He wanted to test Headmaster's theory of Avada Kedavra consuming the weaker of the souls, as well as wanting to see just how wide the gap was between him and Voldemort. At least his mind defenses held strong. Voldemort was battering them with all his might during his speech with his followers, and Harry had to focus and keep renewing his shields every minute to keep him at bay. Still, the fight would start soon, and neither of them would have enough mental capacity to weave and dodge the spells at the same time as fighting inside their minds. It seems like young Potter at least read a book on manners. Color me impressed. It always pains me to put down magical talent such as yours. Let me offer you one more time, join me. Together we can change the wizarding world for good. I would even forgive your little mind invasion. I will never stand on the same side as the murderer of my parents. The Dark Lord's polite smile disappeared as he started shooting green bolts of death. So you choose death, Potter. Harry countered with his own spells. Avada Kedavra was deadly upon contact, yet at the same time it was very easy to block. Water droplets from the atmosphere were collected together, before condensing into bricks of ice. Upon contact with the spells, they broke from the sheer impact, yet the green spells similarly dissipated into air. Voldemort heard the reports about the boy's abilities, yet was surprised nonetheless, even though he was not that good during his 4th year at school, especially those occlumency skills. Alas, Harry was not his opponent. His quick casting of overpowered spells made quick work of Harry's shields, then his animated flame burned his hand so painfully. His wand dropped to the floor. Perhaps Harry was good. One could say on par or even above Victor Crumb after relentless training and obtaining the Elder Wand. Yet the Dark Lords had a few decades more of experience, be it combat or knowledge. Harry was inferior to the talented wizard. Harry could only helplessly watch as a familiar green spell hit him straight in the chest, the same spell that took his parents away. His lifeless body fell and hit the floor as Death Eaters cheered. Voldemort cast a Crucio just in case. After all, the boy was fine after first killing the curse when he was the child, and was satisfied seeing his body just fly up and down, with no signs of life. He grinned evilly as he similarly felt the weird mind link with Potter disappearing, the door that connected their minds crumbling. It seems his plan was a success, and from reports from Barty, he knew Dumbledore fell into his trap when getting the ring Horcrux. Perhaps the Horcrux was gone. He did not doubt the old man to be capable of destroying it. Still, with that curse on his arm, the old man was as good as dead. He would wait for a few months more for the curse to progress before revealing himself and usurping Hogwarts. After all, letting the old fool die by himself was nothing great, but getting killed by his hand had some fame to it. Getting to deal with traitor Severus was just a cherry on top. Harry, meanwhile, was confused. He thought either the spell would fail like when he was a child, or perhaps Dumbledore was right and only Voldemort's own soul piece would get consumed by the spell, or maybe he would simply die and wake up at the start of the loop again. Yet now, he was in some sort of white place, which looked very similar to a King's Cross station. Walking towards it, he looked around, curious about this place. Noticing a reflection in the mirror, he smiled. His scar was gone. Double-checking in his mind's library, he could see that the door that Voldemort kept tackling every day was now gone. Harry wondered what the hell happened to him as he walked forwards, until a small figure caught his eye. Walking closer, he realized it bore striking resemblance to Voldemort's baby form, yet it was thrashing and slowly disappearing. Harry wondered if this was a reflection of the piece of Dark Lord's soul that was in his forehead, or used to be. He spent a few dozens of minutes just standing here, watching as the figure turned to particles and disappeared completely. Then Harry wandered around, yet he could not find anything about this weird place, until eventually his vision blurred, as if waking up from a dream. His eyes slowly opened as he realized he was still lying in mud, Voldemort's followers still cheering, as if just a moment had passed inside the White Station. Harry wasted no time trying to apparate away, yet he realized the area was warded. Cursing, he reached for his wand. It was not here. The same for his spare wand. Heck, even his pocket trunk and wand holsters were gone. A Dark Lord in Rising certainly needed all the funding he could get his hands on. His enemies no doubt already noticed his movement, as he felt various spells coming towards him. The boy put up some shields while deflecting weaker spells to the side as he focused to summon the cup back to his hand. He still remembered his first time escaping this place. Yet Voldemort was faster. Before the cup touched the boy, black flames in the form of a serpent escaped his wand and overtook the cup to reach the boy Fiendfire. Avada Kedavra has failed him twice now, and the Dark Lord decided to switch to another powerful spell. Sure, it was harder to control. But if mastered, a single cast of Fiendfire could take way more lives than a single Avada Kedavra ever could. Harry gritted his teeth from pain as the black flames consumed him. He was in so much pain he could not even pay any attention to the Dark Lord or his minions around him. Until it happened again, the time slowed down once more. Back in the spectator stands, Daphne realized something was very wrong. It was as if her world suddenly slowed down. Everything moved in slow motion, and there was something looking like a wall of different clocks in her vision. She felt scared for what was happening, trying to shout, yet no voice came out, or more likely, her body too slowed down for her mouth to even open. Then the time started flowing again, first slowly, then faster and faster. Yet not forwards like it used to be, but backwards towards the past. Eventually, Daphne felt that she could move again. First, she cast a healing spell that got rid of her nausea, while thanking Harry for taking her along for a broom ride on one of their dates outside the castle. Her boyfriend did quite a few tricks, yet the girl was not used to it. Luckily, he noticed her face gaining a green hue and slowed down, then healed her, while she took the time to memorize the spell as it seemed useful for all sorts of situations. Shaking her head and pushing the memories back, the girl checked the time. It was late evening. Confused due to the weird phenomena, she walked towards the bathroom to wash her face, yet the full-length mirror stopped her mid-track. The girl gazed at her reflection, realizing that something was off. She looked younger, like about a year younger. With horror, she looked around the room, noticing neatly arranged piles of books, homework parchments, and research material that she used during third year of Hogwarts, then at her timetable, which was outdated as well, and finally at her memories, and compared her current image to that of a year ago. It was a perfect match. Hoping it was a bad dream, she went back to the bed and tried to sleep, or rather wake up from this nightmare. It couldn't be that she traveled a whole year in the past, could it? If so, why? What caused it? What would happen to her now? Harry sat at the shore of the lake as he watched his patroness chasing the Dementors away. His body felt clumsy. All the gained muscles reset to what they were before, his eyesight and reflexes back to what they were as the ritual effects got undone as well. But that was not why the boy was sad. He simply had a lot on his mind. All the fun times, the memories he had made, now only he knows what happened. In an attempt to push the sadness away, he focused on reviewing what he actually accomplished during the past loop. He read a few hundreds of books from Hogwarts Library, various shops from Diagon Alley and nearby alleys, as well as from Black Family Library, and the gifts from people he knew like Dumbledore and Crumb. He actually got good at making potions, especially ones meant for pranks, to the courtesy of various books, twins' lessons, as well as Daphne helping him learn. The girl clearly had a talent in this area. Harry shook his head as he pushed the sweet, yet painful image of his girlfriend away. With the time loop, she should be like all the others, unaware of what happened in the past loop. Harry chose not to dwell on it too much, to lessen the ache he felt in his heart. He also learned quite a few rituals, of course, only performing ones he was sure would succeed without much visible signs on his body, to not attract unwanted attention. The headmaster himself proved to be an invaluable ally once on his side. The book he shared made learning legilimency a breeze compared to years he spent learning occlumency, mostly by trial and error. Together with Headmaster and Severus, they uncovered the secret of the Dark Lord's immortality, and Harry learned the shocking truth of the soul stuck in his forehead. The boy's sad gaze lingered on his reflection in the water for a moment. His scar was back once again. He had no way of confirming, but he did not feel as free as when he was scarless, so his intuition told him that Dark Lord's soul was back in his forehead. Of course, he did test Dumbledore's theory of Avada Kedavra only taking a single soul. Hence, he now knew how to take care of it, as well as locations of 2 more of the Dark Lord's Horcruxes. But as for how many he actually made, and where the rest laid, he still had no idea. Overall, the black-haired boy would say he learned a lot during the past loop. Alas, knowledge was not enough. Voldemort still made short work of him. Heck, even that fake Moody toyed with him, and apparently cream of the crop of Death Eater folks were still above his fighting powers. The him of the past loop with enchanted reflexes, fixed eyesight, way more muscles due to arduous daily training. The boy pondered his death, which happened like a dozen minutes ago from his perspective, and decided that his fighting skills were the thing he needed to improve the most. After all, what good was only theory without practice? Sure, he had some duels with Victor and Fleur, yet he already reached their level during the previous loop. And of course, a duel was never lethal. It was not the same as a real fight. He could never reach Voldemort's level in a year, but what about 10, 20, 100? He would never end the time loop even if he knew how. Without a strategy to beat the Dark Lord, it seemed pointless having met the crazy man a few times. He knew how obsessed he was with him. He doubted he would ever leave him or his friends alone. Harry continued to ponder even while going back to the castle along with Hermione. In fact, he was thinking so much he never noticed the girl herself seemed different. Unlike the thousands of times they had rushed like this before, this time she too was very quiet. Just minutes ago, she felt the time turner vibrating as if a Muggle phone on silent mode. Yet there was no time now to check it out. The 2 students had to hurry back to the hospital wing. As usual, Snape burst into the hospital as soon as he learned of Sirius' escape, accusing Harry of helping the wanted criminal to escape. Yet as always, Dumbledore chose not to disclose the truth, and Fudge assumed Professor Snape was just fuming for losing his chance on receiving an order of Merlin for capturing the Azkaban escapee. Once again, like a lot of times before, the 3 students were alone in the ward. The movable curtains expanded to give them privacy to rest, yet only Ronald Weasley was sleeping. The curtains had weak silencing charms cast around them, so quiet sounds, like red-headed boys snoring, did not reach the other 2 patients who were still awake, though for different reasons. Harry Potter grabbed the invisibility cloak as well as his wand and silently cast necessary charms to get rid of his trailing smell as well as a spell to get rid of the noise when he walked. Then, without a sound, the boy's curtain opened slightly, before closing, and a minute later hospital doors similarly opened for a moment before closing again. Unlike all the times before, he spent nearly a year living a normal life, not fighting Dementors every other day, which made him feel quite fine, not dropping to sleep dead tired like he usually did, even after fending them off today. Harry was still undecided what to do now. Repeating the same school year, all of those subjects, again felt like torture. Especially seeing all those people he got closer to, yet now they were back to shallower friendships or even strangers. But here was the best place he had to learn. The room of requirements provided the boy with nearly anything he could ask for, of course, except some rare ingredients or food. The school's library was also a great resource, but the boy could hardly say it was invaluable. Even the forbidden section was somewhat lacking compared to the countless books in the Black family vault or some exotic ones available for sale. Surely, books deemed too dangerous were not even present in the library. With invisible steps, Harry headed towards the room of requirements. Knowing Dumbledore's vault password, he was too curious to pass the chance to check what was inside. That small book on mind arts was very useful. What if there were other good books like this inside? Even if he was caught, so what? It's not like he has anything to lose, being at the start of the loop, does he? Back in the hospital wing, Hermione was rereading the long parchment of instructions of time-turner use. Of course, she already read it a few times after receiving the device, but still, nothing mentioned it vibrating, so perhaps it got broken. The girl shuddered at the thought of being the one who actually broke the magical trinket. She was aware they cost a fortune to produce. What if she gets expelled from school after this? Another rumble from the time-turner brought her back to reality. Her papers fell to the floor as she reached out to grab the time-turner from the pile of her clothes nearby. Her wand was pushed partly under her mattress, providing her with light dim enough to be not noticeable outside the curtain, yet barely bright enough for her to be able to read the papers, which also helped her closely inspect the trinket and notice a flashing picture of a letter on top. The girl pressed it with her finger, yet nothing happened, even after a minute of waiting. The light from the icon was getting dimmer and vibrations weakening. As if recalling how to enter the Diagon Alley, the girl quickly pulled her wand from under the mattress and touched the icon with her wand tip. Now there was some action. It changed color and a very tiny compartment opened on the device, from which an even tinier parchment scroll floated out. It was only clear it was actually a parchment after the magic continued its work and expanded the scroll to normal size. Hermione almost shouted from surprise, but thankfully she held it back, still afraid of waking up her sleeping friends. Harry dealt with hundreds of Dementors today, while Ron was bit by an animagus and had to face the shock of sleeping with a grown-up man for years, unaware of his rat being an animagus. Her friends certainly needed more rest than she did. Of course, being the know-it-all of the school, she had long read about the privacy wards of the hospital and how they worked at night, yet screams were not silenced, even the faint ones. There were even wards set up to wake up and notify Madame Pomfrey in case such a thing happened, which was bound to cause a ruckus and wake her friends as well. Unrolling the scroll, she started reading as her brows furrowed. It seemed to be a letter, specifically for her. From Department of Mysteries, to Hermione Granger's time-turner holder asterisk. It was from the Department of Mysteries. She knew she was breaking a lot of rules by using a time-turner not for her studies, but for personal reasons, as well as bringing another person along. But she thought no one would know. The girl feared expulsion and her wand being broken, or worse, Azkaban. What if they knew she helped Black escape? She calmed her trembling hands, and as soon as the parchment stopped shaking, she continued reading. Miss Granger, or whoever reads this, I regret to inform you, but your actions have caused a time loop to form. Either you or perhaps someone you brought along or perhaps someone who used your time-turner without your permission could potentially be the reason it happened. But the flow of time has been broken, and your time-turner was the cause, hence you are at least partly at fault. It happened roughly 5 hours ago. Keep in mind this letter is generated by magic, so if you took out the scroll and waited for an hour before reading it, the time would be off by the same amount. In case you were using the time-turner alone, tear this page in half horizontally. In case you were together with someone else, tear it vertically. In case you have no memory of using your time-turner at that time, crumple the paper. The girl's eyes were slightly wavering from worry as well as excitement. The method of follow-up action somewhat reminded her of Muggle's automatic response messages. Was the sender from Department of Mysteries a Muggle-born like her? How did this magic work, and how come she did not find something so interesting in the school's library? How was it possible to change what happened depending on how she handled the paper? The girl had countless questions, but the only way to get more answers was by following the instructions. Checking the clock, she calculated the time. It was roughly the time she was together with Harry in their short trip back in time to help Sirius Black escape injustice. The girl grimaced. It seemed she truly was at fault. Somehow, during that trip, either her or Harry messed up. The girl tore the parchment in half vertically. She tried bending it first before tearing it precisely in half, similarly like she did with regular paper back in Muggle school. Yet the parchment had a different texture, and the supposedly vertical tier was not remotely evenly split. Well, at least it was vertical-ish tier. Before the panic of ruining the parchment set in, the two pieces of parchment glowed in bluish magical light as the parchment pieces combined, seemingly repairing itself, just that the words on it were now different from before. The bushy-haired girl quickly picked it up to continue reading. Luckily, it was not the third case. It is truly troublesome to contact those who steal others' time turners. After all, too much knowledge of the time loop itself often triggers the restart of the loop. You, as the one participating in the problematic time travel, are somewhat immune to this phenomena. Still, I must berate you for using it together with someone else. It is against the rules for school students. Now it is hard to tell if you or one of your tag-alongs are the source of the problem. You might be clueless of what the heck I am speaking about, so let me tell you a story. A short bit of a history about the time loops. A long time ago, some young wizard accidentally triggered a time loop. The first documented time loop we know of, in fact. He was young and foolish, and did increasingly stupid things as he found no way to fix the time flow. One day, he decided to learn legilimency and practiced on passerby minds. Unfortunately for him, one of them was not a muggle hurrying to work, but an unspeakable from Department of Mysteries on his retirement. His attack, of course, failed. Then the worker surfed his mind, learning of the time loop, which triggered the restart. Perhaps the young wizard was too prideful, and he tried again and again. And one day, after another failure, some specific memories fell into Unspeakable's mind fragments that before, if he read in defense of mind attack, would trigger the time loop restart. Yet this time he could remember them, and read the foolish young wizard's mind did not trigger the restart anymore. The young wizard got scared and triggered the restart on his own by suiciding, but this time he was not the only one going back in time. The retired Unspeakable tagged along on the journey back. Curious, he reported the phenomena to the Department of Mysteries, seeing as he now had infinite time. He thought he might as well work some more. Yet after explaining precisely what was happening to him or showing his memories, it triggered the restart of the loop. Then it led to years of research on his own. The few decades later, he found that young fellow and made him join the cause. The young folk already got bored of infinite life and decided that rather than fighting the unspeakable folk, it was better to befriend the only person who actually could confirm he was not just a madman dreaming all this up, and try to find an end to this madness. This message you are receiving is just one of many wonderful inventions that their research brought to life among countless inventions my department achieved. Along with the invention of time turners, shortly after my colleague managed to escape the loop. Before that, traveling into the past required a complex ritual spell that required a rarely occurring alignment of the stars. Yet for escaping the time loop, they only found one way. You see, reliving the same thing over and over is not for average minds. That once young folk eventually got tired of life itself. He just wanted to quit. Yet suicide was just another trigger for the loopy, and one day he just asked his friend Unspeakable to obliviate him of all the years of memories. Up to the point, he tried the time ritual back at home. My colleague agreed. It was like another experiment for him. After all, so far they found no way out. He thought there was no harm in trying. After all, the next loop would come, and his memories would come back. Alas, while the next loop came, it was the return to normal time flow. Months before the time loop usually began. Finding his young wizard friend, he saw he was different. No memories of the loop remained in his head. Unspeakable tagged along in his time travel journey and prevented him from meeting himself from the past. They still became good friends later, but it was not the same without the memories of the time loop. My colleague felt like speaking to a child while always feeling a loss and pain inside him. He was glad to escape the loop, yet the price of his friend's memories seemed like too steep a price. And after the date which marked the end of the time loop cycle came, the trip back to the past did not happen. The loop was broken. The Unspeakable submitted his research to department, and this is when we became aware of the time loops. Since then, not many wizards have reported their time loop journeys to us. Finding an easy way out by oblivion is unfortunately the path I suspect many took. After all, why would one waste time, failing legilimency just for a chance to have someone else take all the benefits? Perhaps they did work hard to escape, Yet having an easy way out is just too alluring for folks. Eventually, all gave in. The reporting wizards were the ones who tagged along due to various mind arts-related accidents. Mind you, only erasing the time loop causing memories did not fix the issue. Only after removing all the duplicate memories of the same days did the time finally stop flowing in cycles. You're welcome to try finding a way to escape with all your memories intact. In fact, there's even a prize pool for doing so. Do share the details if you manage to achieve such a feat. And if you get tired and want to return to normal life, there is a self-oblivion spell attached below, along with wand movements diagram. Now to address the other issue at hand. You bought someone else along on the time trippy, perhaps even multiple people. It could be that you are the source of the loopy, likewise it could be one of the others who tagged along. It is your duty to share this message with them, preferably in secluded and safe locations. After all, if others learn of this, it would just trigger the loop again. And if you are not the source, you would forget this all happening, and it would repeat again and again. Best regards, Department of Mysteries Chief of Time Magic Research, Saul Croker. Hermione read and reread the parchment before reviewing her memories and making sure she never saw herself or had multiple memories at the same time other than her classes. Then she put the parchment under her school clothes pile as she fell back to sleep. Somehow her intuition was screaming at her Harry messed up again. She would let her friend sleep for today, but tomorrow they would need to have a talk. The girl tossed and turned as now a new worry was added to her list. How the heck would she find time and place to speak alone with a boy? Heck, as far as she knew, Ron was by his side nearly 24/7, and school was ending soon as well. Perhaps she can just pass him the parchment secretly. But when? Harry watched in anticipation as the all-familiar door outlined itself on the wall on the 7th floor, then opened the door to head inside. Unlike the last time, the vault was not empty. Inside he could see a small pile of galleons, sickles and nuts mixed together, estimating by its size, it was around a few thousand galleons in total. The boy left it alone. He had way more money in his own vault. Perhaps it was headmaster's retirement fund, or even fund for school supplies. He knew just how much cauldrons Neville, Crabbe, and Goyle alone ruined each year. His eyes lit up as he noticed a modest bookshelf filled with various books. Some even looked handwritten. He even recognized the book headmaster lent him last loop, the one about the mind arts. The boy quickly cast various diagnostic charms in search of wards. Thankfully, there were none cast on the bookshelf or books themselves. Then he cast the strongest expansion charm he knew on his robe's pocket and put all the books inside. It was not as good as the pocket trunk he bought in the alley last loop, but it would have to do for now. Surveying the remaining items, he saw some old trinkets, a photo of a girl who somehow resembled Headmaster himself. Arian was written at the bottom. Harry decided to keep it alone. He came here for things that would help him out in his goals, not to clean out the headmaster's vault or steal his clearly sentimental items. Another section of the room had various magical ingredients neatly lined up as well as well-preserved corpses of magical beasts. Harry's eyes lit up, yet he refrained from picking anything up. While he could identify all the ingredients, they no doubt were in use for some sophisticated rituals and potions. And while he knew some of the recipes or rituals that used a minority of ingredients here, he did not deem them useful enough to perform or brew. Well, except for the couple of rituals he performed last loop, having tasted the improved quality of life, the boy was eager to get it back. But there was no need to scan for wards. The visible runic array surrounding this part of the vault made it clear that something would happen in case the boy took it. He was not too confident to dismiss it as some sort of preserving array. What if it froze time or decreased temperature to insanely low amounts inside the array? He might die and trigger the loopy while he could remove it by pure strength. As caster of the array, Dumbledore would become aware of it. He put a mental note to not abandon the runes. Both Voldemort and Dumbledore were clearly experts in the field, wanting to reach their level. Someday he certainly needed this knowledge. Thankfully, a couple of books he just borrowed from the vault seemed to be about this topic. The basics of runes and how to learn them, and clever rune applications for curious minds. Perhaps titles did not seem promising, yet those were the thickest books he got today, each over 1,000 pages long. Surveying the remaining space inside the room, he noticed more heavily warded areas, containing various artifacts, only a couple which he actually recognized, the mirror of Erised as well as the goblet of fire. While Harry was somewhat curious to see what they were and what they did, he was not confident in breaching the wards and runic arrays without sounding the alarm, or whatever contingency plan the headmaster placed there. Based on the runes around some of those things, it seemed like most of the wards were meant to protect the vault from artifacts rather than artifacts from thieves. But a basic ward detection later made it clear that Headmaster would become aware of anyone bypassing that section of the vault or taking the items out. Hence, Harry decided not to bother with it. If those artifacts could help him in any way, he was sure Dumbledore would have mentioned it. After all, he was on his side in the last loop. Harry smiled as he left the room. Thankfully, the bookcase had no wards and runic arrays around it. After all, there was no need to preserve books in arrays if one could simply make them self-repairing and indestructible. The outline of a door on the wall disappeared, and the corridor was once again empty and silent. Well, Harry was already on his way back to the hospital wing, but wearing an invisibility cloak and leaving no smell or sound in his passage made it hard to tell for Ms. Norris, who happened to be passing by. Her cat senses were screaming at her that something was wrong, yet she could not catch a whiff of anyone sneaking around here. Suddenly, the cat felt the fur rise on its head as it quickly turned around. It felt as if someone just passed her. She even felt the slight rush of wind, but there was no one here, no sound, no smell. Poor cat decided that it's enough patrol for the day. Perhaps that churu she had found earlier in the day really was expired. The sun was shining, and the chirping of the birds was heard from outside the castle as Daphne lazily opened her eyes. Glancing around the room, her sweet mood from sleeping so well plummeted. It was the same as in her nightmare, or better say last night, her room how it had looked in her 3rd year of school. The girl was still confused by the phenomena. Did she really travel back in time? Or perhaps she had awakened the seer talent her grandfather kept boasting ran in the family a few centuries back. Perhaps it was a sort of vision for the next year to come. Regardless of the reason, she had one way to test it out: her memories. Navigating her mind's library, she picked a book about today, it seemed. Any moment now, Tracy would come knocking and drag her off to breakfast, as she apparently overslept last time this happened. Perhaps the vision was wrong. Or was it the butterfly effect of having memories of the future? Daphne did not mind restarting the year, sure redoing all homework was bound to be annoying. But transcribing from her already existing memories of finished homework would make things way easier. If she had to name one thing she missed, it was Harry. The girl could only hope the memories she had of the boy would repeat themselves. She reviewed her memories of the boy before encountering him at the bus and grimaced. Yes, before she was not paying him much attention, was she? Harry himself had told her about his trip through time to save his godfather. But could she trust those extra memories in her mind? What if all that was just a long dream, a vision of a possible future that would never come? Knock knock asterisk. The girl jolted back to reality from her thoughts as she let her friend in. As expected, Tracy, too, was younger compared to when she last saw her. About a year younger. Hey, Daph, it's not like you to be sleeping so late. We are going to be late. Her bestie's words, which were exactly the same as in her memories, brought more hope to the girl's heart. Similarly to her memories, she groaned and hurried to change before following her to the great hall while chatting. Sitting back at the Slytherin table after such a long break felt somewhat weird. Glancing out of the corner of her eye, she surveyed the Gryffindor table. But Harry Potter was not there. Neither was Ron Weasley or Hermione Granger. Daphne did not know whether to feel disappointed on not seeing the one she wanted to see or glad that so far events followed her memories. Dream, whatever it was, she wanted events to repeat, so she could be with Harry again. Once again, Dumbledore came to visit the boy who lived in the hospital, and like all the countless times before, the headmaster just had to invade the boy's mind to check for potential possession by the Dark Lord, as well as satisfy his own curiosity on the events that transpired in the previous night. Meanwhile, Harry himself already cleaned up his mind's library, moving the original events to the front and hiding the rest in another room, with an invisibility cloak draped over it, unseen, unless one knew it was there. The boy focused on his surface thoughts, carefully repeating his long memorized script, which helped him pass this hurdle the previous time. Dumbledore walked along the library and picked a book about the previous day. The old man did not bother using any searching for information spells. After all, he knew this place quite well as he checked on the boy after each event he got dragged into, as well as randomly during the year. First Quirlius in first year, then the Tom R. Idle diary in the next, and now in the third year there was another interesting event for him to examine in more detail. Similarly as last time, the headmaster did not find any signs of possession, even in the boy's surface thoughts, yet somehow he did not leave right away. The elder wand appeared in his arm as he stared at it in confusion and contemplation. It was as if the wand was acknowledging not only him, but Harry too as its master. Curious, the headmaster used the searching spell. He did not recall the wand leaving his side, but perhaps being an owner of another Hallow made the wand acknowledge him as an owner as well. If so, why has this never happened before? It was not like it was his first visit to the boy's mind after he returned the cloak to him. Dozens of threads materialized. Albus was surprised the boy even knew of the Elder Wand, but then his brows furrowed. The threads seemingly lead into a wall. He reached with his hand, and it passed right through, moving the cloth out of the doorway. Just a glance inside to see the numerous rows of bookshelves made Dumbledore's paranoia strike again. Was Tom R. Idle already possessing the boy? As if confirming his thoughts, he felt a strong force push him out of the boy's mind as Harry stared at him with murderous gaze. But the headmaster did not was in his castle with all the wards at his disposal. If he did feel something, it was surprise and regret for not protecting the child from what became of him. The duel that followed further confirmed the headmaster's suspicions. Harry should not know all those advanced spells. He should also feel comfortable in his own body, but he could clearly see that Harry was unused to his current muscle and reflex capabilities. But perhaps this was a good sign. It meant possession only happened shortly. Perhaps there was still a way to save the boy. The wand seemed reluctant to go against him, so the headmaster swapped it with his old one. He always kept on a hidden wand holster under his long sleeves. After disarming the boy and feeding him lots of Veritaserum, the headmaster finally was able to read his mind in peace. Harry himself could only monitor the headmaster while cursing in his mind as the all-familiar wall of clocks appeared again. He thought he got over this hurdle for good. Who knew accepting the Elder Wand for a moment would ruin his future loops like this? And why the hell did the Elder Wand behave in such a way? Even while Dumbledore was walking in his library, he could feel the familiar connection to it. How come Voldemort's soul shard came back to his forehead, but the Elder Wand still remembers the events that happened? Still, as he was back near the lake and summoned his patroness again, the boy pushed those thoughts to the far corner of his mind. It did not matter much of why. Rather, it was more important how he would escape from Dumbledore again. Harry pondered and realized it was not as bad as last time. Now he was not passed out during the whole night after chasing Dementors away. He could read books in Dumbledore's vault, heck, even hoard some food and hole up in the room of requirements or chamber of secrets to train. Perhaps Dumbledore would know he was inside, but could he even get him out of those places easily? Also, this time he had quite a lot more skills, which made the actual escape from school more approachable if the headmaster himself did not chase him. Perhaps he would be able to escape with ease. Knowing wandless apparition and other wandless magic spells would make his escape so much smoother without the trace notifying the ministry of his whereabouts. Perhaps it was even better with increasingly more competent aurors looking for him. He could further improve his fighting skills. Harry smiled as he heard Dementors screaming as they ran away. It truly was not as bad as the previous time, when he was stuck in a single day without any resources to improve or ways to escape. Now he had multiple ways to deal with the situation, all which gave him time to practice his skills. Daphne yawned for the 7th time already. Transfiguration was quite a boring subject. Of course, the first half of the lesson was enough for more talented kids like her to cast the spells and practice all variations. Then it was just waiting for it to end, perhaps spending the free time doing homework. But now, as she already knew the lesson like the back of her hand, she was done in minutes. Then a dozen minutes for all the remaining homework for the rest of the year, and she had nothing to do. She regretted not taking some book to read to have something to do. She did help Tracy with the spell, but the girl was now busy doing her own homework, so she did not really have anyone to chat with as she did not have other friends besides Tracy. Yet, if events in her dream repeated, she would befriend Harry in the summer, then his circle of friends the next year. Suddenly, she noticed that her classmates were moving weirdly, as if slowed down. In panic, she glanced around, seeing the now familiar wall of clocks all around as she herself slowed down. Then the time rewinded once again, and she was back in her room. The girl looked around in confusion. The weird phenomena happened again. It was hard to tell what triggered it, but now she was more inclined to her time travel hypothesis. Something must be special about this particular day for her to keep coming back at this specific time. As if recalling something, she went back to her mind's library to browse the memories about this day. She recalled Harry's time travel adventure to save his godfather, which should have happened tonight. Then she recalled all the weird memories she got from Harry, occasionally when he failed his mind attack. Previously they seemed like dreams or nightmares, but now, perhaps it was real, the same days, just in the past. Another version. She noticed all those suspicious memories were mostly in his 4th year or summer before, or the end of 3rd year. Was it possible that Harry too was sent back in time to this specific day? Daphne wanted to rush out and confront the boy, yet she recalled the horde of Dementors. Going outside the castle after curfew was plain suicide for 3rd years. Heck, even most 7th years failed to master Patronus charm to ward off such large groups of Dementors. What would she do if she was attacked? Her clumsy time travel theory sounded nice, but it was just that, a theory. Gritting her teeth, she went to the common room to pick a 7th-year textbook, then walked back to her room. She spent like 2 hours awake before being sent back in time, hence she did not feel sleepy at all, and learning the Patronus charm was a nice way to pass the night. Harry Potter sat comfortably on the couch in the room of requirements. Just an hour ago, he sneaked into Hogwarts' kitchen to get some food for himself. Not surprisingly, rather than questioning his excessing late-night appetite or his need for raw, long-lasting ingredients, the house elves just happily went to work, and shortly after he received enough food to last for weeks, months, even if eating sparingly. Now the boy who lived was back in the room of requirements, sitting comfortably in an armchair with eyes closed in meditation. Near him, a pile of books was laid, brought from Dumbledore's vault, as well as a large pile of food on another table close nearby. Deep in his mind, the boy was trying to feel his connection to the so-called Hallows. It did not take him long to succeed. There was as if a thread, a weak mind link leading somewhere close by in the direction of the headmaster's office. Another similar tug led outside the castle, which Harry assumed would lead him to Ring, and the third one just a few steps away, his cloak. He could materialize the cloak inside his mind. The same went for the ward, but he dared not to call the stone Voldemort's soul piece was still attached to it. Who knows what it would do inside his mind? He tried what he could to sever the link. Alas, there was no manual on such things, and he had no idea what he was doing. He had his invisibility cloak for the longest, yet only after obtaining the mana sense did he even begin to feel a faint connection to it. Spending a few hours like that, with no results, frustrated the boy, and he opted to focus on the books instead. Similarly, like the book on the mind arts, Dumbledore's small collection of books proved to be a good one. As the pages turned, and Harry was absorbed in the wonderfully written lessons on magic inside, he even started recognizing some of the spells the headmaster occasionally used when he started suspecting him being possessed by the Dark Lord. Of course, just theory was nothing much. Just knowing the spell was not enough. What was needed was dozens of hours just to learn it. then hundreds in actual dueling simulations in the room to learn how to use it well as its limitations, modifications, silent casting, even its weakness to know how to best deal with it in case it was used against him. As the clock continued ticking and the night passed, Harry finally put the book down and headed to sleep. Perhaps he would stay up late longer next day, but tomorrow morning was quite interesting. Or more to say, he was very curious what Dumbledore would do when he noticed that he was missing. He put Marauder's map on top of the bedside table, and minutes later was already in the land of dreams. The birds outside were chirping as Daphne Greengrass lazily opened her eyes. She spent most of last night practicing Patronus charm. You could say she even had some success, in the form of bluish smoke, yet she knew it would barely be enough to chase off a single Dementor in the wild against a group of them. She needed a corporeal Patronus to keep her safe. It took a while to even get that part of the spell working. It truly deserved its fame for being one of the hardest spells for upper years. She knew Harry was supposedly in the hospital wing at the moment, but Madame Pomfrey was very strict on the visitors. Heck, even Harry's housemates would get denied entry to visit the boy, never mind her, from hostile House of Snakes. Sneaking at night was an option as well. In fact, she was slowly scouting the patrol routes of this particular day to be able to dodge all the perfects wandering the halls. Compared to the fourth year, it was way harder to sneak around. She could not borrow the Marauder's map, Harry's cloak, and the number of patrolling perfects was at an all-time high due to Sirius Black. Thinking of the upcoming repeat of Transfiguration lesson, she shuddered and quickly dressed up before rushing to the library. If she had to suffer that lesson again, she might as well pick something to read to not bore herself to death. Albus Dumbledore entered the hospital wing and headed to Harry's bed. It was empty. He touched his glasses as they twinkled as it momentarily switched to heat vision. The boy's bed was cold, which ruled out the possibility of a bathroom break. Headmaster inwardly sighed. He knew he had some sort of paranoia when it came to matters related to the boy. He couldn't help it. The prophecy weighed heavily on his mind. And with such thought, he double-checked the school wards, which confirmed that the only ones to leave school wards since yesterday night were Sirius Black, the Hippogriff, and the usual daily entries like a bunch of rats, various owls, and other magical creatures who just happened to live near the ward borders, occasionally leaving and entering. The wards were activated and tracking all entering and leaving of the school grounds, notifying him of every movement in or out. Of course, during the days Hogwarts Express visited school, he had to turn them off, as it unfortunately interfered with the train's wards, leading to long-term damage which was expensive to repair. If only Hogwarts had a better budget, the tragedy that happened to Sirius would be prevented. Pettigrew quickly caught. No more complaints of low salaries from the staff. One might think a legendary archmage like him was rich to shoulder all this burden, but alas, that was not the case. Yes, he did occasionally get requests to take down rare magical beasts, which in turn got him rare and precious ingredients. But Hogwarts' expenses were astronomical. Even the food supplies for the whole school amounted to thousands of galleons per year. Then there were purchases for whatever textbook, ministry, released for the library, spare cauldrons and other equipment that broke on a daily basis. Even profitable subjects like potions and herbology were barely making ends meet. While some good students' plants or potions were being sold, majority were of quite a poor quality. Albus shrugged his head, focusing back on the issue at hand. Just earlier, he confirmed that Madame Pomfrey did not discharge anyone when he asked how the students were doing. He could see his friends in the ward. Ron was still asleep, while Hermione's concerned glance to the empty bed suggested she knew nothing of his whereabouts, and that meant the boy sneaked out on his own. Albus put a mental note to review the wards more thoroughly once he got back in his office. There was only so much he could do remotely. At least the boy was in school. He could still locate him quickly from his office. Still, he decided, getting some intel on why the boy left on his own seemed like a useful bit of information. Most likely he was down due to Dementors or the knowledge of his godfather suffering for years. Turning to the side, he passed by the still loudly snoring Ronald Weasley as he reached Hermione's bed. The girl was already awake and nose deep into a book. She was not allowed to attend the lessons today, not yet at least, but nothing stopped the girl from always pursuing knowledge with every chance she got. "Good morning, Miss Granger." The girl turned towards him as a trace of panic flashed through her eyes. It did not take mind reading to guess that she felt guilty, for one reason or another. Working with children for years just made one pick up little cues like that, short micro-expressions in the face, body language. It truly was wonderful what one could do even without one bit of magic in use. "Good morning, headmaster." Unknown to her, the moment their eyes met, the headmaster sneaked into her mind. He was not a frequent guest there, but after every major event in school, he always took the time to review the memories of as many involved as he could, provided their shields were weak enough to avoid notice. He did not wish for a scandal to occur. Being a Muggle-born witch, Hermione had no protections on her mind, as well as no pureblood training to make mind invasion harder. Most purebloods avoided interlocking of eyes, especially around old witches and wizards like the headmaster himself. Professor, where is Harry? He was not there when I woke up this morning. Did something happen to him while I was asleep?" Dumbledore's glasses twinkled as he addressed the young witch's concerns. Casual mind reading and holding a conversation at the same time was a skill he picked up decades ago. "Worry not, Miss Granger, he is still in school." Perhaps Harry felt good enough and went back to his room. "I will surely find him later and bring him back for a checkup. Leaving the hospital wing without Madame Pomfrey's discharge is not an example one should follow." The headmaster waved his arm as the rest of the hospital went into silence. He could see amazement from the young girl, but it was just a basic privacy charm, nothing impressive. The most noticeable difference was that Weasley's snoring was not so loud anymore. It was somewhat distracting. "Now we will have some more privacy. Can you tell me about yesterday's rescue operation?" Dumbledore flipped through the story in her mind as she retold the events. It seemed to match. He was glad to have such an honest student. Not once has she lied so far. Yet midway his flipping there was an event missing. An event that caught his eye, the time turner trembling. Even he was not aware those devices had such a function. Casting a meaningful gaze towards the pile of clothes, where he felt the magical device hidden below, he interrupted Hermione's story as soon as the girl made a pause to catch her breath. "Are you sure there was nothing else important to tell me, Miss Granger?" The girl turned her eyes away as her hands started tumbling. "No, nothing. I think I swore I saw some Dementors actually disappear when hit by Harry's Patronus. All literature I read says Patronus charm cannot destroy a Dementor, and even that ways of destroying them do not exist. Do you know how it could have happened, Professor?" Albus cited inside her mind, a brilliant strategy to redirect his focus, yet her body language just screamed she was hiding something. But no matter, he would find it out himself. A wave of Elder Wand later, a couple of threads materialized, one leading to the time-turner vibration he just read about, another to a page deeper into the book. Curious, he flipped straight there while simultaneously satisfying young witch's curiosity. In cases the happy memory or the magic power of the person casting the spell is strong enough, it can, in fact, destroy Dementors. It is simply not in the books to prevent them from going extinct after all. Britain still needs them to ensure the safety of Azkaban. Have you never wondered why they are not so common in other countries? Finishing reading the page, the headmaster furrowed his brows. He never knew such a weird message-sending function existed in time-turners. And that letter inside, from Croaker. He murmured as he wondered what secrets the next page would uncover, but giving the girl one more chance to redeem her honesty was a good thing to do as well. "By the way, Ms. Granger, by any chance, do you know someone called Saul Croaker?" The story was interrupted once more, and he could have some more focus for reading the next page of the book, while he waited for frustration on the young witch's face to settle, and for her to continue her lies or just admit the truth. Not long after, his eyes widened as he understood the situation. So perhaps Harry is not here as he was the one who triggered this. Headmaster hurriedly exited Hermione's mind as he realized something was very wrong. All his actions just seemed sluggish and slow. Slowly opening his eyes, and not by choice, he could see the girl's mouth open. Reading her lips, he could only guess she was saying sorry, or at least trying to. But then his own thoughts came to a stop. Shortly before Dumbledore's visit to the hospital wing, Harry was still in the room of requirements, looking at the Marauder's map. Unknowingly, his eyes darted towards a lone circle walking in the library, Daphne Greengrass. He wondered what she was doing in the library so early before he shook his head and focused back on another dot, Albus Dumbledore. If he ever tried to escape the school, it would be good to know his actions in case he was missing. After all, Dumbledore's letters found him inside the room multiple times. Yes, he needed to open the door to let them in, but the headmaster knew he was inside. Who knows, perhaps there were more rules to the room than he knew. What if the headmasters had some sort of power to access inside, regardless of what password Harry picked? As expected, the old man was in the hospital wing, seemingly chatting with Hermione Granger. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he somehow realized his eyes were getting sluggish. As the world slowed down again, Harry's last night's events flashed by in his eyes before he was back at the lake with Dementors. His mind was in total confusion. How come the loop restarted again? Harry's Patronus took care of the Dementors as the boy reviewed his memories of the start of the loop to try to notice anything he did differently. But no, everything he did seemed very similar to what he did before. How come the loop restarted again then? His confused gaze lingered as he turned back to walk to the castle together with Hermione. Then it hit him. The girl herself was different. Not the same as she was during his decade of suffering or the loop before that. It was like she suddenly had something on her mind. As if something happened while he was busy chasing Dementors away. Along the way, he reviewed his memories of this day and saw that Hermione behaved differently ever since he came back from confronting the Dark Lord. As the castle got closer and closer, his brain could not come up with a reason as to how in the world that could have any effect on the time loop or Hermione at all. The boy inwardly sighed as he unleashed his silent legilimency probe. He was reluctant to use this power against his friend, but that was unfortunately the most efficient way to understand what was happening. Back in the hospital wing, Harry laid in his bed, not sleeping this time. He was still inside Hermione's head, awaiting the moment she deemed him asleep and moved on to investigate the time turner. He had long noticed the device was getting older with each use, but after some reading in the library and seeing they could work fine for centuries, he never deemed it a concern. But what has happened now? What did the little magical trinket do to make the loop reset again, without his mind being breached? The time quickly passed, and Harry eventually learned of the croaker's message contents. And now he lay still in bed, deep in thought and despair. If the only known way to escape was to lose his memories. Was there even a point in doing any of this? What good would it do to him for finally escaping the loop? So what if he trained hard until eventually locating all Horcruxes if he had no way to pass it on? Hell, the only thing other than his memories that seemingly went back in time, so far, was the weird connection with the Resurrection Stone and the Elder Wand. What good would come out of that? If he fixed the time loop as the letter suggested, he would no doubt tell Dumbledore about the connection, which would make Dumbledore get cursed as soon as they encountered the ring. Even while knowing it was a dangerous Dark Lord's artifact, he basically lost an arm and most of his lifespan without knowing this. Perhaps he would just die on the spot. The bits of information about dragging others along did not motivate him all that much. The chances of that were abysmal as mentioned in the letter. If luck shined on him, Dumbledore would already be in as he spent decades in mind battles against him. Before he fell further into despair, he reread the letter multiple times. He now understood why he was sent back again last time. Albus must have browsed Hermione's mind too, of course. He could simply steal the time turner next time and be free from more unexpected restarts. But what was the point of it all? After one more reread, a certain sentence caught his gaze. The ones who participated in the faulty trip through time were immune to triggering the restart by just knowing of the situation. The boy's eyes quickly darted towards another sentence. Fragments of the cause of the loop might cause a person to be added to the loop. His eyes snapped open as he exited his mind's library. He just had an idea. If Dumbledore triggered the restart as soon as he accessed those so-called fragments of the cause of the loop, what if Hermione accessed them? Wasn't she immune to triggering restarts herself, as stated in the letter? Keeping in mind the girl's dilemma of confronting him to discuss the letter, he went to the bathroom without even trying to sneak out. Having lived with the Dursleys for years, he knew just how loud he could be without waking up anyone already asleep. While Vernon slept like a log, Petunia was surprisingly a light sleeper. And as anticipated, as he came back from the bathroom, he saw Hermione yawning, awaiting his return near his bed. A piece of parchment was peeking out from her robe's large pocket. "Harry, we need to talk, now." The boy in question nodded to his friend. He had already anticipated this situation from having read her mind just dozens of minutes ago. He sat on one of the visitors' chairs nearby, while Hermione took one from Ron's bedside. The red-headed boy was still deep in sleep, snoring loudly. The room was otherwise empty, besides the hushed voices of two young students discussing. "Harry James Potter, how many times have I warned you about messing with time travel? How could you be so careless to see yourself over the lake? Look at the mess you got yourself into." The boy just kept his gaze on the floor. So far, he only shared the time loop details with her. Nothing about the decades he was already looping. Nothing about the return of the Dark Lord. The soul shard stuck in his forehead, but Hermione was already having trouble keeping her voice down as she stared at him with a judging gaze. A few minutes of more berating of the boy's actions, she finally calmed down somewhat and passed the parchment to Harry. "Here, read this so we are on the same page. Thankfully, it seems simple enough to fix the so-called time flow. Heck, the spell is so simple, even someone as lazy as Ron could learn in a few days." Harry picked the parchment and gave it another read, or pretended to, while he considered his next words. Before he learned of the thing inside his scar, before he met Daphne, he would have gladly taken the easy way out. But alas, now it seemed not an option. He had too much at stake to let fate decide what would happen in his life. He sighed as he put the parchment down. "To tell you the truth, Hermione, I have been stuck in this time loop for a while now. And there are some things I must do, or my escape would be meaningless." "Oh, and do tell, what could be so important to relive the same year over and over? Even the Department of Mysteries failed to find a way to escape keeping the knowledge obtained. Why do you think you will do any better?" Another long sigh escaped the boy's mouth. "Voldemort is coming back. In fact, he will walk this land again at the end of our 4th year." It took a minute for her to process his words. Initially, she wanted to doubt him, yet the seemingly genuine letter from the Ministry about the existence of time loops brought more credit to his words. "I am sure Headmaster Dumbledore would protect us. Perhaps we can contact Mr. Croaker and make him include this in the message. That way, once you escape the loop, we would know what is happening. Then Dumbledore would help." "No, you don't understand. There would be no after. If we would contact Croaker or Dumbledore, the loop would just restart again. Only you are immune due to traveling with me back in time all those years ago. Believe me, Dumbledore learned of this more times than I can count, and every time I just found myself back in time." The girl froze, her gaze filled with worry. "Years. That was just a few hours ago, unless, just how long have you been looping?" Harry roughly counted the books in his library. The quantity of memories was how he estimated the passage of time. He had long abandoned counting the days and loops, especially after that crazy decade stuck, while restarts kept happening over and over. Unfortunately, far too long. The duo sat in silence for a minute, before Harry took his wand to his temple as he pulled a short, silvery string of memories and dropped them in a vial he had transfigured from one of his robe's buttons earlier in the bathroom. Hermione gazed at the silvery liquid with widened eyes. Being clever and well-read, she quickly connected the dots and understood what Harry was doing. "Harry, are you sure? I understand the letter might imply I am immune, but this might trigger another restart anyway. A few people are still disappearing every year due to misuse of time turners. I suspect there might be a limit of sorts to how many loops you can have. After all, with the spell in this letter in hand, it would be easy to return to normal life. The loop would reset one way or another. You should know Dumbledore is quite good at mind arts, but did you know he is browsing the minds of unprotected students? All for the greater good he chases. And yes, while his intentions are certainly not evil, your mere presence near him with that letter in your mind would make him read it as well. And you know what that would cause now. The headmaster would never do that. Looking into Harry's deadpan gaze, she understood no words would change his opinion. What if it was true? If he truly spent years suffering like that? Alone, with everyone just forgetting what he did? How could she just dismiss her friend again? Like when she thought he was sick or crazy due to hearing basilisk words from the walls, or when he suspected someone was going to steal a philosopher's stone. The boy swirled the vial, before stretching his arm forward, offering it to his friend. Don't you want this chance to study without worrying about the passage of time? Perhaps you could even unravel the mystery of the time loops. Didn't you mention wanting to work in the Department of Mysteries after finishing school? As the letter says, only I would need to lose my memories. Hermione took the vial as she stared at the silvery content inside. The offer did sound alluring. Didn't you say last time the loop triggered because of the letter? What caused Dumbledore to read my mind this time? Harry shrugged his shoulders. I would say he always did it, just that the letter only appeared recently. Perhaps the Ministry can see if the time turned has been used too many times. Hermione gazed at her device. It certainly looked older than a few days ago. It might be. Hermione finally had that glint of determination in her eyes. Fine, I will try. If it fails, you will just steal the time turner from me next time anyway, wouldn't you? With those words, she touched the liquid inside the vial and watched as Harry was sent back in time. Of course, it was not as great as using a pensieve. You could only watch memories in this way, not speed them up or slow them down. Even mixing multiple memories in vials would just jumble their contents, not allow selecting each one individually. But for a short memory like this, it was enough. Harry waited in anticipation, and as they had guessed before, this did not trigger another restart. But would this cause her to be included in the loop as well? Only time would tell. I guess we will find out tomorrow. Good night, Hermione. Good night, Harry. As another day arrived, Dumbledore arrived to meet them as usual. Harry tried summoning the Elder Wand in his mindscape first, but unfortunately, this did not prevent Albus from doing the same, and a similar scenario like a few loops ago repeated again. But this time, Harry already knew what it would lead to, so he was more prepared. Just moments after he pushed the headmaster out of his mind, the boy blasted the wall of the castle and jumped out, stopping his free fall only near the ground before running away. At least he planned to. But Dumbledore managed to make a wall of water rise from the Great Lake and block his path of retreat while simultaneously levitating the ruble and fixing the damages to the school. Harry enclosed himself in a ball of fire and ice as he tried to break through the water wall. He had read about this spell from Dumbledore's own book, hence he knew the wall of water should be thin enough for his stunt to succeed. As soon as he passed through, he dashed towards the forbidden forest, recalling the information about the school wards. He knew they spanned roughly equally to all sides from the school, but navigating a forest was bound to be easier to shake off anyone pursuing. Unfortunately, while Dumbledore was not much of a chaser due to his old age, his magic could reach far, like very far, especially in his own turf Hogwarts grounds. Various spells flew towards the boy who dodged them with ease. Alas, they were meant for the trees, boulders, dirt on the ground in the first place. As more and more golems materialized and started chasing him, Harry once again cursed his lack of preparation. He should have rushed and did the ritual to improve his reflexes tonight. With that boost, he should be able to dodge the magical constructs with ease. He sighed as he braced for incoming pain, his body not quick enough to defend against incoming blows. Perhaps it was for the best. While short, this loop brought some answers to light, the ones about the time loop. With luck, he would have a companion, his friend in the time-traveling journey. If not, he just needed to steal the time turner and lock himself in the room of requirement, or even try to escape, seeing his current attempt failing only due to the poor shape his body was in. He knew he could pull this off. Maybe not on the first try, but he felt it was possible. Of course, beating Dumbledore was clearly still way out of his reach, but escaping the unprepared old man, even if he was an archmage, somehow that seemed doable. Now it was not long before he was overwhelmed with numbers, his wand confiscated as he once again fell to Dumbledore's mercy. Then once again, a particular memory was seen from his mind, and the time reverted back to the beginning. Daphne cursed as she was back, once again in her bed. She was getting so bored on that same transfiguration lesson, she even skipped it last time. Heck, she could repeat Professor's words one by one, even without reaching out for a specific book in her mind's library. At least after all those loops and almost sleepless nights, she was somewhat ready. She waved her wand as a blue butterfly appeared, and after a flight around her face landed on her shoulder. She smiled. Getting a corporeal patronus was not too hard after all. All she needed was to choose a good enough happy memory, and she had plenty of them with Harry. Then the girl cast the usual set of sneaking out spells, noise canceling, removing footprints from dusty floors, hiding smell, and finally disillusionment on herself, and leaving her room. She was not that great on that particular spell, but in the dark of the night that was not much of a problem. She scouted the castle slowly the last night and roughly knew where the Perfects, caretaker and his cat, were patrolling. The path towards the Great Lake was clear. Hermione held her nausea as she watched Harry taking care of Dementors with ease. A smile spread on his face. In fact, the boy himself could hardly believe all of this was real. He was no longer alone in this hell of a time trap. The boy occasionally glanced at Hermione's way, confirming she had a different expression than usual. In fact, he hardly looked at the other shore of the lake. If he did, he would have noticed a small blue light chasing the already fleeing Dementors to another direction. Their small experiment last night, or was it tonight? Last tonight. Anyways, it was a success. It felt surreal, even in the world of magic, even for her who already used a time turner every day at school. After all, rather than taking a detour in the past to have some time for an extra lesson, she was now truly back in time. She remembered this scene, and her of the past was not here, as if time truly turned back, rather than her traveling to the past. It was not long before all the Dementors had dispersed, and the two sat near the shore for a chat. While they did have to rush back to the hospital, there was a time frame to follow. After all, their past versions did exist at the time, and they had to time their return right, just after they had disappeared in time, but before Dumbledore locked the doors. Harry was glad, finally having a friend who could remember, and knowing how smart Hermione was, perhaps she would even find a way out of the loop eventually. Without him losing his memories, or at least with a foolproof plan to get rid of the Dark Lord, even before the 4th year ended. The pair sat, while Harry finally opened up and started telling his story. Daphne rushed as she ran towards the other shore of the lake. Countless Dementors were already fleeing away from that exact spot. It was not hard to guess where Harry was. A small blue butterfly flew around her in circles, glowing in blue glow as the Dementors that happened to fly towards her opted for another direction. The girl finally slowed down as she reached the other shore. Faint voices could be heard from nearby. Hidden by the bushes, the girl recognized them as she quickly walked towards them. The spells she cast before even leaving her room were still active, her steps silent in the night, her figure blurry, barely visible as a moving chameleon. If they focused on their surroundings more, they would have noticed her, but she managed to come close enough to eavesdrop as she leaned on a nearby tree. Of course, she hoped with all her heart that Harry remembered that it was not only her stuck in this time mess, but she needed to confirm. Slytherins always considered the consequences of their actions. What if Harry had no memories of her? What if the time did not revert again? She listened as he finished his talking of the first loop, of the Harry she used to know before encountering him in summer, of the Dark Lord's return, then of him looping back, learning mind arts, then his decade of suffering against the headmaster. The girl teared up. Her father always warned her to be wary of the headmaster, and she always assumed him to be too paranoid. Now she knew the truth. As the story progressed, and the time he told of his lucky encounter in the night bus, Daphne teared up. It was not the words, but the emotion behind them, the look and longing in his eyes as he told so, that made her undo her spells and rush to the boy. Harry twitched and almost launched a spell at her. Almost. Thankfully, his reflexes were not as good as they once were, so recognizing the rushing girl happened earlier as his abruptly raised wand lowered and eyes widened in shock. But he could not even finish the sentence as their lips overlapped, and he gladly responded in kind. The reunited pair was getting more and more into it, forgetting the onlooking girl, gaping at them as well as the story she heard so far. It was only when their hands were starting to reach towards inappropriate places. A loud harumph interrupted them as they focused on the blushing, bushy-haired girl. Greengrass, Hermione nodded to the girl in greeting, receiving a nod in return. Granger, Daphne's voice sounded slightly awkward. Back then she already was on a first-name basis with the girl. It seemed like it would be some time until they got closer again. As their heated moment passed, the pair sat in a hug as Harry finally asked his girlfriend what he did not finish before. "How are you here, Daph? How come you have memories of the past?" "I believe it's from the time you practiced legilimency. Some stray memories reached me which I dismissed as your bad dreams, and it turns out it was your nightmare, but not a dream, a real one." "Legilimency, that's illegal. You need a permit for that." "I assure you I had my reasons." "But it's against the law. You shouldn't be doing that." "Don't you think getting out of this mess would require breaking a ton of rules anyway, Granger? If you want to be a sucker for rules, you should realize that it did not happen, yet, hence no law was broken." Hermione could only fume in silence in reply. She was always somewhat a slave to rules. Surely she did break them once or twice, or perhaps dozens of times, but only if she had a good justification for herself. Like that time she brewed polyjuice. Perhaps Harry truly had a valid reason. As if suddenly realizing something, the girl checked the time as her eyes widened. "It's too late. Dumbledore should have locked the door by now." Unlike her, Harry did not mirror her panic. "It's not a big deal. We will get chased, our minds read, and the loop would restart again. And you know this because..." Harry stared into the distance. "I might have tried escaping from school a few dozen times. You know, getting my mind read by Dumbledore and dealing with Dementors every single day is quite mentally taxing." "My poor Harry," Daphne hugged the boy stronger. Seeing Harry not minding the incoming reset, the trio just continued sitting on the shore, planning the next inevitable restart, to get somewhere more safe for a longer chat. They did have much to discuss, and getting sent back in time every few hours did not seem like a pleasant experience to either of them. And just after they made arrangements, a group of Aurors rushed at them, capturing them with ease. The girls looked scared, but Harry hardly minded the event. He had experienced this before. In fact, if he had done his reflex enchantment ritual, he would have tried to fight against them, curious if his gained knowledge and experience would be enough to deal with them. Those Aurors were quite competent after all. Only the cream of the crop got assigned as ministers of magic bodyguards. But it was not long before the headmaster intercepted the escorting of prisoners. While shocked at seeing a Slytherin among them, it did not take long for him to do what he usually did. He read Harry's mind, and the loop restarted once again. Daphne was back in her room, a sweet smile on her face. She was somehow getting used to the time looping back now, no sign of nausea on her face. The girl was on cloud 9 ever since she learned of Harry recognizing her, having memories of their time together. And while the time loop issue seemed daunting and scary, she did not mind the challenge, not with Harry by her side. Of course, she was somewhat upset with him for keeping it a secret, but she understood him. If sharing meant the time to reset again, she would have done the same in his shoes. Not wasting any time, she dressed up, cast the standard set of sneaking out spells, and headed out of her room, exactly the same as she did in the previous loop. Only this time, the girl did not rush towards the Great Lake, or even outside the school for that matter, she headed towards the kitchens. While a lot of Hogwarts students, especially younger ones, believed in the magic of their food just appearing from nowhere on headmasters' whims, as they got older all students learned the truth. Magic is not able to create or transfigure food. While it might look like food, taste like food, once eaten, it would not provide the consumer with any nutrients, any calories, and eventually will revert to what it once was. After knowing that, many more curious students had questions appear in their minds. If that is so, where does the food in the Great Hall come from? And after that, more curious ones would uncover the truth easily, either from one of the books in the library or just by asking around. With silent steps, the girl was near the portrait. Then her hand reached out to tickle the pair, and as soon as it started laughing and the door opened, she headed inside. It did not take long for her to ask for some food and meals, and then she was just waiting for house elves to finish cooking and bringing the supplies to her, before she headed for the room of requirements. She was glad to have learned expansion charms. While non-permanent, it certainly helped her bring all that food to the room. The girl sighed as she sat on the bed, a small pile of books near her. She had brought the food, the books from Dumbledore's vault Harry asked her to bring, and she also reorganized the room. Now there were 3 beds and bathrooms, as well as various other areas designated for training, reading, eating, and so on. It was fascinating to see the room provide anything that was asked for. The girl picked up a book to read as she laid on her bed. Unknowingly, her eyes shifted towards the wall as blushed. She had asked the room to provide a secret door connecting her and Harry's rooms, and it did. Pushing her face-heating thoughts aside, the girl immersed herself in the book. She did not feel sleepy, and there were still a few hours before Harry and Hermione could sneak out of the hospital wing. Perhaps a time loop might be a curse in a way, but it was also a great opportunity for learning and experimentation. Daphne was determined to figure out a way to cure Greengrass's family curse that so many had failed for generations. And just a few hours later, they both arrived. Then Hermione was just walking, fascinated with a magical room, testing it out, while Harry and Daphne were enjoying each other's company. Eventually, they got tired and went asleep, deciding to postpone further discussion for the next day. Headmaster Dumbledore entered the hospital wing in a cheery mood, early in the morning. He was glad Harry and Hermione managed to save not only Sirius Black, but Hippogriff too, all while having perfect alibi intact, such good students. Of course, being curious about their troubles last night, he was itching to read their minds of the events that happened. Going towards the familiar ward, his eyes narrowed, seeing 2 empty beds around a snoring Ronald Weasley. Perhaps too much Dementor exposure and they got put to another ward. Has something happened? The old man rushed to meet Madame Pomfrey, who would be more in the know. "Good morning, Headmaster." "Good morning. Is Mr. Potter and Miss Granger all right? I had not seen them in their beds. Perhaps you discharged them early." The Mediwitch had to frown in response. "I am afraid not. I was about to go check on them. You know I am not a morning person." Headmaster's glasses twinkled as he was seemingly deep in thought, before relaxing and continuing the conversation. "I confirmed they are still inside the school grounds, but I am not sure where." "Well, they would get an earful from me for discharging themselves without telling me. It's dangerous to just walk around after such close proximity to Dementors. What if they faint and fall off the stairs? You know just how dangerous this school can be, Albus." "Yes, you are right. I will go bring them back for a checkup." Frowning, Albus left the ward and headed back to his office. There he had a complex ward which allowed him to track any person in school. In fact, it was this very ward that marauders somehow managed to key their map into. Of course, the school personnel were numerous, so the headmaster rarely bothered to look at all the numerous students, pets, rats, ghosts, and all the numerous creatures in the school. Rather, he just focused on 2 names, Harry Potter and Hermione Granger, as the hologram of the school appeared. Yet he frowned, not seeing the boy and the girl anywhere. A wave of a wand later, the hologram shimmered and countless shades of students appeared, then quickly walked backwards and backwards. until eventually two of them started glowing in a bright cyan light. Headmaster paused the playback as he realized where they were. The two glowing holograms were wandering near the poster, which displayed a wizard teaching trolls how to dance, up on the 7th floor. He murmured, deep in thought, the room of requirements. Now that has complicated things. The room was so elusive it was not even fully in the wards. But the only entrances out of it were back on the 7th floor or in his brother's tavern, which thankfully had a ward at the entrance. He would know if they used it, if they even knew of its existence. Which meant they would come out on their own once they run out of food. Or he could go and guess the room they were in, even if it was some complex scheme like his own password vault. Just thinking something like Dumbledore's secret room would actually materialize the door. It was that it was locked for those that did not meet the conditions specified, and would disappear upon even the slightest damage. At least that was as far as Headmaster himself had tested. With that thought in mind, the headmaster stepped out of his office and rushed towards the 7th floor. The room Harry is in, such a simple sentence, but enough to materialize the door. Yet it was locked. Albus knocked for a minute, but no one opened from the other side. Unknowingly for him, Harry had cast silencing charms from the inside. A dozen minutes later, with no response, the headmaster could only order one of the elves to watch over the door and notify him when anyone got out before heading back to the Great Hall. Unfortunately for him, this was only the start of his problems. That day later in the day, he was notified that besides Harry and Hermione, one other student was missing. A Slytherin student, Daphne Greengrass. It took nearly the whole day for Harry to retell the important parts of his time travels to the listening duo. There were various interruptions, giggles, shock, and tears, but he was finally done with the story. Thankfully, most of it was about the last long loop he had, where Daphne could fill up most of the details besides the things he hid from her, mainly the time loop-related things and the Horcruxes. Still, the boy was glad to speak about it. It was that good feeling of just someone else knowing your problems, someone else caring, that made it all the better. The girls were tired from such nerve-wracking knowledge and went to bed early. Harry, meanwhile, just read the books from Dumbledore's vault before doing the same. It was enough talking for the day. As the next day arrived, Harry was amused finding Daphne in his bed. She certainly made good use of that shortcut in the wall. Some time later, the trio all were awake and eating, with more discussions among them. They talked of the future that is to come, how to best utilize their time, how to survive encounters with mind readers like Dumbledore and Severus Snape around, as well as their goals for what they wanted to achieve. They all agreed that getting rid of the Dark Lord was a pressing matter, regardless if they found a way to escape the time loop with Harry keeping his memories or not. Besides those two goals, Daphne also wanted to find a way to cure her sister's illness, the so-called curse of the Greengrass family. After much discussion, they figured out a way to escape the school, which was a pressing concern. With 3 of them, they would run out of food in a few weeks or so. Of course, just repeating the food hoarding and staying inside the room was an option, but eventually they would get bored of the place. Eventually, there would come a time when they needed more resources, either for potions or for rituals, or even more books, not ones from Hogwarts library, the ones the room could not provide, as well as more varied combat training. As good as the dummies provided by the room were, they could never be as smart as an actual wizard. For Daphne, it was simple being a pureblood heir. Neither headmaster nor her head of house tried to enter her mind, as she did have somewhat decent occlumency shields. No doubt they could if they tried, but they simply had no good reason to do so and attract. Hermione was the weakest link of the group. Luckily for her, there was a good book on mind arts in the room, as well as her 2 other friends to help her learn. Then Harry offered to lend his cloak to her, so she could bypass Dumbledore the same way he did. As for the boy himself, he figured he was good enough to just escape the school. Yes, he did agree to research more about artifacts and their links, as well as meditate to perhaps one day sever the link with Elder Wand, or at least make it not trigger with Dumbledore reading his mind. After all, they still had no idea just how many Horcruxes Voldemort had made, and only knew the identity of 4 of them. one of them being a potentially accidental one in Harry's forehead. And so days had quickly passed, with the trio spending time together, reading, training, chatting, preparing for the next loop, which hopefully would be much longer. Studying, dueling practice, reading, learning. That's how most of the days in the room of requirement went for the trio. Of course, chatting among themselves too. It's been quite a few loops already, a few years even, perhaps even more time has passed. No one counted the loops anymore. Daphne Greengrass and Hermione Granger were sitting and reading in comfortable armchairs, while occasionally flipping pages as well as casually chatting. After all, this loop was not a serious studying loop. It was one to relax, or mainly to see how it goes for one certain boy. Say, Daph, do you think Harry will succeed this time? The blonde girl rolled her eyes as she replied. Have more faith in him, would you? Do you think it's that easy to escape from the school? Not for us, but for someone with Harry's skill set. It should be doable, only if he didn't keep making stupid mistakes. Oh yeah. How could he have known Dumbledore had not one, but multiple tracking charms on him, even one on Hedwig? Hermione sighed. I guess you are right. Neither could he have expected the headmaster to spin this up as someone stealing the boy who lived, to cause the ministry to look for him as well. Then even all the muggles too. Daphne's eyes glinted mischievously. Wanna bet he succeeds this time. You know he learned just a trick for all those failures. I know that look in your eyes, Daph. Don't beat around the bush, just spill it out. What he could have learned we hadn't seen yet. The blonde girl pouted, but put her book away, suddenly more interested in Hermione's facial expression. You sure like spoiling my fun, don't you, Hermione? Fine, he became an animagus. Thud, a book Hermione was reading dropped on the floor as the girl practically jumped out of her armchair, eyes wide with disbelief. Animagus. I thought you were supposed to be outside for it to work, you know, in the moonlight. Daphne just smirked in response. She was certainly enjoying this. Or you can just ask the room for a window. But what about the lighting? I don't remember there being any lightning storms during the days we're looping at. The blonde girl raised an eyebrow. Did you not read one of Dumbledore's books about rituals? Hermione's eyes widened. You don't say, the one which is marked as illegal, which is even underlined multiple times, which caused that great storm due to delaying it all the time a few decades back, whose creator was put in Azkaban and died there. Daphne slowly clapped her hands. That's right, you got it. Hermione furrowed her brows as she glanced accusingly at her friend. I suppose I would have heard the thunder, if only someone's room was not soundproofed for some reason. Daphne blushed and picked her book back up. I suppose Harry did not want to disturb you with the thunder. Yes, certainly, which is why he recast the charm every day. With her words, the blonde girl's face was as red as Weasley's hair, and she suddenly became even more interested in her book. The duo continued reading in peace, until the brunette broke the silence again, just a few minutes later. I never asked, what is his animagus form? Daphne glanced up from her book, then seemed to ponder before replying. I am not sure. I looked at all the books in the library together with Harry, and we never found one that matched his form. If I had to describe it, it was some sort of mix between the Stral and a phoenix, like a horse, but with flaming wings and black flames. Hermione just gaped mouth open as she quickly searched her own mind library. Yet, among the books she had read, there was no such creature. I see. Unfortunately, I do not know what that is either. Why do you think this would help him escape this time? Daphne smiled, being prideful about her boyfriend. He tested it out, and it seems it allows him to apparate while in that form, even under Hogwarts wards. I doubt anything else would hold him down. Hermione sighed. She expected as much from that, like a phoenix part. I see. I doubt he can get caught so fast again, unless he itches for a fight. Daphne snapped back. Don't jinx it, though he probably does. The duo once again continued their reading in silence, both wondering how it would turn out for the boy who lived and lived and lived in a loop. The rest of the school was deep asleep, yet just an hour ago, Dumbledore woke Hermione to check if she knew where Harry went, so she had the time to slip into the room while the headmaster was busy dealing with the Harry is missing problem. Now a few hours have passed since then. Soon she would need to return to the school for breakfast and lesson attendance and hope she will not slip up again in her mind defenses. That's right, a few of Harry's failed attempts were due to her. A dozen hours or so before, just at the start of the loop, Harry and Hermione were running towards the school. "Are you sure you're gonna try to escape again, Harry? It did not work well last time, did it not?" The black-haired boy let out a sigh before replying. "It's not like I could have expected Dumbledore to have a damned blood ward that tracked my location, could I? Since he has my blood, I can't really dispel it, only divert it. Which I am going to do as soon as I am a good distance away from the school grounds. Besides, I have more experience now. Surely I can at least last a couple days longer." "Still, can't you stay in the room for a few more loops? You know, more reading, more practice never hurt anyone. All your escapes so far only lasted a few days at most." The brunette received a glare from the boy. "In fact, I finished most of the books in Hogwarts already. Well, most of the ones about magic, spells, time magic, etc. You know, the remaining books about magical beasts, fantasy novels, and so on, do not seem to improve me all that much. I still read them, but more like just to pass time or for ideas. I am not learning much I can use from them. Heck, I read more Muggle books than magic ones nowadays. The dueling in the room is likewise just not good enough anymore. It seems the room cannot keep upping the difficulty. Have you been reading all this time? Why haven't you noticed I wasn't dueling much nowadays?" Hermione blushed and averted her gaze. "It appears I did somehow knowing there is infinite time for books makes me lose myself in them quite too often. You know, I just love reading." Harry's eyes narrowed. "That is a nice hobby to have, but I do hope you kept up with your occlumency training. Or should I remind you that my last failed escape was due to you getting distracted and mind-read by Snape of all people?" The girl tilted her head down in shame. "Sorry, I never expected him to glance into my eyes, then continue his shouting as usual during the lesson, while still somehow keeping the mind link active, only to start reading my current thoughts at the end of the lesson. Right, he's not as strong as the headmaster head-on, but a way more slippery fellow, truly like a snake." Scenery passed by the duo quickly, and now the school doors were quite close by. "Are you going out at midnight again?" "Yes, it would take some time to divert the tracking charms. Then I would have some head start while headmaster sleeps." "Good luck, Harry." "Thanks, you too, don't get caught off guard this time." The conversation went into silence as they were already inside the building. Soon, they followed the original plot and ended up in the hospital wing once again. As midnight approached, most of the people in school were fast asleep, except the dozens of upper years spending the time sneaking out to dates, exploring the castle for some unoccupied broom closets, or just up to mischief, setting up pranks for the next day. Though not one of them noticed a slight ripple in the air. The disillusionment charm, even when mastered, was not perfect, especially when moving the invisibility cloak was left with Hermione, and there was no time to make another one besides. Those other invisibility cloaks were also with certain flaws, unlike the deathly Hallow artifact. Soon Harry was far away from school, in the Forbidden Forest. Perhaps only the gatekeeper of school could possibly see him here, and Harry already checked along the way. His half-giant friend was asleep in his hut. Harry could not see anything nearby with his transfigured night vision, so he undid the spell and immersed himself into his inner animal, his animagus form. The boy got on all fours as his limbs seemingly shrunk and elongated, as if made of lean bones, as some black feathers sprout in between them. In moments the transformation was complete, and a horse-like beast stood in the boy's place. The feathers burst into black flames, got brighter as seconds passed, until become extinguished like a candle flame. Then the forest was dark again. Only the weird flickering indicated there was some burning inside. Yet black flames melded perfectly into the night. Harry sighed in his mind, not capable of doing so in his current form, as he lamented that while apparating past wards was cool, Transformation taking so long made it not that great overall. The black flame flickered, and then the woods were empty once again. Back in London, the boy appeared in a secluded way and started puking to the side. It seems like every new kind of magical transportation is not good for my stomach, especially on longer distances. Well, I got used to apparition, I will get used to this thing too, whatever it's called. Moments later, Harry was back in his human self, healing his nausea while setting up some wards in nearby areas. Surely he could easily escape, even survive for days while his search team grew in size. But where was the fun in that? He knew where Aurors started, the hunt for him. Wouldn't it be fun fighting a bunch of them at the same time? Surely a better challenge than the room could provide. Besides, he was just itching for a fight for some reason. Especially with numerous wards in place to aid his escape if necessary, which would be especially needed when Dumbledore flamed in. He tended to do that quite a lot during his skipping school attempt loops. Soon Dumbledore's Aurors squad will storm here looking for him. He will be ready then. After all, this was not the first loop he has fought them at this specific place. He just came here way earlier than usual. Dumbledore rubbed his eyes as he stared on his tracking devices. Such a weird thing for them to malfunction like that. A loud beep woke him up. One showed Harry was in London. Another was showing he's still in the hospital bed. Surely the first one was broken for some reason. Yes, just as he looked it went dim and then started switching over a myriad of locations. Still, one could never be too careful. So he grumpily dressed up and walked down the rotating stairways towards the hospital wing. It was likely a false alarm. Then he had to fix the charms, the wards, the spells, and move on with his dreams, which were just getting to the good part too. Yet as soon as he entered the hospital wing, he felt that something was wrong. Harry's bed lay empty, the boy nowhere in sight. A quick check on the hospital restrooms, then consulting the school wards, even waking up Madame Pomfrey, and all his dreams faded away. The boy was out of school somehow. With a wave of his hand, a silvery light gathered into a phoenix form, and the headmaster's patronus soon flamed away towards his ally who could help, Aleister Moody, as he himself rushed down into the dungeons. Sirius Black was just finishing his meal at a nice Muggle restaurant he knew. He was glad even after so many years away. This place still served delicious food. He finished penning a letter for his godson and passed it to his owl, then looked as it flew. Not towards Hogwarts. A few empty blinks followed before the man grinned and grabbed his wand from the table. He is James' son after all. Only he would do something so stupid as trying to follow me. A look of deep longing lingered in his eyes as even a single tear dropped down. He brushed his face and grinned once again like he did in his youth. Well, time to check what my godson is up to. Moments later, he was nowhere to be seen. Just a nice stack of Muggle cash on top of the table, mostly tips for such a nice service, and the cost of the meal. None of nearby Muggles realized their most wanted, serial killer, was among them. His illusion spells did the trick. Neither they noticed him eating there, nor they had seen a huge dog leaping out of the open window into the night. Dozens of red beams shooted towards the lone boy, yet he simply stepped aside, stopped for a second, then sneezed, somehow still avoiding the spells. Harry rubbed his nose, wondering if he failed to dodge some curse, or perhaps someone was speaking behind his back. He did leave school grounds way faster than usual. It was bound to cause some changes. A simple act of remembering his pursuers' aiming strategy from their initial encounter helped him during the start of the fight, which left the group of Aurors in a daze. Well, but not all of them were rookies. A sickly-looking white beam passed and nearly touched the boy, only for a quickly risen stone to block it midway. The boy's gaze narrowed. This was a different attack than last time. Was it due to him showing off for a moment? A butterfly effect like that? Ah yes, most likely it was the magical eye seeing through his skin and predicting his movements based on muscle tension, like seeing the way he was going to dodge, so Aleister Moody changed his attack accordingly. As the onslaught of spells continued raining, Harry heard them bickering among themselves. "Mad-Eye, are you trying to kill the boy?" "Shut up, Kingsley. He's clearly under someone's control. No way a duck that young could be that good. Now assume the worst and put that wand up to good use." Before any more conversation could take place, the two men had to duck away in curses as a rain of icicles assaulted them. Harry Potter was not playing games there. The two men exchanged glances and Kingsley switched to more powerful spells. Alistair was never holding back in the first place. Seeing their most senior members doing so, the other Aurors followed, though most were falling quickly getting caught by icicles or even the random spells Harry casually deflected their way. The boy himself was smiling. This was the part where he failed last time. A group of trained Aurors coming at you was not a joke. Even Voldemort back in his prime rarely engaged such groups solo, especially ones with a lot of senior members. Still, it was not the mob Aurors who got him. It was mainly Mad-Eye and his pupils. His school robes flickered as he deflected incoming spells from one side, while repairing his shields on the other, constantly moving out of harm's way, wandlessly floating random debris around to block another spell or two. Counterattacking was an art in itself. All you needed was to keep calm and do not rush blindly. When two equally matched duelists fought, it was usually the ones who lost their cool that lost first. Unstable emotions led to mistakes, which a clear-headed opponent could exploit. At least that was what most dueling books said, yet one versus many. Harry could hardly find an opportunity to cast a spell back, though now only the senior Aurors were left, and MS Tonks. The rest were on the floor, unconscious, lightly wounded, or healing the others and calling for backup. Harry cursed as he quickly melted the icicles closest to him and moved the puddle of water under his feet, before refreezing it to slip away, dodging a metamorph magus girl who transformed her body parts to some chimera-like assortment of creatures. She was faster than he could react. In a way, it was what got him last time. Now he knew what to expect and could prepare better. It was not always the faster opponent who won the duel. If you could predict where and when and how they would move, it was possible to dodge or intercept and overwhelm them. Harry noticed his still ongoing icicle rain finally breaking Kingsley's shield, as he deflected incoming spells from newly arriving wizards, unaware he was capable of that, towards Senior Auror at speed. The older man cursed as he realized he could not repair his shield in time, and he was not that good at deflecting such a volume of spells coming at him. Deflecting spells in general was in fact quite an advanced skill. Just how deep were the boy's understanding of magic to be able to achieve such a feat? Still, he did not waver or panic. His trusted comrade was by his side, and as expected, Mad-Eye Moody managed to protect his former pupil just fine, before his magical eye quickly spun around as if anticipating something. And yes, Harry accounted for that split moment, just to distract the best of the bunch. After all, a short moment was all you needed. Nymphadora charged towards the boy as he kept rising ice walls around him, as if trying to intercept her and protect himself, yet in actuality, he was just leading her, as she certainly chose the shortest paths to avoid the walls, not noticing that they were simply here to block the boy's hand for a few moments, as he weaved a complex spell into the floor. In fact, it was one of the spells he prepared before any Aurors arrived, and kept holding it near completion all the time in his mind. Just as she jumped on him, the spell was done. Metamorphogi were partly made of magic itself. When transfiguring themselves freely, they used ambient mana to perform their transformation, as well as to support their additional features like muscles and abilities. What would happen when one simply turned the mana off? Moments before impact, Tonks felt something wrong as she slowly started transforming back. Harry smirked as he trapped her in the mud, before retrieving her wand and raising a wall to block the assault of spells. Less lethal now. Perhaps Moody did like his latest pupil. The boy frowned as he felt someone magical step through his temporarily placed ward. He squinted his eyes and saw a dog. Wait, was that serious? He quickly moved his gaze away as he felt another burst of powerful magical energy, even before it broke his detection ward. A familiar magic, in fact. a magical signature that ruined countless of his escape attempts. A small ball of flame opened up to reveal Fawkes and the headmaster himself, along with Severus Snape. Harry did have wards in place to slow him down upon arrival, but it won't be long now. The boy grimaced. It looked like his fun fighting was over. He certainly could not beat Dumbledore with all those people around. Perhaps his escape was for fewer days this time, yet at least the duel was longer this time around. And he couldn't even apparate away due to the spells that he needed to keep blocking. Suddenly he heard gasps and felt the amount of magic coming towards him decrease significantly, moving towards someone else. Surprised, the boy turned around. Sirius was there, to the horror of the people present. The so-called most wanted man of Britain, the right hand of Voldemort. Well, not many people actually knew he was innocent. Certainly Dumbledore forgot to share this with his followers. After all, even the man himself only learned of this yesterday, or so he claimed. The Azkaban escapee was standing over Nymphadora, glancing at her face with recognition from time to time. As he shielded her from the incoming spells, Aurors were still launching waves of spells towards them. And perhaps one of them did not see Nymphadora on that spot when aiming for Harry, which caused Sirius to break his disguise and defend his cousin. Harry noticed most of the spells now were not even coming his way, but towards his godfather. Perhaps they thought he was the one controlling Harry Potter. After all, that was fitting for the so-called Voldemort's most trusted spy. Thankfully, not many Aurors were in any shape to fight. Alastor seemed to be clutching a wound on his side, and Kingsley was knocked out. And it looked like his godfather was great at dueling, or at least at keeping the dozen exhausted Aurors at bay. Harry snapped back from his stupor. He did not want to see his godfather get harmed because of him. He knew it did not matter due to the loop, but he just couldn't help but want to protect him. A quick glance at newcomers, he was somewhat relieved. As Dumbledore was still getting rid of the dozens of wards, he placed all specifically targeting the headmaster, and only the ones that took him longest to remove based on past escape attempts. Still, it would only take a few minutes. Severus, meanwhile, joined the few Aurors remaining to launch spells towards Sirius. So Harry stood by his godfather's side, exchanging a nod in greeting while he joined casting shields over both of them, remembering to include Tonks in the Aegis as well. With his godson by his side, Sirius Black even had some time to catch his breath for a quick chat. "You fought well, James would be proud of you, but you shouldn't have come here. Apparition is blocked. Once Albus finishes whatever he's casting over there, we're certainly doomed. You shouldn't have followed me, Harry." The boy just smiled in response. "What if I told you I could, with some extra time, get us out of there, Sirius?" His godfather glanced back at the unconscious girl. "Are you serious? With her too? Gotta keep Andromeda's child safe. Heck, I do not even know her name. I have been locked away far too long, but those facial features certainly resemble her a lot." Harry interrupted his babbling. "No, you're serious. I am Harry. And yes, all I need is a few uninterrupted seconds." Sirius chuckled at the word play he himself used a ton during school days. He nodded, deciding to trust the boy. Then his eyes glinted as he let Harry block spells alone for a while, as he himself poured nearly all his magic inside a spell of his own, as thick walls of dirt rose all around them. Even the opening at the top was closed off. Heck, they would die of suffocation eventually if no one opened the box. Sirius was panting as he turned around, only to see Harry's transformation complete. Being one himself, he recognized what it was as he quickly ran closer to Tonks to touch the boy. "Animagus." He looked up towards the dirt above, as if looking past that, past the sky into heaven. "Your son truly followed in your footsteps. I am so proud of him. I hope you're seeing this too, James." His eyes teared up as the trio flamed away to the Black Mansion, using the black flames. Just in time, as nearly moments later, one Albus Dumbledore was frowning and massaging his beard while looking at an empty box with a hole blown in the side. He felt a somewhat familiar magic just seconds ago. "A phoenix." Fawkes let out another chirp as Dumbledore cast a bunch of charms to double-check his blood ward. They flamed away, but it doesn't say where. I don't understand this. The ward has no mistakes. I should know where Harry is. Unless. A glint appeared in his eyes, perhaps the flame of the phoenix reflected in his eyes. Of course, Fidelius. That would make sense. The Black family, they had a place. Of course I am affected as well. His eyes dropped as he realized now he had no way of reaching the boy. Of the remaining direct members of the family, who would be keyed into wards, and on his side Sirius Black, as well as Andromeda Tonks. Oh, wait. She was exiled from the family due to marrying a muggle. He cursed and beckoned Moody and Severus to his side. The only one who could tell them where exactly the trio went was in the cruelest cells of Azkaban. None other than one of the most vile witches alive, Bellatrix Lestrange. Sirius Black KIDNAPS, and PUTS the boy who LIVED under IMPRUS. The main page of Daily Prophet had an eye-catching title as usual, as well as a magical photo of Harry and Sirius facing off dozens of Aurors. Well, a few of them. The others were seemingly unconscious. Daphne raised an eyebrow. Not due to the propaganda, she expected as much, yet Sirius, how had they met like that? This never happened on previous escape attempts. She casually raised her eyes towards Gryffindor table, which was the loudest by far, and briefly met Hermione's gaze. That was enough for her to read her facial expression, the same wonder of what Harry was up to this time, as well as the pain of having to keep her persona intact by arguing with those supporting the paper, as well as repeating that Harry's godfather did nothing wrong. Daphne resumed her meal by slicing another piece of crepe. A piece of strawberry was poking out from where she sliced it with a knife. Then the girl stabbed the berry with the fork, together with the piece she just cut, then dipped it into a mix of soy cream and blueberry jam and swallowed the bite with satisfaction. Her table-mates were looking weirdly at her meal. They never have seen such a thing in Hogwarts. It was like a pancake, but so thin. Say, Daph, what is that you're eating and how did you get it? Tracy Davis leaned forwards to her best friend, suddenly no longer interested in her own breakfast plate or the newspaper. Sure, propaganda conspiracy theories were fun once in a while, but she, like most of the Slytherins, knew that most of the news were just what people paid to be printed. Daphne smiled on hearing something new. If she chose to eat what she usually did, she would have to relive the same questions, same answers, generally a boring day for her. Now, by showing something else to everyone she was likely to speak with today, like a butterfly flapping its wings, it changed people a little, and that led to most conversations to change as well. The blonder-haired girl mentally thanked whoever it was that left a French cookbook in the room of requirements and smirked as she gazed into her friend's eyes. Then she raised an eyebrow. Crepes, haven't you ever heard about them? The girl's eyes twinkled with familiar words, as they also glinted with mischief. She heard that Daphne somehow said the name of the dish quite loudly, loud enough not only for her, but half the table to hear, and understood why she did so. Soon half-elves received more and more orders for those crepes. As the dish name spread to other tables, they were also happy to make something new for once. After the meal, Daphne and Tracy talked quite loudly, specifically mentioning how the dish was invented by muggles. Then the girls watched half of their table-mates' blissful facial expressions twisting with disgust. It was amusing and also sad. Why did so many pureblood families preach the nonsense that muggles were dirty or something? The blonde-haired girl chuckled as soon as she was out of the view and cast a muffling charm around her, and her friend Slytherins tended to avoid laughing at their own housemates openly. As the two girls laughed while talking, Daphne also had some time to review her plans for today. First were the lessons, which was basically like a filler for today. She spent the time zoned out, training her occlumency inside her mind's library, while her body moved on autopilot, accomplishing the trivial tasks of school lessons. Last night was a nightly escape to Room of Requirements to chat with Hermione, as well as do more reading. For the free time in between those activities, there was some hanging out with Tracy. Then there was enough free time to mix up another potential cure for Astoria. Those resets were kinda neat in a way, that she could splurge all her savings on ingredients, Then do it again and again, every loop. Ah, the delivery house elf for those expensive things should have dropped it on her bed by now. She hoped this one worked. The first thing she mixed up just made the disease disappear, only to come back twice as strong a day later. But thanks to that, she could read up more, actually understand why it happened, and come up with countermeasures, which was what potion invention was all about. If they ever escaped this stupid loop, she hoped she could heal her sister. Nymphadora Tonks was feeling groggy as she slowly woke up from a daze. Her whole body was in pain, eyes still closed, but mind finally awake. Let's see, I was on an assignment to capture Harry Potter of all things, given to me as a secret mission from none other than Mad Eye himself, and then a youngling still not out of Hogwarts beat me and a bunch of Aurors. Yeah, right, as if I clearly just overdrunk yesterday and now suffer from my magical hangover. I should not have drunk magical alcoholic cocktails as a metamorph magus. Those certainly hit differently. Still feeling pain, she slowly opened her eyes, then took in the unfamiliar environment, before quickly shutting them back close. Yup, definitely a hangover. Not on a couch at some spooky, unclean house. Or did I sleepwalk there? Where the heck am I? Why did that old lady in the portrait feel familiar? The young Auror was about to try waking up and seeing where she was, yet the somehow familiar voice brought her attention. Was that Harry? No way. Slowly her ears elongated, becoming better at distinguishing sounds as she weakly extended her arm to massage her now increased headache. And that is how I came to be at London tonight. Yup, this is definitely Harry Potter speaking, or someone mimicking his voice with something like Polyjuice. Damn, maybe that fight was real after all. The kid knows how to fight, huh? Still, it looks like I missed some interesting conversation there. More sounds followed. Perhaps whoever Harry was speaking to was finally done hugging him or something. Nymphadora still had trouble differentiating those soft sounds, but it felt familiar to that. I never thought it was so serious. You look like a completely different person, you know. Even though I met you just yesterday, you know you can always count on me, Harry. I am always on your side. Thanks, Sirius, I missed you. Wait, Sirius. Sirius Black. That portrait. That's the cursed relative my mom spoke nightmares about. And this must be Black Family Manor. Sudden silence confirmed her worst fears. Fuck, I just spoke that out loud. Calm pair of footsteps closed in on her location, as the young woman grabbed her wand that was placed on a coffee table nearby, before realization kicked in. If they wanted to harm me in any way, they would have done so already. Perhaps Sirius was innocent after all. Her mother often expressed her doubts. Nice trick with the ears, cousin. Would have been nice to have back in school. Such pranks one could make with that. By the way, how is my sister Andromeda doing? Tonks blushed as her ears reverted back to normal. And her headache seems to have lessened significantly since then. She got out of bed and met her visitors, a lone boy with a famous thunder mark on his forehead, and her cousin she heard so much about. She nodded in greeting to the boy and received a nod back, before turning to her cousin. Nice to finally meet you, Sirius. She stepped closer, now with less fear. She saw no evil in those, just longing, nostalgia, happiness even. Sirius looked quite bad, as one would expect from long years of Azkaban. She reached out and enveloped him in a hug. The man certainly needed some warmth after suffering Dementors for so long. He grinned and hugged her back. Nice to see you too, Nymphadora. Tonks rolled her eyes. Of course, Harry told him her name, and the fact she did not like it. If stories of him her mother told were true, he will stick with that for a long time, especially if she mentioned she did not like it. You must be hungry after so long. Come, we ordered some pizzas. They should arrive soon. Nymphadora rolled her eyes. Here's the most wanted man alive, casually ordering pizzas for home delivery. Why the hell Ministry never seemed to catch him? Hermione walked out of the Owlery Tower with a small package under her arm. It looked small, but in fact she shrunk those dozens of books as much as the spell allowed. She still felt guilty spending her college savings funds, even though she knew it did not matter. A lot of things in this loop never did. She bought a bunch of more reading material. The books in Hogwarts were running out, so she could easily just buy more. Of course, the magical books market was scarce. It was easy to copy books with magic, yet the small population of wizards meant there were not that many books at all being made, especially useful ones. So she ordered some muggle ones as well. Physics, string theory, anything time travel related. Yes, even fantasy ones, perhaps they could give her some idea to follow, some way of trying to escape the loop. She was also buying some geography books of cool places to see. Harry shared what little memories he got from Voldemort or his memories the headmaster or Professor Snape gave him. When he had that long loop up until the end, they surprisingly showed him many memories related to Tom Riddle. So she was also looking for views, matching it with memories, and trying to locate the places of importance from them. It took some time, but she managed to find Gaunt's shack's location. Surely it was probably magically hidden or something. But did wizards bother hiding the mountain in the distance? A forest? A lake? The answer was no. So using the views, various photos, you could sometimes find the place you needed. If only Harry asked the headmaster where it was in the first place. Among the information the headmaster shared, there was also another interesting place, a cave of sorts. There were no visuals, just some intel of Death Eaters visiting the place together with Tom Riddle, as well as Dumbledore's own suspicion that it might be a place where one of the Horcruxes were hidden, though he never found the cave himself yet. Hermione already had a dozen of possible locations, but it was possible after reading those photo collections she would add more. Checking just dozens of places was certainly easier than looking for a place like a needle in a haystack. After all, she could not rely on those other two. They certainly spend much time just enjoying each other's company rather than working on those problems. Hermione sighed. What a mess Harry has got himself into. Still, she was glad to be part of this, especially for that unlimited reading time. Heart-shattering screams spread from a secluded cell in Azkaban as interrogation of one particular prisoner continued. The one and only Bellatrix Lestrange. Dumbledore watched with a deep frown on his face as self-proclaimed interrogation expert. Severus Snape administered various vials as well as various spells, most of his own creation. Unfortunately, truth serums and mind reading did not work against Fidelius' charm, so one had to resort to more old-fashioned ways of getting to know the truth. And he couldn't say it wasn't working. Bella was in fact screaming, pleading for mercy, just that glint in her eyes. It was as if she was in fact enjoying this. Perhaps she was somewhat masochistic. A loud clang of the cell doors made the duo turn around. Bella was already facing the door, though based on the tears and bliss on her face, she might have not even heard it. Told you, Albus, you won't be getting anything of worth out of her. You think we never tried this after capturing her? She screams a lot, but just look at her face. That murderer is just enjoying this. Dumbledore let out a sigh as he addressed the cell's newcomer. And here I hoped, how is the search going? Alistair rubbed his forehead. Albus and his tasks were giving him headaches 9 times out of 10, this one being a particularly severe one, and he even drank the headache cure before heading out. We in fact found a muggle who had seen them. It was a pizza delivery person, but weirdly enough he was not obliterated and remembers them. Even the rough location, some backwater district even among muggles, alas, we, of course, failed to find where exactly it is, as it's under Fidelius. Yes, that charm is quite powerful. It appears they are ordering food, and perhaps sharing the location without a care in the world for those muggles. Perhaps some Aurors could join the place they're ordering from and take care of orders for a while. Moody's magical eye could not actually express emotions, but even its stare felt like a deadpan glare. You expect those fools to waste time on doing muggle jobs. What if they order from somewhere else? I must be behind the times of the muggle world. Last I checked, ordering was not that common. I suppose that makes sense. They always improved quicker than us. Still, it's our only lead for Harry and Sirius. A loud cackling interrupted the duo. So that's why you want Black Family Mansion's location. to capture my dearest cousin, Sirius." More laughter followed, and just before the trio of wizards raised their wands to silence her, she spoke up again. "Fine, I will tell you. You have entertained me so much today, almost as good as my lord. No wonder he liked you," she winked at Severus, then looked around the cell and sighed. "Please bring my dear cousin back there. I miss hearing his screams. My childhood home, which is at Grimmauld Place 12, is where you might find him." As the secret was shared, Fidelius no longer clouded the memories of the trio present. They exchanged quick glances and quickly went out of the cell, leaving the giggling Bellatrix behind. "It's that place. I remember visiting a few times, even before I became a headmaster. I suppose they recast the charm since then." "Albus, they got away under a full team of Aurors and anti-apparition wards. Why do you think we stand a better chance now? It's not just random temporary wards at that location. It's a damn Black family house. The wards of that place must be tough." Dumbledore pondered just for a moment. "I doubt they are expecting us. I can take care of myself. As for running away, magical teleportation of that kind uses a lot of magical power. We just need to keep tracking and following. Or do you think they know another place under Fidelius? I doubt it. We will strike at midnight, the day after school ends. Severus, I would appreciate some Felix Felicis if you could brew some. I noticed tonight is suitable for brewing it." Both men nodded, and then Albus touched Severus and flamed away back to the school. Moody stared at the place they had been, before spatting on the floor. "Sure, the most secure prison for wizards. I knew it. Criminals are better dead than in this place. Still, better not to report Dumbledore's trick or a mountain of paperwork would kill me." Still lampooning, he slowly walked towards the entrance of Azkaban. It will be a while before he will be able to apparate back to the ministry, as the prison did in fact have a lot of wards preventing that. Near a tapestry of a weirdo among wizards who teached trolls to dance there was an empty wall. An empty wall in an empty corridor. But wait, a door suddenly appeared, before closing, as if someone invisible entered inside. "Hey, Daph, took you long enough." The blonde-haired girl rolled her eyes, before remembering she had to dispel the disillusionment charm, muffling charm and other charms first. So she did just that, then rolled her eyes again, just to get the point across. "You have a superior invisibility artifact, and let me remind you, the Slytherin common room is in the dungeons, while Gryffindor is on the same floor as this place." Hermione put down her book as she focused on her friend while sighing. "Yes, but a different tower, still a few staircases away. Someone's not in a good mood. Spill it. What happened to Astoria this time?" Daphne plopped down on an armchair near the brunette. "I failed again. It worked for an hour or so, but then the curse just ate up the cure, so to speak, and it got stronger." "So your sister is now?" "She's fine. Madame Pomfrey already looked at her. You could say she's as usual, just with less life left in her, still at the hospital for tonight, but good to go home tomorrow." "Poor girls." Feeling as if Daphne needed it, Hermione came closer and gave her a hug. "Thanks, Myone, but what if I never find the cure? I don't even know how exactly that curse works. It must be a strong one that has survived for generations. Have you read anything about something similar? I did not find much books on curses in there." Hermione did a quick round of search in her mind's library, to no satisfying results. "I am afraid not. Let's ask Harry tomorrow. He did read more than us combined. And based on the newspaper this morning, perhaps there would be something in Sirius's library too. Black family was famous for their dark arts after all." "I hope so." Shortly after, the girls separated and returned to reading. After all, today was the final day at school. Tomorrow they will be back on the train heading home, and will be free of school to visit Harry. Harry was walking around the seemingly endless shelves of books, all dusty, with cobwebs. Yet magical books. He never really explored just how huge this place was when he first visited. He somehow thought it would share a lot with Hogwarts' library. Yet having all of it, he double-checked, and while he found most older Hogwarts books, he realized it only made up like 1/10 of the books in there. Of course, Hogwarts is bound to have a ton of duplicates for all the students. It looked like he had more reading to do. The boy started walking and quickly reading the titles of the books. He would then organize it all in his mind's library, sorting out the book titles based on how useful it seemed, then get to reading. This simple method worked, the main flaw being it was hard to tell if the book was some sort of fiction or real book on magic based on title alone. So some books needed to be resorted as he read. Vernon Dursley was impatient now. Never mind he had to waste the whole day due to that freak of a kid. No, a trip to London was not too bad. He just hated waiting, and he had been waiting for a while now. He already saw some of the weirdos going out of the station, which started like an hour ago. The man grumbled as he massaged his mustache before finally making a decision. No, he will not waste his time here anymore. What if that freak decides to stay with his friends or something? It's not like he had a lot of fun with his relatives. He slowly started the car and started driving out of the station while murmuring under his nose. Could have sent at least a letter to inform us, but those damned freaks use owls for letters. No, it was right of him to not send an owl. Yes, we thought so as well. His eyes widened as he nearly rode in the nearby car. He quickly steered the wheel to regain control before taking a deep breath to calm down. It did not work. Just as the traffic light turned red, he turned back to the source of the voice and bellowed at the old woman who was not supposed to be here. "Who the hell are you, and what are you doing in my car?" Professor McGonagall adjusted her muffling spell, having anticipated such outburst from her observations of the man. Then she calmly replied, "Calm down, Mr. Dursley. I am simply here to inform you that your nephew Harry has run away from school just a few days ago. I am not sure where he is. You wouldn't happen to have seen him recently." Vernon took a few more deep breaths, processing the information. On one hand, he was glad to be rid of the boy, one less mouth to feed. On the other, what if he ended up dead in some alley, and someone somehow connected that the boy was in fact his nephew? Oh, the shame. His facial expression twisted, while he finally decided that he simply did not care. He could always deny any relations to the boy. He was about to smile with satisfaction and call Petunia to inform her of the good news, before he realized he had that woman here with him to dampen the mood. "Haven't seen him since I left him on the train, and I don't care if he's missing or never coming back to us. Now get the hell out of my car." The Transfiguration professor sighed as some spit got on her glasses. She casually rubbed them clean on the seat nearby, before replying, "Very well, thanks for honesty, Mr. Dursley. But if we do find him, he will be returning to you for the summer. Have a nice day." Vernon just grunted and turned around one last time, perhaps planning to shout some more, but the witch was nowhere to be seen. He grunted with satisfaction before starting to hum and drive back home. His family would certainly be happy with the news. Perhaps they can go on vacation somewhere. After all, there will be less expenses this summer. Nymphadora Tonks put down the teacup she was drinking from. It was empty. "Nymphadora, do you want some more tea? Other drinks? Something to eat?" She sighed as she leaned into her armchair. The dust was long since cleaned, and while ancient, it was still very comfy. "No, serious, I am full. Thank you for your hospitality. So Harry came back from the future. That's quite the story. And he apparently can't even share any memories of it. How convenient. Are you teaming up with him to pull a prank on me?" Sirius rolled his eyes, but had to admit, he initially thought Harry was pulling one on him too. No one would use that crazy of a story for this, prophesying Voldemort's return, even knowing where some of his soul pieces are, all his magical skills while being so young. Most importantly, the Quidditch Cup is this summer. We will know if he tells the truth by then. But I personally believe him. Think, how else could he have apparated us here of all places? Only I and that mad woman are supposed to be keyed into the wards, and I hardly believe she could do that while in Azkaban. Yeah, I suppose you're right. So what now? You said you want to invite my mom here for a visit. Yes, Nymphadora. You, her and Harry are all the family I have left. Tonks plummeted deeper into the soft armchair. Of course, he noticed her expression. He just enjoyed watching her suffer due to not liking her own name. Even her mom would happily join in with him on this, but she couldn't just ruin a family reunion just due to her childish whims. Fine. She fished in her Auror uniform pocket and found her phone, a Muggle phone. Sirius was instantly fascinated. Is this one of those bricks Muggles use to chat with each other? Don't you have a magic mirror? Tonks rolled her eyes, before remembering. Of course, he was in Azkaban when mobile phones were first released. Yes, with this I can contact both of my parents. She glanced at the signal. It was barely showing 1 bar, but she still smiled at that. Well, not call, but I can send a message. You know, Sirius, it's weird that this is working at all here. I thought it would be like Hogwarts or the Ministry where it's out of power or there's no signal all the time. Sirius just laughed in response. My father, Orion, always did not like Muggles much, but once he found out he's missing on so much intel due to not having a simple radio working at home, he tweaked the wards somehow to get it working. I have no idea how he did it. I never liked runes and such, but it's likely working due to that. Typical Slytherin shenanigans. Tonks gaped for a moment before typing a quick invitation for her mother to come visit them tonight. And of course, a lengthy explanation that she was safe and sound, that Sirius Black was not a madman nor a serial killer, regardless of what both the magical and Muggle press wrote. And of course, in all caps to not mention this to anyone other than her dad. Cyrus Greengrass frowned as he checked and double-checked Gringotts' statements. For his daughter to suddenly barely have a few nuts in her account, and to spend it all on magical ingredients. He put the letter down and pondered. A scam, a fraud in pricing. No, his Daphne could never fall for that. But she was still so young. What if she fell for someone and that someone is using that to exploit her wealth? That is a possibility, however small. He penned a note to himself to recheck if anyone sold those ingredients somewhere in the black market. Those things were quite rare. If it's a resale, it's bound to be noticed. Suddenly he remembered why the purchase date seemed so familiar. Was that just before the date Astoria had an accident at school? He slapped his forehead. Of course, silly me. She was head over heels trying to cure her sister. With only 3 years of schooling at school, well, I heard Madame Pomfrey already gave her an earful for that. He stood up from his desk and started walking. Yes, he knew he could just apparate wherever he wanted within his mansion's wards, but walking simply led his mind to think better. Besides, he didn't want to become like that joke of a wizard whose muscles atrophied so much he could never walk, only apparate around. But that mixture my older daughter mixed up did do something. Astoria's curse disappeared for a moment, only to flare up stronger later before returning to normal. At least that's how it was last night. I wonder how she is now. I should check on her condition again. A few minutes later, he was already beside her bedroom door. Knock asterisk knock asterisk. Astoria, it's me, can I come in? Go ahead, Dad. The doors opened without a creak as Cyrus stepped inside. Astoria was looking better than she was when he picked her up from the station. How are you feeling now? The girl put down the sketchpad. She was sketching on and smiled in response. Much better, in fact better than usual. Cyrus waved his wand to inspect her condition, then frowned. The curse seemed weaker. What exactly did your sister give you to drink? The blonde-haired girl shrugged. I have no idea. It was at least not as foul as the medicine I usually take. It had a mild strawberry flavor. You know I like strawberries, don't you? Why does my usual medicine not taste like this? Cyrus turned towards the door. I must know what it was. I know she had good intentions, but can you not drink experimental potions? She's only finished 3rd year at school. How much could she know? What if she worsens your condition? Astoria averted his gaze. It's better to try than to live like this. I trust Daph, and so should you, besides. I made her drink it herself first, so I knew it was not a prank or something. I see. I will ask her myself then. Your sister is in her room, isn't she? Astoria just shrugged her shoulders. Probably. Check it for yourself. Cyrus went silent and left the room, closing the door behind. Then he walked towards the room nearby, wanting to have a conversation with that troublemaker. Knock asterisk knock asterisk. Daphne, it's me. Can I come in? Yet there was no response. The man frowned and called louder. Daph, are you here? Continuing silence unnerved him. He frowned and pushed open the door. The room was empty. Looking around, he saw her luggage was almost untouched, as if she did not care for school books or supplies. He saw a mess of some notes which were related to Astoria's curse. Frankly, he could hardly understand what was written inside. Did they really teach this at Hogwarts? 3rd years even. And here he thought Severus Snape was a horrible teacher. Then his gaze found a letter on the writing desk. He picked it up. I am going out to visit my friend. Might sleep over there, so don't expect me home today. Daphne. He frowned before deciding to owl Tracy Davis to ask what this was all about, yet a sudden commotion near the flue attracted his attention. He hurried downstairs towards the living room where the flue was placed. The guest in his home was, in fact, Tracy Davis. Ms. Davis, what are you doing there? Wasn't Daphne with you? Good evening, Mr. Greengrass. I noticed Daphne seemed kind of down lately, so I decided to cheer her up by visiting. Why would you assume Daph was at my place? Cyrus slowly unfolded the letter and handed it to her. Tracy's eyes quickly run over the piece of parchment. Daphne, sleeping over at a friend, but she was not at my place. Her eyes widened as she connected the dots. No way. Did she find another friend besides me? Cyrus had a deadpan look in his gaze. He knew Tracy was Daphne's only friend. But to say that so blatantly, wait. But where was Daphne then? Who was this new friend of hers? The two girls have just arrived at the Black family house, and Sirius Black was giving them a tour around. Wow, just look at this place. So many books. Yes, it's quite a nice library, way larger than the modest one my family has at home. Daphne quickly inspected various random books as they passed by, and her brows furrowed. Although most of the books in here look dark and illegal, I wonder how many of them are about curses. Sirius chuckled at the remark, but he was still grinning. To think Harry invited a girl home already at that age, and oh boy, not one but two. It reminded him of his own school days. Then he turned towards the blonde girl to reply. Yes, Ms. Greengrass, the Black family was quite dark back in my days. The few good people either married off, rarely coming back like Harry's grandmother, or were even exiled like Andromeda. Still, they were all Slytherins, not wanting to go against family traditions. His eyes seemed to twinkle as he puffed up his chest. I myself was an odd one out, a Gryffindor. Daphne pretended that was news for her, and gave Sirius the surprised look he was expecting. Meanwhile, Hermione was already browsing through books and collecting a stack to read. As Sirius started rambling about his school days, Daphne still entertained him as a good listener. While Harry shared some of those stories, one of the legendary marauders of the school still had a ton of them left. Well up until she saw a black-haired boy coming at them, having no doubt heard the commotion in the library. The couple exchanged no words, just smiled, hastened their footsteps, and finally hugged each other as they met between the shelves, even sharing a long kiss. Sirius was mouth agape, before switching his expression to a proud grin and giving Harry 2 thumbs up behind Daphne's back, then deciding to give them some privacy and quietly leaving them alone. Why do I always miss you so much, even though we haven't seen each other for just a couple of days? Harry chuckled in response. Those were long days, were they not, Daph, although? One of his eyebrows rose as a smirk emerged on his face. Perhaps you fell too hard for me. Daphne playfully punched the black-haired boy in the shoulder. Then they laughed together and went deeper into the library, where they both plummeted down onto a sofa, their arms wrapping around each other's necks in a hug. So, how does it feel to finally escape the school? This place is secure, right? Harry smiled, yet it felt bittersweet. Dumbledore was there when I flamed away. I think he will connect the dots and find us here. Sirius being there with me would likely hint to him where exactly I am. I should have traveled abroad before flaming away so that he would not look here. Daphne patted him on the head. There, you can always just do that the next loop around, no. An actual summer vacation not being stuck in the room would be kind of nice, don't you think? Yes, that sounds nice. By the way, how did it go to cure your sister this time? Daphne's face took a complicated expression. Weirdly, it got cured for a few hours, then relapsed stronger, but then dropped to better than normal shortly after arriving back home and does not seem to be changing. I really panicked initially thinking I made it worse. I learned potions well, but the damned curse is not documented anywhere. I have no idea why it's acting so. Harry warmly squeezed her hand. I know, Daph, curses are tough, but don't give up. A small step forwards now and you're one step closer. Besides, we have all the time in the world, don't we? Yeah, you're right. I guess it's back to studying. There really are quite a lot of books here. She chuckled. You should have seen Hermione. She dropped her luggage and dove right into the bookshelves. Harry smiled. That sounds just like her. Speaking of books, most of the books here are on dark magic or other illegal magic, as I am sure you have already noticed. Daphne rolled her eyes. And I already compiled the list of titles in my mind. There's quite a lot of tomes on curses, even a dozen or so for so-called bloodline curses. Perhaps that would help you on your quest. The blonde girl's eyes lit up as she pulled her boyfriend up from the sofa. What are we waiting for when? Let's go. And so the trio of students were all lost in the myriad of books in the Black Library. Cyrus Greengrass was frowning as he wandered the Muggle street known as Grimmauld Place. He was certain it was here that his daughter apparated too. He didn't even know she knew how to do that. You see, rather than those old-fashioned tracking wards which only listed current location, his family's tracking wards showed the location and wrote it down on a parchment every time it changed, with timestamps, of course. He would never admit it among his pureblood acquaintances, but the idea was borrowed from Muggles. Such wards were set up for each member of his family, and it helped prevent some accidents. Mainly the curse on Astoria acting up at an unfortunate time, but it was the family's curse. One could never be sure. All those with Greengrass blood could have the curse flare up at any moment. Sure, they had some medicine to prevent the pain when it happened, but the body still weakened with each flare-up, eventually leading to early death over the years. The parchment had one entry for Daphne's room, the next entry being Grimmauld Place Street, and then it was empty, as if she was in some place warded against such monitoring, or some special place that could not be written. After all, he had triple-checked the ward and it was still functional. Imagine the surprise of Cyrus when he checked his mansion wards and saw that it was no portkey, no flu travel. Daphne simply apparated away. And damn this Muggle street, it took him a while to find it. There were hardly any attractions here. What would a witch be doing in this place among Muggles? Cyrus closed his eyes to focus, as he once learned, trying to sense any magic nearby, anything at all. Then his eyes snapped open, and he saw actually a familiar person, Andromeda Tonks. Yet before he could call out for her, she took a step further and vanished before his eyes. Cyrus frowned as he went into the same spot, took a step forward, and nothing happened. His spells returned nothing. As if no magic was used here, the last spell used in this place was Apparition from Andromeda Tonks. He kept casting spells to analyze what the hell happened, but there was nothing he could find. So he inferred it was some sort of magical place, a well-warded magical place, as he had no idea it was there nor how to get in. And logically thinking, his daughter was inside as well. Where else could she be? So he wrote a letter to Andromeda and sent one of the family owls into the sky. As expected, it just circled around and returned to him, the same as it happened when he tried this for Daphne. He set up a small ward to watch the entrance and retreated to a nearby cafe, where he browsed the menu and picked one of the newer dishes, a cheesecake. It was his hobby of sorts to try new food, and then if it was something nice, he could make house elves learn the recipe and cook it for him once in a while. It also worked great for entertaining business partners. He let the owls peck on some snacks near the window, with the order to fly when either of the witches was reachable. As soon as either of them were out of that place, he would know. Then he started eating the cake while keeping his focus partially on the monitoring ward. And a blissful smile spread on his face as he forgot his worries for a moment, concentrating on the food. Delicious, Cyrus was already dozing off as the cafe was about to close. Employees still kept smiling and serving him more and more cheesecakes. He really liked the dessert, so he kept ordering for more as well as leaving very generous tips. So generous, in fact, that the employees never asked him to leave, even if the cafe was supposed to be closed for now, judging by the sign of working hours hanging on the wall. Suddenly, his sleepy eyes widened as the ward he had set up lit up and started listing names, until the parchment broke. Someone broke his ward. He cursed and waved his wand, repairing the paper. Quickly looking at the names that were written just before the ward was destroyed, his brows furrowed as he recognized some names. Those were well-known Aurors and hit wizards. What are they doing there? He rose to his feet and rushed to investigate the place. After all, his daughter was supposed to be there as well. Of course, he did not forget to leave a large pile of cash on the table when leaving. He really did enjoy eating in this place. Alastor Moody has seen the ward from miles away, alas. The speed was more important. He just shrugged his head to the side, motioning one of his fellow Aurors, more competent in disabling such things, to take care of it. Leaving a way for your enemies to monitor what's happening was not a good idea. Then he rushed on. He was wondering whether there would be any more defenses besides the Fidelius charm. Perhaps Blacks thought it was enough. But being primarily a Slythurian family, they had to expect some betrayals or something, unless, perhaps due to Black family being in decline for quite some time now, the wards were long expired and no longer functioning. He rushed in slowly, fully expecting at least a few nasty charms to come his way for intrusion. One had to always maintain their vigilance. Limping through the door with his wooden leg, he surveyed the place. Unfortunately for him, the mansion was too saturated in magic, that magic being the Fidelius charm, which prevented his eye from seeing through the whole building. He could at most a few walls deep at a time. Still, it was fine. He was not alone. The ministry itself joined this as an opportunity to finally capture Sirius Black, so they should find the targets eventually. And if not, his magical eye turned around in his head as he glanced at Albus once again. He was still working on that blood ward tracking charm. Alastor cursed under his broken nose. Dumbledore would be in so much trouble after this. He did not doubt for one moment that at least one of the other Aurors would recognize the blood ward and would report it to the ministry, or whichever pureblood snob would pay the most for such spicy intel. After all, it was illegal and dark magic. The irony was that it was made illegal by none other than Albus himself. Still standing at the entrance, he cast a spell for communications between the squad leaders. It was still under testing, an invention of a spell coming from the Department of Mysteries. "It's me. Report. Found anything of note yet?" The Auror squad captains on the other end certainly recognized the grumpy voice. "Yes, Mad-Eye. There's a bunch of cooking spells used in the kitchen, as well as some insane packing and shrinking charms in the library. I'm not sure how many books were here before, but now it's empty. On our end, we found a portrait we could interrogate, but it was just insulting us. We silenced it for now. I would prefer some other team would interrogate the damn thing. Was crazy. Our squad is facing off against a hostile house elf. So far he took down 3 of us, but we will hopefully capture it soon. Look out, you moron. Damn, I forgot this thing is still on. Ward expert here. Using a life detection ward for the whole area we set up earlier, we noticed that now there's 6 wizards less in this place. Our Aurors are still all accounted for, albeit 4 heavily injured, so I suspect targets might have escaped. But all standard anti-teleportation wards are still active. Moody frowned as he listened to the chatter. Of course, there was always a possibility that the communication was compromised, and one or heck even all communications were made by the enemy. Always assume the worst. Constant vigilance. But still, even he could hardly believe that this team, made not only from his trusted Aurors, but nearly half the Aurors on Ministry, due to the grand goal of capturing Sirius, would fail at this place. Heck, they even had a few Dementors surrounding the place, So they must have escaped under wards again with some unknown transportation method. His magical eye twirled around again to check on Albus. Then he blinked a few times in confusion. It looked like Albus was nearly done, and Cyrus Greengrass was laying stupefied to the side, likely taken out by Severus, while Dumbledore focused on his spells. What was he doing here? He rushed back towards Dumbledore, as he suspected the boy and Sirius were already far away. They should follow the plan and rush to his new location. So they flamed away again, Albus. Where to now? Yes, Alistair, though they surprised me once again. My spell is still tracking the boy. They are in Hogwarts of all places. I started shutting off the school wards so we can all follow through. Severus rushed first, likely planning to apparate to his home, and then flew to the school. After all, as a professor, he is keyed into the flu network. The old Auror nodded his head towards Fawkes. So why not just flame after them? Dumbledore closed his eyes for a moment before replying. As luck would have it, my charm showed location as the boy moved. He appeared on the 7th floor. Then the location disappeared. I am afraid he is in a very special room in the school. I do not think there's a way in for us if he knows how to use it properly, which I assume he does. We will need to wait until they run out of food and come out. I doubt they had any time to prepare for long. The headmaster trailed off as an Auror popped near them, a letter in his hands. Dumbledore, they left a letter inside. We tried opening it for some clues, but it looks like it's heavily charmed. The one who tried to open it turned pink. I mean his skin, hair, clothes, everything. And it does not look like it would get off easily. But as this happened, a voice announced it was a letter meant only for Albus Dumbledore. Just a moment. He put his hand to his ear, having just received a notice. This just came straight from the ministry, it looks like. His eyes widened. Sirius Black is no longer kill on sight. Rather, they are considering a trial for him. A minute of silence passed as both wizards processed this new information. Before Dumbledore took the letter and tried, scanning it with various charms. His expression relaxed a bit as he recognized the familiar layering of spells, often used by marauders when they were legends at school. He shielded himself with multiple layers just in case. One could never underestimate the pranking abilities of Sirius Black. Then transfigured a pebble nearby into hands made of stone, and used those to open the letter. Due to the magic signature matching that of the expected person, nothing happened. The envelope simply fell to the floor as the actual letter was in the stone construct's hands. So the headmaster relaxed even more, then summoned a quill to copy the contents on another parchment, and took it to read, while Moody grumped about all that showing off for nothing, then turned his magical eye towards the letter still being held by Dumbledore's transfiguration. Simply adjusting his eye, he could make it so that he would not see through the letter, and would be able to read it from afar. Dear Albus Many Titles Dumbledore, my godson, whom I haven't seen for a long, long time, has informed me that you have been one naughty professor, entering minds of students on a whim, feeding them lemon drops with truth serum even. Never mind the blood ward and tracking charms you have on him. If you think the worst has happened to the boy, think again. Due to reasons I cannot explain myself, he simply cannot let you into his mind. But he's open to the idea of a discussion under truth serum, provided the questions are first passed through his friends, and they are acceptable to answer. Harry has assured me we would have a view over the Quidditch court from where we stayed. If you agree to all this, just score a goal with a broom yourself. You see, we added a tricky condition to the place we are in, Harry assured me. Until you did that, and until you had good intentions, you would not be able to enter inside. If not face the consequences. Thanks to Mr. Tonks, we know the law is on our side. Harry under truth serum testified you were reading his mind multiple times, as well as cast spells which showed the complex layer of tracking charms you have on him. We got the memory and sent it to needed places. It would get delivered where needed if you take further action against us. I heard the ministry would be all too happy to make you step down and prevent you from ever entering Hogwarts again. Your old student and greatest marauder of all time, Padfoot. P.S. I would appreciate you keeping those ministry snobs away from our mutual acquaintance when the trial you probably already heard about comes. They stood in silence for a minute, processing what they had read. But Alastair's curse brought them out of their stupor. Looking towards him, Albus's eyes widened. His old friend was pink. Glancing at his hands, he was pink too. But how? He did not trigger any spells. He even used a construct to open the envelope. His eyes glinted. Of course, the envelope. Looking around, the envelope was slowly dissolving into a type of pink mist, which dissolved into the air, invisible to the eye, but even the grass around was slowly changing color. As if expecting such, Albus flipped the letter, and yes, there was one more line on the other side, in tiny font, "P.P.S. Pink beard suits you well." He read it and burst out laughing. He got pranked again, just like the good old days. "And you had to suffer his company for 7 years. Moody arched an eyebrow as he tried various counter-curses until he finally managed to change his colors back to normal. Headmaster chuckled some more as he undid the charms on himself as well. It was a lesson for him, too. Most of the shields he cast were not full domes, just curved walls against him and the potential prank. He should not slacker off in the future and always cast dome shields with any pranking individuals nearby. Suffer? No, it's precisely people like him that make the school more lively, though they did get overboard from time to time. To Slytherians, they were like bullies. I suppose. By the way, he tucked his chin towards the stupefied pink figure on the grass. What the hell is the head of the Greengrass family doing in a place like this? I forgot to ask due to that letter's commotion. Dumbledore's glasses twinkled as he remembered Cyrus lying there. He quickly released Snape's spell to allow him to move again. Being stupefied did not mean he could not hear. Doubtless he heard everything. Mr. Greengrass groaned as he got up and stretched, then scratched his nose. It was bugging him all the time when he laid here. Then he quickly glanced at a piece of parchment from his pocket, as if confirming something, and only then he turned towards the other men. "Gentlemen, I would not press charges as I roughly understood from your conversation what has happened here. Thought mind enlightening me what my daughter has to do with this. Apparently she is in Hogwarts right now. Her previous location was in this place, under Fidelius if I heard that right." Alastair and Albus exchanged surprised glances. Then they both slowly shook their heads. As far as they knew, neither Harry nor Sirius had any relation whatsoever with a Greengrass girl. So what could they possibly say in response? Still, the parchment the other wizard was waving at them was a sort of tracking ward people used for family members. They could not deny the facts. That girl was somehow together with Harry Potter and Sirius Black. Of course, there were reports of 6 life signatures disappearing that covered Harry, Sirius, Andromeda, and Nymphadora, and apparently MS Greengrass was with them too. And who else? Perhaps Ted. Dumbledore sighed as he finally finished lowering the school wards, having no more things to distract him. Then turned towards his one-eyed friend. "The wards are down. I will see you at school." Alastair just grumbled in response, sent a notice to his fellow Aurors, and apparated away. Then Albus turned towards Mr. Greengrass. "As for you, Cyrus, you can join in the fun at Hogwarts if you so desire. All the Aurors here came to capture Sirius Black and rescue Harry Potter. I don't know how your daughter got into this, but she might be with them. The wards are down, so you know the place." Cyrus slowly nodded in response. Then apparated away as well, still wondering what the hell his daughter was doing in the company of the boy who lived, and the most wanted man in Britain, well, most wanted for now. He overheard the discussion that his trial was likely underway. Dumbledore still stood on the grass as he petted Fawkes and looked as Aurors apparated away. He himself did not hurry. His worries were a bit calmed by that letter, sure. It could be a trap, but he would at least meet the boy face to face, would he not? He could check then. He was also not in a hurry as the whole search in school was now kind of pointless. The Aurors did not know of the room of requirements. Heck, he only told Moody about the place. Unless they exit the room, they will be safe in there. Then he recalled how exactly he needed to inform them of his agreement and groaned. He was not a fan of brooms. Back in the room of requirements, Sirius was laughing his ass off when he looked out of the window to see Dumbledore, all flushed, trying to score a goal. The old man was not that great of a flyer. usually traveling with Fawkes if any urgent need arose or simply apparition. Meanwhile, the trio was somewhat down. All those loops, and they never tried simply writing a letter to the headmaster and selectively answering questions. Well, Harry did try this in one of his starting loops, but Dumbledore peeked at his mind anyways after all this questioning. But now, with room protecting them from that, it was a novel idea by Andromeda when they explained to her how the room had worked. And surprisingly, the room could enforce weird rules like this. Hiding in the room was a last-moment idea, but they did not have enough time to get enough food for long. With so many people here, it would last them a few days at most. Even Hogwarts' kitchen had nearly no supplies as all the students were out of the castle, with most teachers too. But hopefully, if the chat with Dumbledore goes well, they won't have to spend any more loops in hiding. Albus Dumbledore surveyed the school Quidditch supplies cupboard as he grabbed one of the brooms and the quaffle as he headed towards the stadium. The letter was unexpected, but welcome nonetheless. He read the boy's mind just a week ago. No matter how talented the Dark Lord was, it would still be possible to save him in case of a takeover, but based on the letter, it was still Harry, it seemed. Tom was too much of a coward to risk meeting with him face to face. When he was in the stadium, he looked around. Unsurprisingly, Aurors were starring. Most of them came to catch Sirius Black, and now they knew he was in Hogwarts somewhere. Due to the notice of possible trial of Sirius Black from the Ministry, they were not trying very hard at this as they knew their orders would soon change. He also had no idea how that had happened. No, that letter from Sirius did mention Mr. Tonks. Being a lawyer, perhaps he also saw a way for him to clean his name. Yes, perhaps. Still seeing so many puzzled looks on the Aurors searching the school grounds, he chuckled as his face took a redder shade. Ah, nothing beats a quick exercise after a stressful day. And with those words, he rose to the skis. The broom was shaky and hard to control. Albus frowned as he tried to remember the last time he actually flew with a broom. Must be decades. Yes, a floating Thistral carriage was way more comfortable, or flew. Porky, apparition, and of course flaming, but that sometimes failed if Fawkes was irritated or had recently had a rebirth. He made a mental note to replace all the school brooms, and damn the expenses students could die like this. The quaffle almost slipped from his arm, so he had to take one hand away from the broom to catch it. When he swayed to the side, did an upside-down twirl and felt his last meal rushing out from his stomach, but held it in. Finally, after a few minutes, he managed to steady the broom and head towards the goals. It certainly wasn't as easy as students made it out to be. Even dropping the ball through the hoop was a challenge, especially with a broom as bad as this. The headmaster carefully aimed and threw, but perhaps his arm strength was not what it used to be. Trajectory was slightly off as well. He sighed and flew down to catch the ball. Only Sirius and his friends could come up with stupid condition like that. He could bet he was watching from the room somewhere. A quick glance towards the school confirmed his suspicions. The castle had an extra window on the 7th floor. Being a headmaster for so long, he could recognize every room from outside the castle. It did not take long finding the odd one out. A sudden thought interrupted his musings. Come to think of it, the letter never mentioned magic was not allowed. Then the headmaster started leisurely flying down, as leisurely as the poor broom allowed, while his mind concentrated, and with some simple wandless magic, the falling quaffle stopped. Then made a U-turn and flew towards him. He just bumped at it with his broom just for a show, then continued controlling the ball as it passed through the goal, not even touching the ring, dead center. Then he landed, somewhat embarrassed as a few nearby Aurors were clapping for him. Still, it was quite the experience. After his exercise, Dumbledore waited for some time for the influx of Aurors to diminish. After all, not finding anything for hours did take a toll on one's body and mind. Surely they might have claimed Dumbledore's incompetence for this possible lead. Then another notice was sent from the Ministry. Apparently it was finally decided that Sirius Black would have a trial after all, and his arrest order was suspended for now, which caused the few Aurors left to diminish further. Albus watched those proceeding with fascination. Now he was even more curious just what exactly Sirius did to make Ministry itself back off. Still, He would have his answers, hopefully soon. The headmaster climbed up towards the 7th floor and calmly walked across the corridor, towards a particular door he was fond of a room where he in fact kept his valuables. Alas, he could not access it now. He walked back and forth 3 times, thinking of a room Harry Potter is in, and as expected, the door appeared. The headmaster tried the handle, but the door did not budge. He smiled as he recognized that the room was not just summoned, but likely protected similarly like his own vault. As he came on friendly terms, he did not waste time trying to polyjuice as Harry or similar methods, and just knocked on the door. Not even a minute has passed as he saw the door change. A round glass thing appeared on the top. Dumbledore's mind recognized it as a sort of doorhole muggles tended to use. Somehow it was not that popular in the wizarding world, but a good invention nonetheless. Then a short parchment was passed under the door for him to read. Albus waved his wand to summon it closer, and found a lengthy entrance requirement. A room where anyone casting magic, or using items like potions or any other things that directly or indirectly affect another inside the room without their explicit prior consent, gets expelled from the room, and where changing this entrance rule is forbidden and entering in any other way is forbidden, but summoning of the door is allowed. It was quite well put together, still quite a mouthful. Albus waited for the door to despawn, then tried the provided way of summoning the door, silently cursing Sirius in his mind as that scoring the goal was likely a prank on his end. If he came without doing that, they likely would have left him in 2, with those rules protecting them. This time, he was able to pull the handle and head inside. "Welcome, Albus." Andromeda Tonks nodded towards her former teacher as she met him inside. Dumbledore gave his greetings as he entered the long hallway. He never knew the room could get so large. MS Tonks chuckled at his expense. "You can gawk later, the dinner is going to get cold. Come here, the others are waiting." The headmaster just blinked, then nodded and started walking. Along the way he saw a large room, which looked oddly familiar to the Black Mansion library, except not the empty library. This one was overflowing with books. There were also a few piles near the armchairs, various notes and muggle pens. As if someone was doing some sort of research. He managed to glimpse one pile's book titles in passing. It was about bloodline curses. Albus did not have time to think about that particular topic as he finally arrived at what seemed like a dining room. There was a long table. On one end sat Sirius Black. The other was empty seemingly for him. Then all the others sat closer to Sirius's end of the table. Tonks, Harry, Greengrass girl. So she really was here, and Granger. What is she doing here? Andromeda went towards the end of the table and took a seat near Sirius as well. Sirius broke his stupor with some words. "Welcome, Albus, sit. We have much to discuss, but let's enjoy our meal now." All the others were nodding, waving, or saying their own greetings. So the headmaster greeted them back and sat on his seat, then noticed that they were already eating. He couldn't say what it was, as he never ate something like this. It looked large pancakes, with ham, fungi, and tomatoes on top, and some kind of yellow thing below them. Was that cheese, perhaps? Out of wartime habit, he cast a few other spells wandlessly to inspect his food. Sure, the room did not allow the use of items like pranks to be used on him, but something could have been added or cast on the food before he entered. A moment later his spells gave him a green light. There was no poison. In fact, one of his spells even gave him a list of ingredients, and yes, he guessed most of the ingredients, but it was no pancake. It was flour, water, oil, yeast, salt, and sugar mixed together, almost like a bread dough. And there were some tomatoes on top below the cheese, it seemed. And some plants. Oregano, it was a spice, albeit not that often used, at least in his usual palate. Of course, he came here to discuss, but he was now curious about how this thing tasted. Being so old, it was rare to encounter a dish he never tried, though he did rarely venture into the Muggle world these days, and they were the ones usually inventing new dishes. He sliced a slice and felt the dish base crack in places as it was a bit airy inside, likely due to yeast. He took the piece with a fork and brought it to his mouth, and then, as he started chewing, his eyes lit up delicious. The dinner continued with not much chattering happening. Well, there was some chattering between all of those on Sirius' end of the table, which frankly was far away. It was a damn long table. So Albus just focused on enjoying his meal, observing all the others from afar, from what he could observe. Harry and that Slytherin girl were head over heels for each other. How did that happen? How come he never noticed? Relationships so deep took time to mature. After quite a satisfying meal, it was finally time for a chat. Though Albus had to admit, their method was weird. It was like it was written in the letter. They allowed him to dose Harry with Verita serum, but actual questions had to go through. Hermione and Daphne, of all people, only after they greenlit the question. They removed the muffling charm from Harry to let him answer it, before putting him back on silence again, as if afraid he would let something slip. Harry shared a lot with him. The others joined the conversation as well. Apparently he had knowledge of a year or so in the future. He did use a time turner the day he disappeared. Did he mess up during saving Sirius? Dumbledore was beyond curious as various questions, like how exactly he came to possess such knowledge, were ones not allowed. At least it seemed whatever happened, it was still Harry Potter and not Tom R. Idle, and the boy was still on the correct side, well, at least against the Dark Lord. He was no longer the naive boy he once was. Whatever happened changed him. After a lengthy back and forth, the serum was nearing its usage duration and would no longer work as well. Deciding he could trust them for now, especially with all the critical matters at hand, like Alastor getting kidnapped and a Death Eater teaching in his place. He just thought he would ask him to teach, and did not even tell the man himself yet, as well as other matters like attacks during the Quidditch Cup, and most importantly, Voldemort's revival and information on Horcruxes. He had a ton to ponder upon, so much, he will likely have insomnia tonight. Still, he was trying to satisfy his personal curiosity of how the boy came to such knowledge, and why he was unwilling to share it, yet willing for all the other information. With the final minutes left of serum's duration, he was trying to get to the bottom of this, even resorting to tricks like questions about questions, or as they are more known, meta-questions. If I asked you one of the questions the girls here forbid me to ask, and you answered under the truth serum, what would happen? Daphne and Hermione exchanged a glance, before vetoing this one as well, albeit partially. Sorry to say, Headmaster, this one is not good as well. Unless, if you change it to something like, would sharing such knowledge hinder our progress with defeating Voldemort? Dumbledore sighed. They always spun around the forbidden questions like this. Still, it was fine for him, as long as they were on the good side. He asked the modified question and got a positive response. To think sharing knowledge made them lose progress. Why was that the case? Harry gave a sign that the potion was no longer working on him, so it meant his interrogation ended for now. Then Albus had time to chat with another star of magical Britain, Sirius Black, who shared how he made all that trial fiasco. Apparently all he had to do was put his memories, as well as questioning under Verita serum by Andromeda, and mail it to Gringotts with a letter to goblins offering a decent monetary reward for them in case they managed to bring his innocence to light. After all, Black's family vault was overflowing with gold, with no one to use it. Sure, Malfoys were pushing themselves as inheritors, but if that were to happen, would any gold remain for goblins? Meanwhile, Sirius offered such a sum, they couldn't refuse. And then the goblins took care of the rest. Being greedy like they always were, it was in their best interests to make him become a free man and get their share of the gold once that happened. Intervening in ministry affairs made it so that serious claims could not be swept under the rug. And doubtlessly, they would want to inspect his wand and his memories and do their own questioning during the trial. But at least there will be a trial rather than just Dementors kissing him on sight. And soon it was time to leave. They had said their farewells and Dumbledore was about to step out of the door, but he suddenly had a suspicion he forgot something important, so he stopped mid-door. Others were slightly tense as he turned around. He was half and half, not in the room of requirements. Who knows if the rules still applied to him? But the headmaster did not reach for his wand. His expression brightened, as if he just remembered something, or just quickly reviewed his day's events in his mind to notice what he had missed. Ah, I got it. MS Greengrass. Your father knows you're here and is now in Hogwarts looking for you. Could you please let him know you're all right and have a chat with him? Farewell again." As the door closed behind him, he let out a slightly smug smile, keeping their expressions, especially Harry's and Daphne's, in his mind. Ah, to be young, Cyrus Greengrass was considering suing Dumbledore. What kind of headmaster could not find a single student in his own school? He double-checked the tracking charm, and his daughter was seemingly still in Hogwarts. Yet no matter where he looked, there was no sign of her. He even went over all the secret corridors he knew back from his days at school. And he knew a ton. His days of studying were usually accompanied by making various deals and exchanging secrets. They were a kind of a currency back in the day. The Aurors walking around were also seemingly not finding anyone here, heck. Perhaps they even suspected that Dumbledore was lying, and Sirius Black was not in fact at school at all. Well, at least Daphne should be here. A quick glance towards the tracking parchment, but no changes were seen, just that she was somewhere in school. The house elves in the kitchen did confirm sightings of the girl as she came in and cleaned out all of the food supplies they had left. Not that there were much left. As just a few teachers were staying over for summer, there was no need to replenish diminished food supplies until September. Cyrus could not wrap his head around that too. Food supplies? Just why? Was she helping that wanted man, Sirius Black? As far as he knew, the Greengrass family did not have any relations with Blacks for quite a few generations. Still, all of that was hours ago. Heck, he hasn't even seen an Auror for a while. Checking the parchment again, he could see that Daphne was still in the schools, but where? Suddenly he halted as he heard very familiar footsteps, and then he quickly turned around. And here she was, his sweet little girl, just casually walking towards him. As if she knew where he was and was the one with a tracking charm after all, he was currently in the middle of quite a secret corridor. He paid dearly to learn its existence when he was young. Daphne, a relieved whisper of her name escaped his lips. "Hi, Dad," his daughter replied, and gave him a wave with her hand. Cyrus looked her up and down and stopped on her face. Frankly, he hasn't properly seen her since sending her off to school back in September. Yes, she did come back with Astoria, but he was busy bringing her to some family mediwitches for checkup on her condition that he hardly paid much attention to his oldest daughter, just bickered at her a bit regarding feeding untested potions on her sister, not really spending time to really look at her. Now, as he gazed at his daughter, he could tell that she was way different. She seemed to have grown far more than a year in school, at least mentally. Those eyes looked deep and knowledgeable. How did that happen? They stood there in awkward silence until the man stopped his unnecessary musings, rushed forward and hugged her while his worries poured out of his mouth. "What were you thinking? I was so worried about you." The girl returned the hug, but frankly, she was still confused about how he came to be here, so she couldn't help but inquire, "Didn't I leave a note that I will be away tonight? Why did you go out looking for me?" Cyrus broke the hug and looked straight into her eyes. "As far as I know, you only have one friend, Daph, and that friend is Tracy Davis." Cyrus noticed his daughter averting her eyes for a moment, "and she came to visit shortly after you left, also having no idea you had any other friends. I first thought you made new friends at school, but how could even Tracy not know anything? She's like your sister, and with her being so noisy, I find it hard to believe you could hide a friendship from her." Daphne's eyes widened as she connected the dots. Ah, indeed. So when I looked up your location, imagine my surprise that it was some Muggle district I never even heard about. And then shortly after, it was filled with Aurors on a mission to capture Sirius Black. How did you get caught up in that anyway? I overheard he never had a trial, so all charges against him might be bogus, but still, how did you even know him? Did you meet with him at school? Is he your secret friend? The girl pondered for a moment, but in the end decided to just go with the truth. That is because he's Harry's godfather. Her father's eyes blinked in confused as he did not get it just yet, so her cheeks blushed as she revealed her new relationship. "And I am dadding Harry." Cyrus was seemingly frozen in shock for a whole minute, but eventually he came back to reality and asked for confirmation, as if hardly believing his ears. As far as he knew, Sirius Black could only be godfather of one Harry he knew. Harry, you don't say, Harry Potter, the boy who lived. Daphne cringed at the mention of her boyfriend, and at the same time at her father's current state. What was so surprising about it? Wasn't Harry just another student her age, just of a different house? Yes, but don't call him like that. He hates that press name of his. I see, but why did you never mention him? Even your best friend Tracy has no idea you have a boyfriend now. What if he has bad intentions towards you? More so, due to him being Harry Potter, my business deals with those pureblood families will suffer. Unless no one else from school knows, do they? Daphne had to roll her eyes like that. It was like her father to worry and overreact on anything regarding family and business. It should be fine. A few others like Sirius Black, Tonk's family, Dumbledore, and Hermione knows. She's another friend I made, a muggle-born and yes, proper. Slytherins have no idea about any of my new relationships. Good, that is good. Thought that boy, his warm gaze turned sharp for a moment, would need to have a chat with me, hopefully in near future. His expression blanked as if he suddenly recalled something important. This whole thing started as I was about to ask what you fed Astoria as she's somewhat better after returning from school. It does not seem like her condition is improving further, but it's a small step forwards. Daphne smiled at that. It was good to know her sister was not worsening in her absence. I am sure I left it among the parchments in my room back home. Her cheeks flushed. Perhaps I did not tidy it up properly. Yeah, it should be among the mess on the floor, though theory indicates further doses would have diminishing effects at best, not enough to cure her. That will still let her live a few years longer. Don't diminish your accomplishments. I am so proud of you, Daph. Did Severus really teach potions that well lately? I still remember hearing your complaints about him last year. The blonde girl rolled her eyes. He still sucks at teaching anything useful. Heck, even reading textbooks is more worth it than listening to him deducting points from any house that is not Slytherin. Cyrus winced at her berating the current head of Slytherin house, but knowing no one else was here to hear, he did not comment and continued listening. I just did a lot of reading lately. Trying to help Astoria in any way. In fact, I was still working on it before the headmaster informed me you were in school looking for me. Her father snapped at the mention of the man, that old coot, and he was saying he had no idea where to find you. He must be going senile due to old age. He really did not know where I was until quite recently. Daphne's lips twisted into a smirk, but I totally agree about him being a senile old coot. They both chuckled at that. I guess today is quite late, so as you wish regarding your stay. His tone suddenly turned more serious. But tomorrow I expect you and your boyfriend to be at Greengrass Mansion before dinner. Cyrus relaxed and continued muttering under his nose. I was considering marriage between you or Astoria with Malfoy's son, Drake. Though you did not have good views on him, I thought Astoria was a good match. But if your relationship with Harry gets in the open, I don't think that's going to happen anymore. As well as any business deals with dark families. Well, I guess so-called light families would be more open to business now as well as Muggleborns. Daphne's face grimaced, remembering her interactions with Draco, so she interrupted his lampooning. What's so good about Draco Malfoy other than his family being loaded? Cyrus sighed. They have a ton of businesses running. They are investing their money. I see their wealth just growing in the future. If one of you girls married into their family, you could live like queens, not having to work, having everything on a silver platter. You know I only think for the good of the family. Perhaps they were tired of just standing in one place. The father and daughter duo slowly started walking randomly across the castle. It was in fact easy to walk entire loops like this. After all, staircases moved and rotated, and there were tons of shortcuts all around. Cyrus broke the short silence that appeared as both of them were probably lost in their own thoughts. Enough about that. Instead, tell me what exactly happened last night. Daphne smiled and started. I am not too great at stories. Suffice to say, Harry shared with me how to access one very special room in school. I would rather hear from you, my dear. I will also tell you of my own adventures. I had the most fantastic thing ever, some dish called cheesecake. Have you ever had one of those? Ah, did I mention I dyed my hair pink and was forced to lie on the grass for half an hour while looking for you?" Daphne laughed in amusement before she realized her father was not joking. Then their discussions and exchange of stories continued as they slowly made laps through the castle. Daphne had a lot to tell about her school year. Cyrus himself injected his own stories as he told them back in my days. Back in the room, Andromeda was having a discussion with Sirius and her husband, whom Harry flamed over just recently. There was also a magical mirror tilted towards them from which you could see a team of goblins from Gringotts, who also participated in the discussion. Sirius' trial was surprisingly quite soon, in a few days in fact, so they were going through everything. Yes, he was innocent, but trials in Britain were heavily biased. If you were well connected, you could claim innocence due to being under imperious or another silly reason on the other hand. For those who were not liked, even memories were put into doubt. A skilled mind arts practitioner could in theory put fake memories into your mind. Veritaserum, after all, just made you say the things you thought were true. So they had to prepare their arguments against silly claims like that. Perhaps also bribe some troublesome trial participants, put some pressure on others, threaten some trials were unfortunately like that in Britain. While the adults were busy with the upcoming event, the others were spending time doing other things. Nymphadora was having fun trying out the combat dummies she recently learned the room could provide, while Hermione was neck-deep in books as usual. Harry was reading as well. Of course, he did glance at the Marauders map from time to time to check on his girlfriend. And like such, a few hours had passed, and Daphne came back to the room. "Hey, Daph, how did it go?" The girl just beamed. "I had a pleasant talk with my father. It's been a while since I did that. I truly missed him across all those loops." Her mood somewhat dropped. "I told him about us. He was surprised, but he insisted that we would chat with him tomorrow about it. Heck, he might even try to separate us if we don't give a good impression." "I am glad to hear that." Harry hugged her and gave her a quick kiss. At least he entertained the idea. We can just try this over a few loops if needed be to get his approval. His lips twisted into a cheeky grin. "If we ever escape this time loop, I won't have to kidnap you anymore, it seems." Daphne giggled as she wrapped her arms around his neck. "Not if but when. Have more faith. Still, were you really planning on doing that?" The boy smirked back in response. "Of course, provided you wanted to." His expression turned more thoughtful. "Still, what if we end up doing the easy way out? With me losing my memories, what would you do then, Daph?" The girl chuckled and gave him a cheeky reply, like he himself just did, while tracing circles on his chest with her fingers. "Silly, of course I would just have to seduce you again." A loud harumph from Hermione made them separate with blushing faces as they realized they were getting carried away. Even Sirius was looking their way with a weird grin on his face, and Nymphadora was even snacking on popcorn. "You know," the black-haired boy broke the awkward silence, no longer minding others in the room who might be eavesdropping. "I never actually visited your home all this time, not even once. While we were together, for quite a few years now, I am curious how it would look like on inside, especially your room." Daphne suddenly remembered the mess in her bedroom, but she brushed it off. Harry likely won't care about it much. But then she thought for a moment and realized she had never been to his home either. "Harry, how about we visit your place too?" Harry glanced at Sirius, then back at Daph. "You already met my godfather. I don't really have any family besides him. And you?" Daphne blushed. "That's so sweet of you, but you know what I meant. I heard so much about your other relatives but never met them. I figured seeing the place you grew up would be interesting too." Seeing her adorable face, Harry could only relent, though he suspected it would not be a pleasant encounter. "Fine, we can stop there along the way, but don't expect a welcoming visit." Daphne was happy about it, so she gave him a quick peck on the lips. Then her eyes glanced at the book on top of Harry's reading pile. Her eyes quickly ran across the long title, and she arched an eyebrow. "Have you been reading on bloodline curses as well?" "Yes, this one covers blood wards. I started this earlier before Dumbledore visited. It kind of covers how they are created. Figured it would help in removing that tracking on me too. You know I never fully trust Dumbledore. Better learn this. I will hopefully not ever need this. But just for some peace of mind, I would rather know this than not." She sighed. "Yeah, you're right. The old coot could try to attack your mind the moment you leave the room." Harry grinned at that nickname. Headmaster Old Coot suits him. They both chuckled at that, and then Daphne picked one of the books from her pile and plummeted beside Harry to read. It was a nice way to spend the evening. Petunia Dursley was humming. She just finished packing her luggage for the summer vacation. They gave that boy a few days to get back here, just in case, but it looked like he won't be coming this summer. Perhaps she would have been worried about her nephew under other circumstances, but it was her sister's child. And her sister was the special one, a witch, which apparently still got you killed in this day and age. Frankly, the less she had to do with the so-called magical world, the better. It only brought trouble. She climbed up the stairs to check on Dudley. The boy was still packing his stuff, and oh dear, he had quite a lot of it. Did he really need all those items for the journey? She sighed, and still, he did not even take a spare change of clothes. Typical of him. Perhaps she and Vernon spoiled him too much, but she couldn't help it. That cute little boy was her child. And one final time she checked the boy's room, the room that used to be Dudley's second bedroom, just in case he magically appeared here again. But no, it was empty. Just before closing the door, she caught a glimmer of black flames in the corner of her eyes. In panic, she screamed and quickly turned around, only to see some sort of creature was in the room, the sight of which made her scream end as she fainted and fell to the floor, but not a thud was heard, as magic softened her fall and let her gently lay on the floor. Daphne just blinked, looking at Harry's aunt, clearly expecting some negative reaction to their arrival, but something like this. Really? The boy sighed after he morphed back into his human form, then motioned with his hand to present his relative. "This is Petunia Dursley, my aunt. Told you it was not a good idea coming here, Daph." And it was at that moment that the doors were slammed open and Vernon Dursley rushed into the room, face flushed and a gun in his arms. His worry was quick to turn to fury as he saw the boy in the room and connected the dots. Perhaps only the thought in the back of his mind about the consequences of actually shooting and what his neighbors would think held back his fingers from the trigger. "Boy, what have you done this time? What did you do to my wife?" While inhaling for more shouting, he noticed Petunia's rising chest. She was breathing, likely just unconscious. It was not in fact the first time she fainted due to shock, which happened a few other times, thanks to living with this freak of a boy. Then he caught a glimpse of Daphne in the room and swallowed the rest of what he was prepared to shout. Then groomed his mustache a bit. Who was this pretty girl? His son just rushed into the room and Vernon noticed. He too was staring at the girl with sparkling eyes. The same gaze when he really wanted something. Harry broke the silence as he waved his arm in greeting, while also wandlessly transfiguring dust nearby into some ammonia-smelling salts to wake his aunt up. "Hello, Dudley, Uncle Vernon." He turned back to his aunt, who just got awake and was sneezing while looking around with wide eyes. "Aunt Petunia, I just came for a short visit just because my girlfriend insisted so. Let me introduce you, Daphne Greengrass." Daphne did a curtsy bow as she smiled at them and waved. "It's nice to meet you." Dudley was clearly heart-smitten as he clutched his heart and let out a quink like a pig before hiding behind his uncle in embarrassment, still keeping his eyes on the beauty. Vernon and Petunia thinked on the same wavelength. How could that freak get a girlfriend first before my boy? Still, the awkward silence soon ended, as they put two and two together. If Harry was attending freak school, the only girlfriend he could find there was definitely a freak too. Still, shouting more at this point felt pointless, so they just briefly informed Harry on their vacation plans, snickering to indicate that if he stayed here he could just find a summer job to make some cash or stay with Madame Fig before leaving the pair alone. Dudley seemingly wanted to still stay, but his father dragged him away, clearly not wanting any relationships between freaks and his own son. Daphne hasn't met that many muggles in her life. Frankly, almost none knew she was magical, but still, Dursleys were just weirdos, so she looked around instead. Frankly, there was not much to see in Harry's room, just lots of second-hand clothes, a lot of Dudley's broken toys, some other broken furniture. They never let him get rid of any of that as it might be useful for them later on. Daphne was kind of lost for words after the brief encounter with her boyfriend's relative and looking around. This did not feel like a personal room at all, more like a cell of sorts. Wait, were those actual iron bars on the window? What the hell? How could you live in this place? Harry motioned towards the door. This is quite good, actually, compared to my first room. Daphne's eyes widened. She recalled a few memories she got from him when they practiced mind arts, a particular dark and tiny place where he lived. She hugged him as she whispered in his ear, "Oh, poor Harry, let's get out of this miserable place." Harry could only agree. While he could show her his first bedroom, frankly, he doubted he could even fit in there anymore. After all, he was no longer a small child, so he reached out his hand and grabbed her hand. Then they both disappeared in a twist of magic. There was not even a pop as the duo appeared in a spacious room inside Greengrass Mansion, Daphne's bedroom, in fact. The room of requirements did provide a training ground for apparition upon asking. Of course, one could only teleport around the room itself, so there were limitations, but you could still learn a lot. Both Daphne and Harry seemed to have learned the trick of silent apparition, while teaching Hermione most of the lessons they learned back in the training center. Reading various books on the subject also helped. Harry was smiling as he looked around the room with interest, while Daphne was frantically showing random items away. She did not really think she would be back here this loop, hence she never bothered cleaning up her room. It was truly quite a mess. She now inwardly regretted ordering house elves to never organize her items. Now she had to reap what she had sown, even if that was before all those loops through time. There were various posters on the wall, mostly Muggle bands. Yes, she did like music, but it seemed quite too much. One particular pair of posters caught her eyes as the girl frowned. Why was this here? She glanced at Harry from the corner of her eyes, and he was looking at it too, a smirk on his face. Chudley cannons, eh? You never admitted being a fan, Daph. The blonde girl felt more blood rushing towards her face. Those are Tracy's. She randomly hangs some when I am not looking. I have not taken them down yet. Never noticed this one in the past. I was here the whole summer, too. Damned Tracy. Harry was enjoying looking at the myriad emotions that kept switching on her face, as he calmly replied, "Sure, sweetheart, whatever you say." Shortly after, his gaze stopped on a pile of clothes near her bed as he grinned and arched an eyebrow, deciding to add more fuel to the fire. Are those Tracy's as well? Daphne was beet red as she shoved her clothes and undergarments into the wardrobe and continued frantically looking around the room herself, on lookout for more potential future embarrassment as she snarled back to her boyfriend, "Oh, Tracy's, you don't like me anymore, Potter." Her voice came out somewhat weird, even if she intended it to be cold, likely due to the blood that was still coloring her face, so they both chuckled at that. They both knew they were just teasing each other for fun. It was a nice way to lift the mood after that drama at Dursley's. There was not much else to see in the room, so one thing led to another, and they started making out on Daphne's bed. Still, even that did not last long. A loud knock on the door interrupted their activities, so they quickly fixed their clothes and turned towards the door. "Come in." Astoria Greengrass wandered into the room, and they exchanged greetings. The girl then walked around, staring at the boy who lived from all sides. Perhaps she always wanted to do that, but just had to maintain her Slytherin image in public. "I still don't see what's so special about you, Harry Potter." She smirked and playfully touched her lips. "By the way, you have some lipstick here." Then she enjoyed seeing both Harry and her sister turn red like tomatoes, while Harry quickly cleaned his face. "Okay, looks good now. Father is awaiting you two downstairs. Good luck, Harry. I think you match Daph quite well. I hope you pass." And the girl was already leaving the room, muttering something about new inspiration for a painting. The pair took a few moments to get rid of any wrinkles out of their clothing. Then they slowly started walking downstairs. Slow enough for Harry to look around and admire the place, while thinking that his girlfriend really had a nice family, who actually cared for her. Cyrus Greengrass was having a small dinner in one of his business rooms. It was in fact almost family dinner. Across from him were 2 empty seats. He was just awaiting today's guests, or more like one guest and his precious daughter. Frankly, the man did not expect much from the boy. From what he could quickly research about him, he seemed like the good sort, but being Muggle-raised half-blood did make one wonder how good could he actually be. Most Muggle-borns or Muggle-raised he ever met did not have what it takes to lead a magical family. Daphne was, after all, his heir. He would approve the friendship regardless, but dating, marriage, he had to be good enough first. As always, there were ways to check things. He was pleasantly surprised by Daphne's improved mental defenses. He could not breach in wandlessly anymore. He had made a few attempts during yesterday's walk through the school, and was even more surprised that she noticed him nearly instantly, frowning at him and pushing him away. That's what a capable young witch or wizard should be like. As soon as the duo entered the room, he locked his eyes with the boy who lived, suddenly invading his mind. He chuckled as if he anticipated this. Muggle-raised wizards usually never even knew what a clumancy was, so he strolled inside and looked around. For some reason, he had a funny feeling that the library was somewhat off. But how could that be? He frowned and reached for the book of current thoughts. It was empty. No, in fact, there was a single line in here. "It's not polite to invade minds like this. Could you let us sit down first? I would rather eat rather than stand awkwardly while you fool around like this, father-in-law." Shocked, he quickly left the boy's mind and noticed both Harry and Daphne giving him deadpan looks. Even though his mind invasion took but a moment for them to walk to their chairs from the entrance. His years of experience controlled his facial expression from changing, but some blood still uncontrollably colored his face. So he controlled his body and just invited them to sit down, while inwardly thinking, perhaps this boy was fit for his daughter after all. As they slowly started eating, Cyrus was amazed to see that Harry somehow avoided all the serving plates which had anything extra in them, like Veritaserum. But he hadn't even drawn his wand. Unless, wandless casting at that age. Come to think of it, Daphne was also doing the same. His words he and house elves painstakingly set up since the morning were also showing. Nothing unusual. No one in the room was under any magical potions, nor other influences. Even the rare memory monitoring ward that looked for traces of evil practices of legalmancy did not detect any traces of mind alteration. Something like forcing love against one's will left a scar in the mind, which such wards were capable of detecting. Chatting with them, he was also amazed that the boy knew a lot for his age, perhaps too much even. He could hardly find a topic he was not well versed in, which frustrated him somewhat. Harry was well read about everything it seemed, even things like businesses. In fact, he himself noted down some of the Muggle books the boy was citing into his mind's library for future reading, to be so well read at this age. Cyrus could only grudgingly accept in his mind that this boy, no, this young man was a prodigy, and if even he was not fit for Hind daughter's hand, then no one was. And so the dinner continued, though now in a more cheerful mood, as the man himself admitted on accepting the boy, much to the joy of his daughter. Ah, youth. As the conversation shifted to more family topics, Cyrus found himself beyond amused seeing the 2 children blushing, nearly choking on food and averting their eyes, when he asked questions like, "How many children are you planning?" with a straight face. Yes, he finally had a way to get some amusement out of this. His daughter's flushing face was especially adorable. Still, the time passed quite fast, and eventually the dinner came to an end, as he let the 2 lovebirds retreat to Daphne's room for the night. Satisfied with his now son-in-law, Cyrus groaned as he went inside his mind's library to organize his notes on business deals. Having a so-called half-blood marry a Greengrass would make his deals with all those dark families either ruined, unprofitable, or likely a loss. And here he wanted to stay gray and support both sides, profiting between them. He suddenly frowned as he saw an unfamiliar book just lying on the floor in his library. He picked it up, and there was only a sentence, albeit now in familiar writing. P.S. When trying to invade others' minds, beware that your own is wide open. Your son-in-law, Harry Potter. When did he? Cyrus' thoughts were pure confusion, but once he calmed down, this just further reaffirmed his worries for Daphne's future. It looked like Harry Potter truly was capable beyond his years. Sirius Black was almost rolling on the floor and laughing. Only the airplane safety belts prevented him from actually doing that. The passing flight attendants were giving him funny looks, but the man did not care. He was free. Finally free. In his arms was a newspaper, summarizing the results of his now famous trial. Of course, the paper was charmed to look like some fake news tabloid muggles tended to read on occasion. The main article was as follows. Breaking news. Sirius Black was falsely accused all along. In a stunning display at court, just last Friday, the former most wanted man of Britain, the only one to ever escape Azkaban, Sirius Black himself, was present at the court. Initially, various influential figures were practically demanding he be executed at that very moment, but they just never knew the full story. According to various witnesses, and after intense memory review sessions, questioning with Veritaserum, mind healers' checks and double checks for any memory alternations, the truth was out of the bag. Minister Fudge himself was astonished by such a significant mistake made by his predecessor. He promised to review all other cases and let not past mistakes repeat again. Lucius Malfoy commented, "It's so sad to hear of my wife's relatives suffering so much under false charges. I hope our families will restore the good relations we had in the past." Albus Dumbledore, "I have failed him. To think I was the one who shoved him into the prison without even a trial." Molly Weasley, "I never liked that stupid rat." Sirius Black, "You want to know how I escaped Azkaban? I just walked away on my own legs. Dementors? What Dementors? They ignored me for some reason. I guess falsely accused can just walk away, eh?" Later on, Sirius actually reveals his method of escape. Continue reading about the trail with all the details and full Sirius Black questioning on page 2. Other noteworthy articles in this edition. Pages 813, The Life of Peter Pettigrew by Rita Skeeter. From presumed dead to a pet rat and now a wanted murderer roaming free. Page 14, Sirius Black expels everyone else from Black family. Harry Potter Black appointed as sole heir. Page 15, Gringotts Britain branch received a significant donation from one of its users who decided to stay anonymous. What are the goblins plotting this time? Pages 16-17, Cyrus Greengrass makes huge shifts in his businesses. Are Greengrasses leaving the Grey and joining the Light faction of the families in Wisengamot too? Rumors of engagement of his daughter. Sirius stopped reading the paper. For once, all articles seemed interesting. He did not doubt Pettigrew's story was highly exaggerated, but for once, it was not against him or the ones he cared about. He stole a quick glance at his travel companions. Hermione was neck-deep into books as usual. Frankly, he rarely saw her doing something else. Meanwhile, Harry and Daphne were sound asleep, with their heads touching as they dozed off together. Sirius smirked, inwardly musing that they perhaps had a long night. Then there were a couple of other teenagers that he did not really know that well, Ron Weasley and Tracy Davis. And damn, they were still passionately chatting about Chudley cannons. He turned his head some more and saw Daphne's sister was still sketching something. It was actually her sleeping sister with Harry this time. He made a mental note to ask for a copy later. That would surely look nice in his home when framed. Cyrus Greengrass patted him on the shoulder. Looking back, Sirius groaned, but realized the break he asked for was over, and he went back to rejoin the long and boring talk of business and how to best use Black family fortune he had. Yes, he was learning the way of investing. Frankly, during the war, a lot of Blacks died while he was almost removed from the family, simply from being a Gryffindor. He never expected the family head position to be his in the end. Now, he had a lot to learn to catch up. Thankfully, Cyrus was here to lend him a helping hand. A low buzz distracted him again as he shooed the annoying beetle away. He hated the damn thing. He could swear it was buzzing around him and Cyrus as they spoke. He even saw it staring at his sleeping godson and doing a weird dance, as if happy. A few hand waves later he cursed. The insect got away again, but thanks to that he could refocus on the discussion. There was still quite some time until landing. After all, they were going for a vacation. To Egypt. Rita Skeeter was jumping in joy. Such a scoop after that death scare. During Sirius' trial, where he finally admitted to being an animagus, as well as Peter and James, being Animagi 2's security against Animagi, had been enchanted significantly. So she didn't dare snoop around in the country for a while longer. Sirius was lucky to get away scot-free. Being an illegal Animagi could result in years in Azkaban, sometimes even lifetime imprisonment. But thanks to Sirius doing that when he was but a child made his punishment actually shorter than how much he already stayed in prison. Thanks to him, Azkaban was also upgraded with Animagus detection wards. She had to be extra careful about her secret now. If news of her beetle Animagus form got out, her career would be over. Heck, she might be forced to hide among muggles. Yuck. Still, the life of a journalist was not easy. The next significant event looming on the horizon was the Quidditch Cup, and that was still months away. So she just snooped around the airport, considering which country's flight to join for her vacation. While she could apply for an intercontinental portkey or flu travel, frankly, those were quite expensive and had a lot of annoying checks from both ends of travel. Muggle traveling was way simpler and essentially free. What airplane would not fit one small beetle animagus? And imagine her surprise when she saw a lot of famous people in the airport. The boy who lived, main branch of the Greengrass family, Sirius Black, and some others from the magical side of Britain, yes, a hair of shade that read could only be a Weasley's spawn. And her surprises did not end here. The change of Greengrass family politics everyone was talking about. She knew the answer. She chuckled as the magically shrunk instant camera printed a picture of Harry and Daphne dozing off together on the airplane. She placed it beside the one she took of Cyrus and Sirius discussion. Yes, that's enough pictures for a nice article, no 2 articles. The first page will be hers again. She buzzed in annoyance as Sirius once again tried to flatten her with his hands. Thankfully, the camera did not fall off, so she flew under the chairs to hide for a moment, but still listened in. Her magically shrunk quill was in fact recording every word said in the discussions nearby. It was secured on her back, just below the wings. Yes, this is how the most famous journalist of Britain's Daily Prophet operated. It might seem easy, but it was quite a pain in the ass to wear all that miniature gear after switching to her animagus form. Yes, being a reporter was a hard job. Egypt, while a famous and popular vacation choice, did not really have a very strong magicals presence. Since it had no local school, few people were sent overboard to learn how to use the gift, and even fewer remained who could do some magic on their own. After all, wandless magic was quite hard to use, and especially so to self-learn. And yes, while there were children occasionally doing accidental magic, it was well documented that while adults could in theory use accidental magic too, if they were magical, such occurrences were supremely rare. Well, that was the impression of their stay in Egypt. It's been a whole week so far and they were having lots of fun. Beaches, swimming at sea, going over the local stores to try their food, buying random things, exploring the pyramids, and so on. The trio agreed that since they finally got out of the room, they should at least rest for a while, so they focused more on relaxation. Well, except Hermione for her, reading was both a way to learn more knowledge and relax, even if that was all she did most of the day. Frankly, the others thought she had an addiction of sorts. At least she tagged along when they went outdoors and got some sun. Harry himself mostly spent time with Daphne and his friends. He did manage to find a book in Parseltongue of all things among the junk the peddle shoppers were offering. The man who sold it thought it was gibberish and was happy to part with it. And that was one book he kept reading from time to time. If it was something not so useful, he would frankly not bother with it, as reading Parseltongue was quite a headache. Rather than letters, there were snakes drawn in various mid-hiss moments. As it corresponded to actual hissing, Harry found no way of actually decoding it. There was no translation manual, but what he could do was summon a snake and just ask it to replicate the hisses, which frankly took a while. Summoned snakes were not that good at doing that. Perhaps that was why Parseltongue users usually kept pet snakes around. But from the few pages he managed to comprehend, it was a book of healing spells, a branch of Parseltongue magic, so seeing as this loop would seemingly go towards the end if nothing unexpected happened. Harry paced himself and just spent like half an hour every day, summoning snakes and making them replicate the images of their siblings. Still, it was a smooth holiday for all of them. They improved themselves just a little bit every day, but mostly just let their tired minds relax and enjoy the beach and books in Hermione's case. She just read outdoors, and thankfully she picked some fantasy novels to read too, not just learning all the time. There were not many adventures during their whole stay here, but there were some surprises. Like the Daily Prophet getting a hold of photos of Harry and Daphne. A lot of them. But just being more aware of surroundings for a few days after that article, Harry managed to notice the particular beetle always buzzing around them. Being an animagus himself, it was not hard to connect the dots, and so Rita Skeeter was caught. Then they just came to a deal. If writing anything about them, she would get their agreement first, otherwise her identity as an animagus would get leaked to the public. And that was essentially the only unexpected event happening. Well, Ron and Tracy got together, but that was expected, seeing how much they adored Chudley Cannons so much. Other than that, the days were nice and relaxing, and time just flew by, and so the summer vacation was nearing its end, which meant they had one more event to do, the Quidditch Cup. The Quidditch Cup was also not so eventful. Yes, the Death Eaters did attack, but now there were way more helpers to keep them in check than before. Dumbledore informed his trusted friends, the so-called Order of Phoenix, to stay vigilant, and Sirius paid for the tickets for all of them, which resulted in way more wizards keeping an eye out for potential troublemakers. And this in turn had a chain effect. Seeing people standing up against the Death Eaters made some brave other wizards and witches join in. Then, like a snowball, they kept joining and joining, eventually forcing them to flee. Still, they did manage to cast the death mark before fleeing. After the chaos, Dumbledore took Harry aside for some private conversation. He informed the boy that the cup has been taken care of by goblins, and that he reviewed Hermione's research notes as well as his own sources, and did some traveling and managed to find the locations of Gaunt's family shack, as well as that carefully hidden cave by the sea. Then invited Harry and his friends to join him, being reminded of the boy's warning of him losing an arm last time he went there alone. Harry, of course, agreed, and they decided to do it during the first weekend of the school year. After all, Dumbledore was far too busy as the school was about to start, and what with all the mess in Quidditch Cup tonight, there were even a few captured Death Eaters who would undoubtedly have trials he will need to participate in, as well as various meetings by the Board of Governors and other responsibilities. Never mind all the bad events the boy disclosed that could happen, which he would try to prevent as best as he could. Like his friend, Alistair. The rest of the days until school were quite relaxing as well. Molly Weasley was only happy to allow Daphne, Sirius, and Hermione to stay over as well for the rest of the summer. Harry had a blast with his godfather and all the Weasleys doing various races around the burrow, as well as doing pranks left and right. Daphne also had some fun getting to befriend the Weasleys. And as summer passed by a flash, it was time to head back to school. Alastor Moody was beaten, a lot of his bones broken as he weakly breathed in and out. In and out. He had no magic here, locked in his own trunk. What a shame. This was torture, living solely due to his enemy needing him alive as a potion ingredient. He felt magic shifting nearby and braced himself. Perhaps his kidnapper came back for more hairs. But the magical signature was actually his own. He recognized the ward, a weak ward he knew how to set up, that let one hide small things in walls, floors, and ceilings. He frankly hardly used it nowadays, and he never remembered using it inside his trunk of all things. As the flow of magic disappeared, he looked around as much as the space he was stuck in allowed, and noticed a hidden compartment had opened quite close to him. Inside there was a knife, one of his old spare wands. His spare peg leg, even his old magical eye, which while still working, sometimes got stuck when rotating, and a tiny bottle with a familiar-looking silvery liquid. He knew what it was, a memory. He even felt a pull towards it, as if it was his own memory. He was tired, beaten, but interestingly, reading your own memories that were removed required just a touch. So he inched forward in what little space there was, and managed to hit the silvery glass bottle of memories with his forehead. It shattered as if it was purposefully made extra thin. And then he remembered. Everything. To think Dumbledore was right. Last time they played cards, he joked that he of all people would get beaten and locked away inside his own trunk. He never believed that would happen, what with his motto of constant vigilance and all that. But he was getting old. Truthfully, he was losing sleep over this. If he ever got put into his own trunk, what would he do? So he did the normal thing every person would do in this situation. He made countermeasures for such an absurd scenario, like a backdoor for his trunk. One not documented in its manual. One only he would know. Then even erased such knowledge and hidden it inside the trunk. Then erased the knowledge of hiding it even, for more security. It was logical to think that if he was beaten, it was highly likely that his mind would be breached too. So just in case, he even erased the memory of Dumbledore mentioning the possibility of him getting locked in his own trunk. And now, after struggling in the hidden trunk compartment for the whole day, he unknowingly met the hidden requirements to trigger the ward and reveal the items within. His beaten face crooked a smile, shoving a few freshly missing teeth. His spare wand was now clenched in his hand, as he opened another secret compartment in the trunk and took out a shrunken sandwich, restored it to its original size, and took a bite. With each bite, his focus seemingly returned to his one remaining eye, while another, a magical one, was spinning in circles, but mostly focusing on the ward structure of his trunk. As it was made of magic, it actually shielded him from his imposter's gaze, while making his magical eye unable to pierce it too, but he would see the moment it would start to open. Yes, perhaps he was getting old, but he thought he still had some backbone. There was a reason criminals feared him like no other. The old man continued to eat in silence, regaining his strength, stretching his limbs a little. There was not enough space for more serious stretches. And then he waited for his chance to strike. He eyed the small stack of magically shrunk sandwiches, blaming his past self for not making some more variety of food. Still, checking the time with his ward, he saw it was about time for the feast to end. So soon he should be back, and since he planned on using him as an ingredient, it was natural to assume he would be given food, or water at least. Aleister grinned with his crooked smile, as his predictions were confirmed. He saw the ward slowly being pried open and prepared for the ambush. He might have lost the first round, but he was already old, and his opponent was so young and skilled. But due to Polyjuice, he was no longer a young man, but a broken old man like him, with a stump for a leg. And he certainly had more experience fighting in a body like that. Albus Dumbledore was humming as he ascended the final flight of stairs, the ones leading to his office. The school start went well, him except Aleister was quite late. His office was weirdly quiet. Fawkes was out hunting, and the portraits were all out of frames as well. They sometimes did that, going out for other parties, checking out new students and the like. A sudden thought interrupted his humming. Come to think of it, Harry didn't mention when exactly Aleister would be replaced by an imposter. Perhaps he did not know that either, but surely his friend took his warning seriously. Aleister did mention some things only he should know during the brief exchange Thai had during the feast, but if he was captured, wouldn't his mind be accessible too? Albus furrowed his brows. He was mostly busy thinking about the upcoming trip with Harry and his other responsibilities. But Moody in the hall, didn't he seem somewhat off? Normally, he would have pushed it as stress or old age. But what if? He grabbed his wand and rushed downstairs before slowing down. As far as he knew, the real Aleister should be alive. Sudden actions from him would just arouse suspicion. Besides, perhaps he was just being paranoid. He rushed back upstairs to grab the chess set he used to play with his friend. It was public knowledge they played occasionally, so playing now, at the start of the term, seemed normal. Then he started strolling with a casual pace towards his friend, or was it his friend? He did not quicken the pace, staying cautious of the magical eye. If his fears were confirmed, wouldn't a running headmaster cause the imposter to abandon the plan and get rid of real Moody while escaping? Opening the door to the classroom, all well-crafted greetings left Dumbledore's mind as he took in the sight of the room. It was completely thrashed, and there were still not one but two Aleisters beating each other on the floor. No, it looked like Polyjuice was ending as one Aleister had blood dripping out of his magical eye. His real eye was coming back, but the eye socket was already occupied, which meant it would either push the device out or he would lose his real eye. Still, before he could start casting any spells, the duel was seemingly over as his friend, the real Mad Eye, grinned as he knocked the other one unconscious. His real eye gazed at the headmaster, while the magical one was keeping his opponent in check. He opening his mouth to speak, then frowned and spat out a tooth that got loose due to dueling, before he finally addressed his friend with a grumbling voice. "You're late to the party, Albus." Dumbledore could only lower down his gaze in shame. What was he doing wasting time picking up a chess set and going so slowly? He could have prevented more wounds for his friend. Well, at least the troublemaker was now captured. "I am truly sorry, Aleister." Moody just grumbled. "It's fine. I should have taken your warning more seriously. I thought you had too much fire whiskey. I myself got paranoid about such a possibility, and I did prepare for such a scenario of being locked in a trunk, but still, I was ambushed and bested. I am not at my prime anymore, and this bloke is good." Dumbledore was frowning, as he was casting the healing charms he knew, as well as analyzing his friend's condition, while he was retelling the story. "Quite nasty curses on you. I don't think they would get removed that quickly, even at St. Mugo's. I am afraid you're not in a good enough shape to teach the classes. You need rest." "Yes, I do feel like shite. Thank you, Albus, for pointing out the obvious." His face grimaced as adrenaline was leaving his body, and the amount of damage was coming in for him to feel in full. Though, what about the lessons? Will you teach them yourself? Won't the curse affect you? And don't say there's no curse. Just because no one found it, just look at the facts. Not one teacher stayed more than 1 year for quite some time. Albus pondered for just a moment before replying. "I just had a wonderful idea, yes. I can just ask Sirius Black to cover the classes." He did joke he could come over to teach a lesson or two, and all in all, he did receive outstanding grades in this subject, and was a good orer too. A grumble of agreement was all he got in reply, as Aleister clearly was holding in the pain now, not focusing so much on the conversation, though his magical eye was still staring at the imposter, as if waiting for him to twitch and reawaken. Albus caught on, as he cast a few strong restraining charms on Barty Jr. Then Aleister gave him one final nod. Before his eyes closed, his consciousness was also seemingly slipping away. "Now wait just a moment, my old friend. I will remove the ward and get you to St. Mugo's, and this fellow will go back to Azkaban. Sigh, if only I came earlier." Sirius Black was grinning as he read the letter offering him a position to teach at School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, starting now. After hearing of his godson's adventures, he too wanted to stay at the school this year. He just jokingly mentioned to Albus about giving a few lessons if Moody was out doing Auror business, and to think something like this actually happened. He knew Harry warned them about the imposter, but for that legend Mad Eye to screw up while knowing such. Frankly, Sirius did not mind teaching. Staying in prison for so long made him crave social interaction, and dealing with children could be quite fun, certainly more entertaining than mingling with Cyrus and his business friends. Then his mind wandered back to the story he heard during the summer, of how Harry's name actually ended up in the cup. and his lips twisted into a smirk. Oh yes, he had such a nice idea of a prank when he heard about this. He just needed a way to be at the school at the right time. And now that was resolved quite nicely, with him becoming a teacher. His smirk spread into a wide grin. Now there were high chances he could pull it off. He quickly penned down the agreement and sent the owl on its way, then looked back on the book he was reading. It was titled Advanced Applications of Confundus Charmdraco Malfoy Was Having a Bad Day. It has been bad ever since Sirius Black became a free man again. All his father's plans to take Black family fortune were swept under the rug. I should have been heir Black, not Potter. He knew it was not his fault. It was all Potter. He must have helped Sirius escape back when he was caught in school. Dementors would have kissed him otherwise. And yet, his father's disappointing gaze was directed towards him. Though he did not verbally mention such, Draco could feel it. He has failed him again. Still, now he was back once again in school. Perhaps if he tries hard enough and wins the cup for his house this time around, his father would be proud of him. Of course, he heard that there was no Quidditch Cup this year, so he could give his all to studying. He in fact already had a head start, as he knew about Triwizard Cup beforehand, so he could invest the time he usually practiced Quidditch while at home into studying and learning. He had a smirk on his face. The head of House Slytherin, Severus Snape, was known for favoring his house a lot. Just last lesson, he had the pleasure of earning 10 whole points for his house. And the favoritism did not end here. He could also, with pleasure, witness the poor Hufflepuffs who shared lessons with him this time around, lose points left and right for trivial reasons. He slightly regretted not having all potions classes together with Potter, as it was such a pleasure to see Professor Snape go so hard on him and his friends to make them lose points. He smiled, remembering the summer. Taking those classes in Greengrass Tutoring Center was well worth it. And then his mood plummeted. He remembered an article he read, Greengrass's finally choosing a side, and a wrong one too. And for Potter to get together with Daphne, he was jealous. His father once mentioned a possibility of him marrying Daphne or Astoria, but now with them going light, would that ever happen? He glanced to the side, just to see that his minions did not get lost along the way. They truly were kind of dumb, like how could they still get lost in the castle, having walked there for 3 whole years before. Thankfully, they were dutifully following him, so he put on his superior look as he was approaching the classroom. His father's knowledge would help him this time, too. He did read the report that it was none other than Alastor Moody who would be teaching this year, and the feast confirmed it. One could never be sure about this particular job position. Everyone knew it was cursed. Frankly, he was a bit afraid. The man was scary. Even his father seemed to fear him, and from what he read, it looks like theory alone would not be enough to pass, but he was actually happy to get some practice. Stepping into the room, he looked around and felt his face and body stiffen. Sirius Black was in the room, casually sitting on the chair, his legs on the table. The man, without a care in the world, was reading Witch Weekly as he seemingly waited for the class to fill in. Unknowingly, or perhaps due to shock, Draco blurted out what he meant to think in his head. What is he doing here? The man glanced up, and his eyes locked with the blonde boy, as a recognition flashed in his eyes, and a grin spread on his face. Now, that was impolite of you, Mr. Malfoy. That would be minus 10 points from you. Draco swallowed. All the points he earned so far gone just like that. But it's not fair. Sirius narrowed his eyes before starting his rant, arguing against a teacher. Another 10 points. Blocking the door for your classmates. Another 10 points. Looking at your teacher impolitely. That's 10 more points. And why don't we add 10 more due to making me speak for so long during the break? Draco paled. Slytherins did not really take the loss of points lightly. If word got out how much he lost, he could become an outcast from within his house. He quickly walked out of the doorframe and found a seat in the corner, his followers following him in. Gryffindors already inside the class were giggling, but Sirius did not seem to mind. In fact, was that a smirk on his face? Still, Draco mused, he must endure, then he would tell his head of house about this. Professor Snape would know the school rules best of what to do in this situation. He couldn't really tell his father he lost 40 points on the first lesson of defense against dark arts. Could he? Soon, one by one, other students filled in. And Draco could only watch in horror as Slytherins and only Slytherins lost points. For trivial reasons, too. Being late for a minute, forgetting the textbook, blocking the door, speaking too loud. The list went on and on. And even more infuriating, Gryffindors got points for random things, too. Like who gives points due to telling a joke the professor finds funny, being the first to raise the hand. What the hell? As the lesson started, he could focus on it and realized while heavily favoring Gryffindors, Sirius Black actually thought well. Draco felt he was learning a lot. Still a stray thought entered his mind, how come Potter did not receive any points yet, with Sirius favoring Gryffindor so heavily. Come to think of it, he looked around. And then he frowned. The boy was not in the classroom. The girl best at studying in Slytherin, the traitor Daphne Greengrass, was not in the classroom. That mudblood bookworm, Hermione Granger, missing as well. What was happening? He raised his hand and waited for Professor Black to call him out. Before replying, "Professor, there seems to be 3 students missing. Would they lose points for skipping out?" Sirius just chuckled in response. They are under headmaster's supervision, taking their exams early, together with ministry personnel. He took the pleasure of seeing the shock, not only on Draco's face. Nearly the whole class was stupefied. Only a few others like Tracy, Ron, and Neville seemed to be aware of it, not showing signs of surprise. Sirius enjoyed the expression on Draco's face as he continued. In fact, they finished grading their owls while you were at potions, all of the subjects. All outstanding. Now it seems they are still doing any WTS. Now he had the pleasure of seeing even those who knew this mouth gaping. Sirius enjoyed the moment, before turning back towards Draco, mischievous glint in his eyes. Isn't that praiseworthy? Let it be 100 points for each of them, no for each outstanding grade, and 200 each for each outstanding they get in any WTS. He enjoyed the horror on Draco's face for a moment before adding, "Feel free to take exams early as well. This holds for all early exam takers." It took a few minutes of chatter before the class calmed down and resumed their work. Sometime later, young Malfoy lost another 10 points. He was unfortunately the last one to regain composure, being lost in thought. Points seemed kind of meaningless now. Daphne offset Hermione's gains, but there was always a damned Potter in the way, and it was not like winning the cup thanks to traitor Greengrass contributing the most to it would bring any joy for him or other darker families. Draco could only resign. He would not make his father proud by studying this year, but knowledge was useful anyway. He should aim to actually learn the usual subjects, while skipping homework of tedious ones, like how writing pages upon pages about goblin wars helped make better wizards. If points did not matter, he could focus on things that did. His motivation resurfaced like a small fire that lit up in his eyes, and he focused on the textbook, now more than ever. Even if he wished for revenge, it's not like he could do much. His father especially forbade him from approaching Potter this year. After all, he was no longer merely Potter. He was Potter Black now. In Hogwarts, there was actually a tiny classroom on the 6th floor, dedicated to those who wished to try taking exams early, but mainly for those who were rich and wanted to retake the exams they took before, due to unsatisfactory results. After all, only the first grading was free, yes, even for the early exam takers, and it cost quite a sum to retake the exams. Suddenly the classroom's doors opened, and Harry, Daphne, and Hermione strolled out. Not an ounce of stress on their faces. They finished everything together, and that was just because it was all so easy. OWLS, any WTS. How did students struggle with these exams so much? You could just read a few hundred books in the library and pass easily, and they had read tens of thousands. Harry did not doubt they could even try for masteries, and they would get quite a few, especially in subjects they enjoyed and unknowingly read and learned more about. But for now, they had other plans for the day. Dumbledore was the one who offered them to take the exams early. In fact, the trio never considered this before, but it was kind of nice to be able to do that. No more sitting in lessons they already listened to would be nice. Dumbledore said he would even allow them to have private lessons under various professors, himself included, to further improve their skills, perhaps even aim for masteries later in the year or next year. And now the same headmaster was already waiting for them in his office. So the trio just finished their exams, and they were already on their way to a small adventure. The headmaster's office doors parted as they told the password of the day, chocolate frogs, and headed inside, where they came upon a bit of a heated discussion. Really, Snivellis, for years you have been only giving points heavily skewed to the house you're head of and subtracting for trivial reasons from others, and now you dare come here to complain of me doing the same. Ever heard of the pot calling the kettle black? The potions professor's hand twitched as he withheld his urge to curse his childhood nemesis into oblivion. But still, even he had to admit, he had a point, so he hissed back a remark in response, at least be subtle about it. What's the meaning of points when you give hundreds away on the very first week of teaching? Sirius' eyes twinkled as he noticed the trio that just came in. Then he turned to Dumbledore, who was mostly just listening in so far. He had enough headaches to deal with, so he did not bother to join either side of this. Headmaster. Didn't the headmaster himself give an unreasonable amount of points to Harry and his friends just from breaking some school rules in the last few years? Albus sighed as he saw there's no running away from this, but at least the boy was finally here. Perhaps this tiresome discussion would soon end. His glasses twinkled. Now, Sirius, Severus, stop your bickerings. We all know those points do not really represent how much some houses are better than others. But I suppose you're both right. So let's say, from now on, the two of you will be responsible for reviewing the point assignments to check if they are fair, my own included. Both professors averted their gaze, who wanted extra responsibilities like that. And besides, the points truly did not matter. Severus swallowed his arguments. If Black could get away with such unreasonable point assignments, he can just do the same. Still, points discussion was over, for now, and they all turned to welcome the newcomers to the room. Dumbledore quickly set up the table with some tea and snacks and, of course, a few bowls of lemon drops. They had a quick tea break before Albus popped the seemingly 13th lemon drop into his mouth, patted his full belly, and regarded others in the room all ready for adventure. They all just nodded back, though frowns on Sirius and Severus' faces flashed briefly as they exchanged glances. Clearly, they did not want to be with each other in the same room, heck, even the same city. But they both reluctantly agreed that this was important, so they put their grudges aside. Albus beckoned them over, and as they all touched his robes, Fawkes flew out and gave a screech, and with a twist of flames they were out of the school. The flames dispersed as the group appeared in the woods near Little Hangleton. The place seemed familiar to the trio. They had all seen it from a memory Dumbledore showed Harry after losing an arm here during one of the previous loops. Dumbledore was already striding forwards while speaking. In fact, I already saw something hidden in the remains of Gaunt's shack. Yet your future knowledge of me losing an arm to it made me hesitate to approach closer alone. His eyes got a bit teary. After hearing about the ring and reviewing my own memories of back when Tom Riddle was a student, I do in fact remember him once wearing it while still in school. It somehow slipped my mind, but when I saw the symbol on top of it, I just lost composure to think it was here all along, all those years of fruitless searching. He motioned towards his wand. It's another Deathly Hallow. That fool Tom actually made one of those a Horcrux, but I suspect it might be just the ring itself, not the stone on top of it, the resurrection stone. His eyes glinted towards the black-haired boy. You know what those are, don't you, Harry? I feel as if my wand and you have a connection. His eyes twinkled. Did anything happen after collecting all three? Harry's eyes widened. He never mentioned this directly, but he did mention the fact that the headmaster lended his wand to him. That was the only way he could explain the connection he had with it. I do not know, apart from this connection. I don't really feel any different. But yes, I held all three of them at once. Dumbledore nodded. I think I know what it might be. If I am right, this connection is the magical bond from what you describe. It is different from the wand simply recognizing its master. Given the right training, you should be able to summon them to yourself, perhaps even use them in a more special way. At least that is how the bonds between magical artifacts usually work. They are quite rare, you see. But let's test it out later. Now we have a Horcrux to find. Albus stopped before the broken shack, already a mess overgrown with vines and leaves, then tapped his wand on the floor. The rubble slowly levitated and moved away, only leaving a lonely ring behind. While the ring itself was charmed against such simple retrieval methods, the surrounding rubble was not, which led to this easy finding of the Horcrux, as Voldemort did not really put much protection in this place aside from the curse on the ring. Of course, a dark artifact as this would be resistant to such simple magic, so one could simply move things away. Severus seemed to understand what was happening, being well versed in dark arts himself. Dumbledore stumbled and almost ran towards the ring, mad fascination in his eyes, but Sirius held him off, simultaneously tossing the sword of Gryffindor towards his godson. Harry calmly caught the sword and stepped forwards. He too felt a strong compulsion to wear the ring, but he already tried the so-called resurrection stone. It did not really resurrect anything, so it did not hold much sway over his heart. The boy's face was still grimaced from a clumsy required to protect himself from compulsion, but he stepped forward and sliced the ring cleanly in half. A black cloud escaped the ring, shrieked and dissipated into the air. Then Dumbledore regained his senses. So that's how I would have lost an arm. I can see it. I spent decades looking for this stone, so the compulsion affected me more strongly. In the background, Hermione was passionately explaining the tale of Deathly Hallows to Sirius and Severus, somewhat astonished that neither wizard was told that fairy tale. She even began retelling it. Daphne came closer to Harry and gave him a hug. The frown on his face, from fighting the compulsion on the ring, eased as he smiled and hugged her back. Albus was still breathing hard and somewhat haphazardly looking after the encounter. Not wanting to waste more time, Harry came over and hissed at him. Suddenly he felt Snape aiming his wand at him, followed by Sirius, Daphne, and Hermione aiming theirs at Snape. "What are you doing, Potter?" Harry sighed. Of course, hissing randomly would not be perceived well. "I healed him, parcel-tongue magic." Severus did a double take, and Dumbledore's facial complexion did seem more at ease. Then the old man himself confirmed so. "Lower your wand, Severus, he truly did. I thought parcel-tongue healing magic was lost. My boy, how did you learn it?" Harry fished out an old book from his enchanted pocket. "I found this in Egypt. I am still learning as it's very time-consuming to read." Dumbledore looked at the title, then slowly nodded. "Give me a bit more time to rest, and then we can move on to the next location." They waited for 15 more minutes, but after Dumbledore's repeated insistence that he was completely fine, he called Fawkes over and flamed them all to the coast. And then he once again took the lead. "Thank you for those locations, Hermione. It made the search for this place much easier." He tapped the seemingly innocent-looking cliff with his wand, then reached out with his hand as if looking for something. This was quite well hidden, I admit. I almost missed it. As he did something with his hand, it disappeared in the cliffside, only for the hidden entrance to reveal itself moments later. They all instinctively kept casting various spells to check for any hidden dangers as they continued forwards. Harry frowned as he surveyed his surroundings. There seemed to be an artificial lake ahead, which had an unpleasant feeling as if something magical was lurking beneath. "Aha, I found it." Dumbledore seemingly pulled from the side of the wall, and a tiny boat appeared on the shore so small, it could hardly take one of them across, perhaps two. "We're going to swim in that. Can't we just make our own boats?" Sirius frowned as he experimentally transfigured a nearby pebble into a small boat, having Gryffindor decoration on its side. Still, as the boat dropped into the eerie water, it slowly started sinking until it eventually disappeared from sight. Not even a bubble rose from the depths of the lake. Sirius awkwardly chuckled as he looked back at what the others were doing. Severus was drying his shoes. He tried a weird spell, as if to fly over himself, but it seemed this place was protected against it too. Luckily, he managed to avoid diving completely and did not disturb anything inside the lake. The potions teacher, well versed in the dark arts, also had a gut feeling telling him that something was inside the lake. Hermione was frowning. She believed she had enough knowledge to disable all those magical wards in this place. She actually was aware of what Dumbledore was doing when he uncovered the entrance and that boat. She read about it in one of the books from his vault. Now it was eye-opening to see it used in practice. After some time calculating, she arrived at the conclusion that the ward was set up on a small island in the middle of that weird water. Hence, she was powerless too. She did focus most of her time learning ward breaking. It was a fun activity as it required logic and extensive magical knowledge. Both of the things she was good at, and thought it would help with Horcrux's protection as well. Daphne was thinking since the boat was here, even the Dark Lord himself would have to use it too. Otherwise, why leave a boat in the first place? But still, if it was a Horcrux, why would you need to revisit it anyway? Perhaps just ward and protection maintenance. Why not just toss it into depths of the sea? In some location, no wizard would ever visit. Dumbledore seemed troubled too. It's only made for 2 people. The wards seemingly measure the magic inside, so only 1 adult wizard and 1 underage at most. Perhaps I can go over with Harry. Harry casually arched his eyebrow at the headmaster. Can't Fawkes just flame us over? Dumbledore sighed. As you might know, Fawkes and I share a special bond, and he's telling me there's something preventing this ability of his from working across the lake. Harry shrugged. I do not get the same feeling, I feel like. I can just flame us all over. Dumbledore's glasses twinkled as all others overheard and gathered around. Then Harry slowly transformed to his animagus form, then quickly touched them all and flamed them over to the tiny island barely visible from the shore. Dumbledore was seemingly fascinated by his animagus form more than anyone, though others besides him and Severus have already seen it. Fascinating. It's so similar to flaming over, yet it's not Phoenix in origin. Never heard of such a creature before. I wonder if Newt knows what it is. Still, no one else was listening. Hermione was already digging some corner of the island, seemingly wanting to uncover the ward stone. Dumbledore thought he should warn her that wards like this would likely warn its creator of any breaching. But after some pondering, he realized Voldemort's current state was not truly alive. If no one, including most Death Eaters, were not able to find him for years since his fall, then a ward like this would also fail to do the same. And the others just walked towards the only thing on this island, really, the pedestal with some sort of green liquid in it, with Severus' eyes practically sparkling as he examined the unknown potion in it with his custom-made spells. Daphne was also doing the same, her eyebrows frowning. This is quite viscous. We can't get rid of it. One of us must drink it. And it would weaken the one who drinks, make them thirsty and other side effects. And I doubt drinking from the lake would do us any good too. Snape opened his mouth to retort, but after a moment of thinking, he was astonished to realize that he in fact discerned the same. He could not add anything else. Wait, he just thought of how to diminish some of the negative effects to make them only temporary for at most an hour or 2. He looked back at the girl who just passed NEWTS earlier today. She was already working on the potion herself. Grudgingly, he looked at it and was surprised she was doing well. It was the same recipe he just came up with. But still, it did not look like she had that much experience in brewing advanced potions. Likely she learned mostly theory. He shook his head. What was he thinking? She was still just a child. How could he have decades of practice needed for some intuition and efficiency in this field? Ms. Greengrass, you can lower the heat by 3 degrees and stir counterclockwise 11 times. That should speed up the merging of ingredients. Daphne seemingly pondered if that would work, and her eyes lit up as she realized that it should speed up her potion without ruining it. She nodded towards her professor, and then they continued working on it together, with Severus just giving tips and seeing her execute them perfectly. It was kind of nice to have a real student for once, not those imbeciles that only knew how to blow up cauldrons, if its students are of such quality. Perhaps he should accept that offer from Albus to teach some students some extra skills for masteries. Meanwhile, Harry, Sirius, and Dumbledore were fighting in Fairy, who kept coming towards the Isle. They did not know why they started coming here out of the lake. Perhaps it was due to too many wizards being on top of the island. Or, more likely, due to that "oops," Hermione quietly murmured as she was trying to break the ward. No doubt the girl read all about it, but never practiced doing such a thing. Still, the island was sufficiently small for the trio of wizards to hold them off with ease. Dumbledore even had time to shout tips for Hermione of what to do while Harry just observed the process. He read all about it too, but he mostly focused on quick wards you could use in battles, both to set them up and bypass them. And just 10 minutes later, Daphne came over to them, two halves of medallion in her hands. Severus was wobbling back behind her. He was confident the mixture would prevent any long-term side effects, and in fact he did not feel thirsty already, but it seems to have resulted in some new ones on its own. So he sat down on the ground and massaged his head to ease the headache. As the head of a house, he couldn't just allow his student to drink that potion, could he? All for the glory of Slytherin. "It's fake," Daphne's quiet words resounded, quickly followed by Hermione. "I think I broke it." And then the whole cave started rumbling. The Inferi started coming all at once from the depths of the lake, as the wards no longer regulated their movements, and there were a lot of them. Dumbledore exchanged a glance with Harry and Sirius as they somehow understood what had to be done. They both rushed towards the others to apparate them to safety. The wards blocking it were down as well. Dumbledore, meanwhile, concentrated, then waved his wand as he shouted, "Fiendfire." A black phoenix made of flames left his wand and started burning everything around, even the water. While they have achieved their objective of finding out what Voldemort has hidden here, even if it was supposedly fake, they simply could not just go away, leaving all those in Fairy behind. What if they wandered out of the cave and killed innocent people? What if the real Horcrux was in fact here, just better hidden, and the fake locket was just a decoy? Dumbledore took no chances, so he recast the spell around the cave, making sure to block all escape routes, nodding thankfully to Harry, Sirius, and Daphne, who joined him. Hermione opted to look after Severus, who still looked half dead, though his complexion was improving. Eventually, they all were outside the cave, and just waiting for the fire to go out. Fiendfire could burn nearly everything, but rock walls of the cave were quite thick and thankfully non-flammable, so it would eventually extinguish. Now the medallion's parts were in Sirius's hands, and more importantly, the note inside of it. Tears filled his eyes as he muttered, "Regulus, my brother, you never took the wrong side, did you?" Others gave him a moment of silence, pondering the meaning of his words. After calming down, Sirius shared the details about his younger brother, who was one of Voldemort's devout followers. Little did he know the man was doing so to bring him down. And doing all that alone, Dumbledore never knew he was on the side against Tom Riddle. When asked for where he could have hidden the real locket, Sirius' eyes lit up as he called the house elf that was very friendly with his younger brother Creature. It only took one glance for him to understand what was happening. The locket that he tried destroying countless times, and this was the replica he himself made to leave as a decoy. "Master Regulus asked me to destroy it." After a quick admission, his usually arrogant tone took a sad turn. "But I have tried for years and never succeeded. I have failed, Master Regulus." With shaking hands, the house elf retrieved the real locket from his pocket. It looked shiny, as if brand new, no signs of damage on it. The group saw the fiendfire was still burning in the cave, so they chose to let the elf finish the task he was given, as it seemed important to him. Sirius motioned towards the flame. "Have you tried a magical flame such as this? Fiendfire." Creature shook his head, and without much expectation, went near and dropped the locket into the flames. He tried dozens of other fires. There was no reason why some fiendfire would work. Still, it was one flame he was banned from casting, for no other reason than Lord Black of hundreds years ago banning him when he burned an intruder. Along with half the library of the Black's house before they put it out, this flame was dangerous, which is why Creature did have a tiny glimmer of hope inside his eyes. And to his astonishment, The locket started melting in flames, as a black shade rushed out and shrieked before dissipating in the air. Creature just stood there in daze, tears welling up in his eyes, Regulus. His final order was finally complete. He could not hold it any longer as tears started falling out of his eyes uncontrollably. He felt as if he got a hug from his master, but wiping the tears away, he saw it was Sirius. He initially hated him, but if his and Regulus' goals aligned, perhaps he could serve him well from now on. The journey back was uneventful. Same for the school year that followed, having already passed the OWLS, even any WTS too. Getting all O's, they were pardoned from the classes. Instead, they basically just selectively attended the subjects they liked or wanted to learn more in. The teachers dedicated some time teaching them further than the school curriculum, usually their personal spells or the things they learned outside the school, as they trio did know nearly all the books in Hogwarts. It was truly a blessing to skip some useless subjects, where the teacher could hardly teach anything other than what was in the textbooks like divination. Never mind magical history, where the ghost teacher, Professor Binns, even repeated exact same lessons every time. There were even a few books jokingly released by Hogwarts graduates which had concise summary of the lessons, all assignments and tips on how to actually prepare for the exams. While goblin uprisings might have been the main focus, during the time Teacher Binns was alive, that was no longer the case nowadays. And most interestingly of all, they had lessons with Dumbledore himself. The old man found some time in his busy schedule to accommodate them for some training. Even Harry found that immensely useful. Even if he added all the years he had been alive, time loops or not, he was still not even half as old as the headmaster, so the famous archwizard had much wisdom and experience to share. Like alchemy. More advanced techniques and spells he learned himself, which were not recorded in the books from his vault. And that was the new schedule for the trio, enjoying socializing with their friends, combined with some quality studying time. And after a few more weeks passed just like that, the other school arrived again. So they had the pleasure of befriending Crumb and Fleur one more time, and getting them together too. Fleur was especially happy to see that Hermione and Daphne had strong enough occlumency shields to resist her allure. She was happy to have some real friends. And the goblet of fire was finally placed in the Great Hall. The age ward drawn and teachers were supposed to guard it from time to time. Though this was under the responsibilities of the defense against the dark arts teacher, Sirius Black. Little did they know that it would have been better to guard the goblet against Sirius instead. The students were asleep or perhaps out and about, no doubt having enough for the day. Those who wanted to join and could already toss their names in or were still on edge, undecided. Those who couldn't have already tried and couldn't pass the age ward, no doubt they would try various tricks like polyjuice, aging potions, and whatnot to try to pass. But now the Great Hall was empty. Only Sirius Black was casually standing at the entrance. He was looking at his own copy of Marauder's map, and yes, he still had it. Sure, James' copy got donated to Filch when they purposefully got caught with it to leave it for future generations, but it was really just a piece of paper. The real magic was knowing what spells to use in what order, how to connect them to the wards of Hogwarts itself to get it working combined with advanced application of homunculus charm, and no doubt they failed a lot until they succeeded. But of course that was not the first try. They had countless, almost working maps among themselves. The one Sirius was using was almost perfect. Really, it was only missing the majority of spellwork to throw insults against Snape. Sirius actually had forgotten about where he put the damn thing. Thankfully, Creature was able to find it. The elf was way more friendly and useful, likely due to finally fulfilling his former master's final wish. Sirius spent a few more minutes looking at the map before putting it away. No one was near the Great Hall. The troublemakers he came to know from his classes, all accounted for. Though more than half of them were not in their rooms, wandering the castle at night past curfew or being busy in various more abandoned places in the castle. A few adventurous ones were even mingling with the students from other schools. But the important bit was that no one was near the Great Hall. Having some peace of mind, Sirius could proceed with his plans. He waved his wand as he unzipped his pocket. Yes, he was wearing a muggle jumper, not some weird robes that other teachers liked. Truly, those wizarding robes were already out of fashion when he was young. Muggle clothes were just so much better. At least, they had a wider selection of materials, and some very comfortable ones to wear. Then from his pocket, one after another, small pieces of paper started flying out, unshrinking themselves. They were followed by a quill, one that started, writing down the names and other details, copying every single person present on the Marauders' map. Sirius chuckled. If you're doing a magical tournament, why not give everyone a chance to try? As the pile of parchments grew larger, he calmed his mind and concentrated. He had been mastering this spell since summer. He could even cast it endlessly without effort. But this was an ancient magical artifact. No doubt it was not going to be easy. After all, he was not just adding a single new school. Oh no, he was changing most of the rules as they were. After a few minutes of silence, one could even see veins throbbing on his forehead, but he finally formulated the intent he wanted, so focusing on that, it could work even without saying the spell, but saying did make it easier, just a little bit. Confundo. Waving his wand in seemingly simple patterns, in an effortless way, the spell left his wand. Then it hit the goblet as his frown deepened. It was similar to a mind attack of sorts, overpowering artifacts. He did try this on any he could find at Black's mansion, but Goblet was clearly on another level, good that he had practice. A minute later, his frown eased as he smiled. Then he waved his wand, and the pile of papers started flying into the goblet, one by one, being consumed by flames. He then laughed. It was a success. Then he watched for an hour as nearly all the papers were consumed. He left the final ones to throw in himself as it felt more fitting. He grinned as he stepped into the age ward. In his hands were 3 small papers. On the front side of them were written, Albus Dumbledore, Sirius Black, Severus, Asterisk Snivellus, Snape with more details on the other sides. He dropped them in and watched as the flames consumed them. His grin widened as Goblet accepted the nickname he added for Severus. This was his original idea of a prank after hearing his godson's stories. How could he not plan a revenge against those fellows who read others' minds on a whim? But then he got drunk, shared it with Cyrus, and the man suggested expanding this to cover the whole school. He even managed to get goblins into the plan as he saw a business opportunity in it. Then he pondered. According to Harry, not one student he knew managed to bypass the age ward. But it was so simple. Were wizards of this day and age so uncreative? He decided it would be more fun to see some of them succeeding, and decided to leave a little tip. He doodled a simple comic panel on the few pieces of paper left. It showed a kid getting stuck by the ward, then smiling, crumpling the paper, and throwing it through to land inside the cup. Then he made a few magical copies, and whistled as he went for a walk through the school. He would hide some of those in random places. And then he would just need to wait to watch the fun. No doubt this would trigger more interesting attempts than what he had seen Harry tell him about, as well as more interaction with teachers who would be forced to come up with some means to ban such simple ways to bypass it. After all, even if everyone's name was already inside the cup, only he knew this information. Then his smile slightly plummeted, and he remembered he still had to deal with the damn homeworks. He swore it was the last time he gave an essay to write. It was so tedious to check them. He only did it for nostalgia, after all. Back when he was a student at Hogwarts, he too hated essays. Still, his plan seemingly worked. He should let Cyrus and the goblins know, after all, as it was a success, they should prepare for what was to come. Igor Karkaroff was excited about the upcoming event. When he first arrived at Hogwarts, he reviewed the school rules and curriculum and was surprised that so many subjects were removed and no longer taught. He did hear rumors about it while back home, but there were a lot more subjects removed than he expected. Like where was the occlumency, the alchemy, rituals, dark magic, and many more were just gone. And the subjects that were left were not all worth attending to. Like a dead ghost teaching history, which was no longer relevant in this day and age. A divination subject, allowing even those without the gift to attend, where even the teacher had no gift to divine regularly, just receiving what one prophecy since being born. And even potions, while taught by a true master in the subject, his acquaintance, Severus Snape, anyone could tell the man had no patience to teach, never mind to guide the students. At least there were some subjects which were not part of his own school, like magical creatures. He also liked how transfiguration and charms were thought, so this exchange did have its benefits. So his mood was quite good. His students could broaden their views, do some self-study from textbooks they bought from home for subjects that were missing or lacking in quality at Hogwarts, and of course participate in the event. Organization of the Triwizard Cup also seemed to be done well. The new rule they agreed on, one that only adult wizards were allowed to compete, seemed fully enforced by the age ward drawn around the cup. At least, that's what it looked like on the first day. On the next, chaos began. In the morning, Igor saw a pile of crumpled papers below the cup, as well as multiple students that were clearly too young to participate, just crumpling papers and throwing them from a distance. And doing it again. And again. Until they eventually scored, and among the cheers of their fellow housemates, went back to their seats to eat. What was this nonsense? He doubted younger folks would get away to compete at all, being less skilled than their upperclassmen, but this was a clear violation of the rules. His former comrade Severus Snape berated the fellows and subtracted 50 points each from them, which made his mood lift a bit, but that too was short-lived, as he clearly saw students simply did not care about points. Giving a glance at the points displayed, he saw that rather than falling, their points actually rose. Severus saw it too. The man was fuming, yet subtracting any points seemed to cause the points to rise by the same amount. Only deducting from Slytherin seemed to work. Severus tried giving points to other houses, to test whether the behavior was simply reversed, but alas, giving points to other houses worked just fine. But for giving points to Slytherin, just subtracted points by the same amount. He walked away, cursing that famous Azkaban escapee, Sirius Black, who was apparently a teacher of defense against dark arts for this year, and a well-known prankster from back in the days when Severus himself was a student. Of course, Igor expressed his displeasure to Albus, and the old man pondered just for a moment, before adding another layer of wards, which messed around with the gravity, somehow making it such that thrown papers would just fall straight down, while not affecting the students too strongly. They could still walk around inside, albeit more slowly. And then, seemingly a war started between Albus and Hogwarts students. One side wanted to bypass the wards, and the other to prevent that. And the students somehow got very creative. Some got on top of the roof of the Great Hall, drilled a hole in the magically enhanced sky view, and even had the audacity to put signs showing directions on how to actually get to the roof, starting from the Great Hall. Papers thrown from above were directly above the cup, so it did not matter that they could only move vertically down. Students did not need to throw them anyway. Dumbledore then added height restriction to his ward. Now there was an invisible ceiling repelling papers around Hagrid's height above the cup. Then the most popular method became to take the crumbled paper with long brooms, using them as chopsticks, and just drop it inside from outside the ward's reach. Albus patched that too. Then there was another popular trick of just asking owls to put it in. Apparently they found out Age Ward did not really work on owls the same way. Perhaps it counted years in owl years for them, or perhaps it only worked for wizards. Following the fix for that was bribing ghosts and upperclassmen. Even some house elves were bribed. They were surprisingly fond of new clothes, of course, only after a painstaking explanation with the help of Dobby that this did not count as freeing them, since students were not their owners. Igor rubbed his head to ease his headache. It seemed as if everyone from Hogwarts who wanted already dropped their names in the image of the school fell even more in his eyes. Why set the rules if you can't enforce them? But still, it was not like it would be getting any worse. He did not really think this mattered much. Only 3 champions would be chosen. Not like he could complain if some underage kid actually was chosen and was set against his best student. At least that's what he thought, until it was finally time to choose the champions. Dumbledore was humming a happy tune. The imposter was caught, so the tournament should be going as expected. No more mess of 4 champions, just 3, as things should be. He was wondering who would win. Would Harry not participating affect things in any way? Or perhaps Harry actually sneakily threw his name inside along with, most of the school. He did try stopping this with magical wards, but it was hard to cover all the ways one could bypass them. The wards of Hogwarts were very complex, with each headmaster improving them by adding layers on top, which complicated things, limiting the restrictive wards he could place on top. But no matter what, Albus was looking forward to the event. As the time arrived, he calmly stepped onto the scene to await for the cup to spit out the papers, the names of the chosen ones. He was also glad to finally be able to get rid of the wards protecting the cup, the whole dozen of them, though a lot of people did manage to put their names into the cup even while being underage. But he doubted the cup would choose someone underage, other than Harry and those 2 girls. They were certainly qualified, having passed OWLS and NEWTS with perfect grades. He suddenly had a thought. Would champions still be the same? What if Voldemort had another agent in school to force Harry to participate again as a separate school? A bit of worry in his eyes, but he hid it behind his grandfatherly smile. No need to over-worry the things you could no longer change. Then the first paper flew out from the goblet and landed in his hands. He uncrumpled it and had a look, and his face froze. The paper clearly said, Albus Dumbledore. Over all his life, there haven't been many moments where Albus wished for the floor to swallow him whole. This was one of them. As he stood there as if stupefied, he even missed the second paper, which just hit his hands and fell on the floor. Minerva could not stand this behavior as Albus was not responding to her inquiring what was happening, so she climbed onto the scene to take a look at the paper in his hands. Then she froze in place as well, her expression unreadable. Igor Karkaroff himself stumped forwards near them, only to take the crumpled paper from the floor, unfold it and freeze as he saw his own name inside. The rest of the teachers, together Madame Maxime, followed too, to check the commotion. As the third and fourth papers reached the scene, the cup was slowly gaining speed at spitting out the names, and the whole great hall realized that this was not some weird tradition to withhold the champions until the end. As Weasley twins were swearing by, something was clearly wrong. The whole hall was abuzz with commotion and discussions and students pushing towards the area near the cup to see what this was all about. Though one teacher remained in his seat, hardly suppressing his laughter. Sirius took a glance on his map and noticed that his friend Cyrus and a goblin representative they have sent, Ugnus, have already arrived via Floo, which was open for now to allow the ministry personnel in for the event. He smirked. It seemed things went well on their end. Eventually, Dumbledore regained his composure and used Sonorous on himself and loudly tapped the floor to gain attention. Silence. Sorry for the loud noise. It appears the event has been tampered with. He waved the paper with his own name clearly visible, electing gasps from people close enough to see it, which soon spread by word of mouth to the whole great hall. But not like multiple people getting chosen was a secret anymore. The cup was now rapidly spewing out the papers in all directions. Some close students already grabbed a few to check them out and spread the word of what they read. So they knew that a lot of students, even underage ones, were chosen, but for the headmaster himself to fall into this too. Who would dare compete with him? Dumbledore just chuckled. I personally did not put my name inside, and I unfortunately only know of one person who would dare and actually be capable to prank like this. He waved his wand to dim the illusion of the sky above. Now it displayed thunderclouds, but still, a ray of light passed through one place of the sky, illuminating the laughing man beneath. Behind him, you could see a pair of red-haired twins playfully bowing as if paying respects. Well played, Sirius. Truly caught me off guard. But what are we going to do about the event? We can't organize the tournament as it is with nearly everyone being chosen. The cup behind him was still spewing out papers. Dumbledore narrowed his eyebrows as his tone rose an octave. Have you not considered the consequences of your actions? Sirius took a moment to catch his breath, then wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes. Then he calmly met Dumbledore's gaze. Just look at the other side of the paper, Headmaster. The invisible ink should have appeared by now. All the rules are summarized on your paper's copy. Dumbledore quickly flipped his paper, then frowned, as it was now filled with way more details than before. But as he read on, his expression eased. The tournament would be different. But he did not see anything bad with it. Rather, he was relieved. There would be no very dangerous tasks like stealing from the dragon's ministry was initially planning. Sirius was already climbing the podium on the other end of the Great Hall, which was sneakily set up by Cyrus, while everyone's attention was on the Hogwarts headmaster. I had a chat with some friends. He nodded towards Agnes and Cyrus. And we thought, why should Triwizard remain as it is? Only giving a chance to 7th years and not every year. Clearly a faulty system. Why have tournaments with lives on stake? Why disappoint nearly everyone as only one lucky student per school can participate? Which is why we changed the rules for a bit. First of all, you are all eligible to participate. Loud gasps followed all around the Great Hall. Yes, all of you, Filch included. Now some laughter spread, and one caretaker turned somewhat pale. How could he, a squib, participate in a magical competition? He could die. As laughter died out, Sirius resumed his speech. Now everyone who wished to learn the new rules can stay in the Great Hall and hear them. Those who don't want to participate can choose so now and just leave the Great Hall, or you can decide later. Everyone remained in the Great Hall, and Sirius Black, Cyrus Greengrass, and Agnes started presenting the new tournament rules together. Everyone eventually calmed down, especially after hearing that it was approved by the ministry. Little did they know that their precious ministry was heavily corrupt, and a few generous donations as well as Sirius and Cyrus offering to shoulder all the expenses of the tournament made them welcome the changes to the rules with open arms. The competition was separated by age groups, which were basically one group per school year, another group for teachers, and one more group for headmasters, totaling 9 groups in total. At this part, it seemed like the visiting schools were going to complain about this. No one mentioned anything like that in their invitations. They did not have their younger students at Hogwarts. Still, they could only swallow their complaints as Sirius swiftly expressed his apologies and offered to fund any portkeys or continental apparitions to let their students come over, as the official start of any events will just be a week from now. Cyrus then presented the new tasks. It was basically competitions in different categories like potions making, dueling, even Quidditch-related events. You would get points from competing depending on how well you did first place, getting the most, and last place, barely a single point. While most competitions were divided in age groups, the top 3 winners of each category were allowed to participate in the older age groups competition. In a way, the competitions were also sparsely placed, so that in theory, a genius first year could win everything and join competing with the headmasters. Of course, not every category was for every age group. There were no Quidditch teams of headmasters simply because there were not enough players. As for teachers, they did not really have enough people for 2 teams, so some events did not span all groups. Of course, they acknowledged that perhaps not everyone would want to participate. And while there were loud boos organized by Weasley twins for making such a remark, they just stated that for all those who do not want to participate, they can just not compete. The magical enforcing part of the Goblet of Fire was not removed. That was beyond serious. He just added additional rules that those competing and not showing up were considered having participated, but just scoring 0 points. The presentation ended up having to be cut short as soon as they revealed the magical scoreboards for each group. And yes, as soon as Severus Snape saw Snivelius written at the top of teachers' list, he started chasing Sirius with his wand drawn, throwing not-so-friendly spells left and right. Agnes concluded the presentation quickly after that, just mentioning the list of prizes they were offering. In addition to galleons that were originally offered by the ministry, they prepared prizes for each champion of the age group as well as smaller prizes for second, third places, and really everyone participating would get something, even if that was just an event-themed t-shirt. And of course, all the prizes would be separate per category, which led to more cheers from the students. Eventually, the day came to an end, and the students returned to their dorms to rest, or some other places, like the room of requirements, where Harry and Daphne ended up going being from different houses. It really was the most comfortable place to stay in peace after the curfew. Harry was still thinking of all the changes Sirius made. In fact, he suspected Sirius did something long ago. Why else was his godfather so eager to become a teacher otherwise? Still, even he did not expect for everyone in school to be participating this time. Heck, even Dumbledore. Daphne chuckled as she looked at her boyfriend's face, which had that thinking expression for so long. If you are curious about your godfather's motives, just ask him later. But he could have done it just for the fun of it. He did laugh a lot today. Harry sighed in response. I guess you're right. I did want to do that. But when I looked at the map, it seemed like he was still playing cat and mouse with Snivelius. Daphne chuckled as she finished marking the tournament events she will consider participating in and pushed the long parchment towards the black-haired boy, with dozens of lines circled with blue pen. Have you decided on the competitions you want to participate in? Or, her tone took on a more teasing intonation. Perhaps it's not cool enough for you as there's no dragons this time. Harry rolled his eyes, then chuckled as he did in fact like the joke. Definitely dueling. Can't miss a chance to experience fighting the headmasters as well as teachers. That should be fun. As well as any Quidditch-themed competitions, it has been a while since I played that. His eyes scanned the list. I think I will pass on any quiz-type competitions. Perhaps I will go to some practical ones instead. His gaze stopped on a small heart drawn near the event. Quickly looking further ahead, he saw a few more of those. His lips twisted into a smirk. What is this? Pair competitions? You want to attend as a couple, eh? Daphne's cheeks took on a soft pink hue as she nodded. I think it would be fun. We haven't really done much of that, have we? Even while training in the room of requirements, it was always me and Hermione against you or just you against me. As a pair, shouldn't it be us against the world? Harry nodded, a sweet smile on his face as he quickly went over the events. It seems like a lot of fun, especially this pair per broom race. What's this? No rules other than not causing permanent damage to competitors. His lips twisted into a grin. Yes, very fun. Daphne smiled. She was looking forward to this too. By the way, Harry, where is Hermione? Harry took a quick glance at Marauder's map as he easily located his other friend. It looks like she's in her room. I would bet she's still reading something. Daphne rolled her eyes. That friend of ours is truly lost in books, not taking this as a chance to relax from all those repetitions. She was always like this. Reading is relaxing for her. Harry was still looking at the map and noticed that Sirius managed to find one of the secret shortcuts in the castle that Snape was not aware of, hence he managed to lose the man trailing him. Harry showed it to his fiancée and elected a chuckle in response. So what do you say, Daph? Should we go for a ride around school on one broom for some practice? The girl nodded. Sure. And the pair went off, asked the room for a window to take off, and flew out to enjoy the skis of Hogwarts. It has already been a month since the improved Triwizard Tournament started. Initially, Molly Weasley was skeptical about the so-called improvements and over-worried thinking her kids would be getting harmed when participating. But after seeing some of them excel in the competitions, win prizes, and no one getting seriously hurt, she started to look forward to the owls from her kids as well as the daily news from the media. And now, as a familiar owl dropped the fresh paper on her breakfast table, she smiled and unwrapped the newspaper, which had a nice headline, Boy Who Livedtrumphs once more. She always liked reading about the feats of the boy who lived. In fact, she even read some fabricated stories about him and thought up some herself to tell as fairy tales for Ginny when she was growing. So seeing the legend be real brought her joy, a warmth to her heart. Though she did feel a bit of a pain as well, the second headline mentioned Daphne Greengrass. She initially still hoped Ginny would have a chance of getting together with Harry, but alas, Daphne seemed like such a good match for the boy, and they were both leagues ahead of their peers, along with Hermione too. Ginny, while good for her year, could not compare to students 1 or 2 years above her like that trio. She even saw they all got perfect NEWTS and OWLS while still being in 4th year. If only her kids were that diligent. But still, it felt nice reading about the achievements of her family and friends. Yes, out of the Weasleys, Fred and George were actually doing very well, so well in fact they will probably win a few contests a year above them. She was proud of them. Ginny was also doing great for her year, though Ron was somewhat slacking, but still, the boy seemingly found his pair Tracy Davis. Perhaps he would be the first to give her the joy of having grandchildren. She chuckled at that thought, and then focused back on actually reading the paper. Harry Potter just breezes through yet another round of contests. Can anyone ever stop him? Just last week he, with his fiancée, another Triwizard Tournament favorite Daphne Greengrass, closely surpassed the Weasley twins near the finish line in the no rules, 2 competitors per broom racing contest, thus claiming another victory. Weasley twins took 2nd place. Will they make a comeback in the upcoming race in the 7th year's age group? Read more about this on the next page. Summary table of wins and losses of all events so far. Hogwarts is back in the lead, but Durmstrang and Beauxbatons are just a few points behind. Read more about it on page 5. The 4th year who knows it all. Hermione Granger, once again shocking the audience as she triumphs the wizard trivia, even among the 7th years. Read more on page 6. The date for the duel between all the headmasters in Battle Royale style is finally set. Read the extensive speculation about the match, possibilities of other headmasters teaming up against Dumbledore, and all their skills and achievements analysis to know where to place your bets. More on page 8. Durmstrang barely wins the match against the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Potter almost triumphs over Krum, but the snitch decides to fly towards Victor. All the details on page 10. Beauxbatons beats the other schools in Muggle studies by a massive lead. Interview with Fleur de Lacre reveals that Hogwarts' curriculum on this subject is severely outdated. Read more on what you're missing out from Muggle World on page 12. Thank you for supporting the Daily Prophet and ordering the special Triwizard Daily Edition. Happy reading. Harry was happy. It has been a while since he had so much fun. He was still removing twigs from his hair as he climbed the tower to enter the headmaster's office together with Daphne. They just finished participating in a pair competition against the teacher's age group in pair broom races. It was a weird competition where 2 people had to share a broom and race to the finish line in a long track around the school. Sounds boring. Well, you were allowed to use non-lethal spells while doing that, any other magic, even attacking other participants. Not to mention the majority of the track went through the Forbidden Forest, and other parts had some traps like various wards set up as well. They actually cut it close, barely managing to overtake Sirius, who paired together with Filtwick. That combination was dreadful. Sirius flew, as well as Harry, and Professor F. Iltwick was a former champion duelist. And to the surprise of all, 3rd place went to the Weasley twins. Perhaps they lacked in skills compared to other older participants, but the synergy of the pair was truly unmatched. But still, everyone had fun, and to the surprise for the whole school again, Harry and Daphne won once more. They were overall winners of this category as there were simply too few headmasters to make pairs and participate. Hence, this particular event was officially concluded with them winning the grand prize, which was really just some goblin-made souvenirs, a few hundreds of galleons, a few cool photos of them during the event, and a matching outfit themed after the event. It might seem a bit modest, but considering that they raked the prizes of 1st place for all age groups from 4th year to this one, it added up, not to mention the prizes from other events. They helped each other remove the leaves from their hair as their faces took on more serious expressions. Yes, they were having a blast with all those events, but the stars have finally aligned, and today they finally had the opportunity to once again dive into the Dark Lord's mind to search for answers. particularly the location of his Horcruxes. Still under testing by Dumbledore himself, neither Daphne nor Hermione nor Sirius were deemed to have good enough occlumency skills to fare against the Dark Lord, so they were in the room just to keep company. Of course, Daphne also brewed some luck potions for them. And once again, the team was just Albus, Severus, and Harry himself. And as the ritual proceeded, they entered the Dark Lord's mind, under the worrying gazes of the two girls and Harry's godfather who could only stay behind. Already knowing what exactly they were looking for made the journey easier this time around. Yes, Voldemort found them once again and forced them out of his mind, but they have found the answers they needed. Simply knowing what exactly you were looking for made the search much simpler. Severus confirmed that the Dark Lord ever planned on making 7 Horcruxes, and he still did not finish the last one, meaning they had 2 left to destroy. Albus uncovered that one of those Horcruxes was in fact in his very own school. In fact, in the same magical room he used as his own vault. And Harry found a memory of Tom, sharing a piece of his soul with his snake familiar. After a long discussion, they made a plan to get rid of them both. They could guess Voldemort's location. The ritual to get a body could only be done from today to some time in the future. After that, the planet's alignment would change and would no longer be suitable. Due to Barty getting caught, Voldemort was likely going to try kidnapping Harry again, or just revive himself by grabbing any random wizard who was his enemy, as that was the only ritual requirement for the blood source, and the Dark Lord had lots of enemies. As he now knew they were hunting Horcruxes, he certainly would not sit back and wait for another opportunity to revive in the future. He was essentially forced to revive in near time, regardless if he obtained Harry's blood or not. Which meant they could set up a trap for him, with Harry himself as the bait. As they knew Tom Riddle really wanted to revive using that specific blood, so that he would essentially receive the protection Lily left behind. As for the diadem, they were going to take care of it now. It was the special room in Hogwarts, one where Harry had in fact spent years inside. Who would have thought it was also the place where the Horcrux was hidden? The group surveyed the mountains of seemingly random items that filled the room. They all visited this room before when exploring the room capabilities. The place to hide or get rid of unwanted items was precisely this version of the room. Sirius frowned as he recognized some not very legal items on the floor, a pack of blood quills, placed quite near the entrance. Aren't those considered dark artifacts for torture nowadays? His gaze jumped to Dumbledore. Say, Albus, you were aware of this place all along. Why you never cleaned it up? There might be more dangerous items in here. The headmaster just let out a sigh. The house elves do all the cleaning, which is basically throwing more things inside here. Yes, I suppose that was an oversight on my end. Any ideas on how we will find the diadem? Or should we just burn everything in here? Harry was not here for sightseeing. They had a Horcrux to destroy. No. A trace of panic flashed on Dumbledore's face. After all, his vault was part of the room. He had never tried to destroy such a fantastical creation and did not want to take any chances. We can perhaps sort things out. What if destroying the room would make it kick us out, losing access? They all groaned, but perhaps there was no better way. Unfortunately, the easy way of doing things, that is looking for items with magic, did not work in this room instance. But they could use magic to carry things around. So the sorting went as follows, using magic to make piles of items float, then shrink them with magic and get them out of the room. It had taken them hours to get all that junk out. And surprisingly, the only item resistant to shrinking spells turned out to be an old vanishing cabinet, eerily similar to the one Harry once saw in Nocturne Alley. Perhaps the Horcrux was no longer here, or perhaps it was simply not resistant against shrinking spells. After all, if it was the only item not shrinkable, it would be easy to identify. And then they just asked for a room that helped sort things, and brought all the shrinked items back inside. Then all they needed to do was to watch as the pile of junk unshrunk and floated to organize itself. albeit not instantly, but a dozen items at a time. Even the room had its limits at multitasking. Eventually, the floor was empty. Surely, the diadem had basic protections against its identity as Horcrux. They already tried using a Kyo spell when they first set out to find it. But seemingly spells that affected multiple items also affected the diadem. After all, if it was the only item not affected by such spells, that would give away its special nature. Luckily, there were only 13 diadems in total, so all it took was a glance to identify the Ravenclaw's diadem. Hermione protested destroying such a precious artifact, so they went to the trouble of making a trip to the Chamber of Secrets. Basilisk's corpse was already starting to give off a weird smell, perhaps starting to rot, but thankfully the venom sacs were relatively intact, so they submerged the Horcrux in the basilisk's venom. It took a few minutes. They started to suspect this would not work, but the familiar shriek echoed as black smoke rose from the diadem and dissipated in the air. After long testing afterwards and confirming the diadem had no venom remaining as well as no souls, they were able to use it. Diadem's effect was quite impressive, boosting your mental capabilities, though it did make you tired proportionally even more than the boost given. Perhaps that was why Voldemort made it a vessel for his soul, rather than actually using it. Now there was only one Horcrux left to destroy, and for that the group decided on a plan on doing that. And the Triwizard Tournament was coming to an end. Harry Potter was hospitalized. An empty bottle of dreamless sleep stood on top of the drawers near his hospital bed. Nearby, the latest edition of Daily Prophet was laying on the table, its headline clearly visible: Teacher's Age Group Battle ROYCONCLUDES, with Boy Who LIVED being HOSPITLIZD. Surely the famous Boy Who Lived was not without protections. A small rat squealed as he observed the surroundings. Peter Pettigrew looked around, carefully, sensing the magic nearby, but there were no traps. Just Sirius, still asleep on a nearby guest bed for visitors. The rat also took another peek at the Marauder's map, a freshly made copy. Voldemort peered into his mind and made him forcefully remember how it was created. Then the skills to make it himself, as well as various knowledge like ward detection, were forcefully pushed into his mind. The rat shuddered, still remembering the pain. It felt worse than under Cruciatus. And the side effects. He spent weeks relearning how to use his limbs as they felt off. And he seems to have lost a lot of memories. He could still remember some of the interactions with Sirius and his former friends in school, and the fact that, yes, he did graduate from school, but the lessons. He could hardly remember a few from each subject, even though he should have attended hundreds. Even those few came back, just a week after that forceful, learning session. The rat was relieved that Dumbledore was seemingly in his office, the traitor, Severus, in his potions lab, and no one other than Sirius Black was near Harry in the hospital wing. He let out a grin, not noticing that one of his eyes was uncontrollably twitching, likely another side effect of knowledge transfer performed by the Dark Lord. Peter took an old sock from his pocket. It was in fact a portkey, one he specially made himself, keyed into the Hogwarts wards. Thankfully, due to the tournament's constant stream of spectators and media, the wards were quite loose. It was possible to just bypass them after getting the code from the ministry personnel he mugged earlier today. Then he grabbed the boy's ankle and murmured the activation phrase, and both of them quickly disappeared from school. The rat was gone, and just moments later, a patroness flew into the hospital wing and woke Sirius up as it spoke loudly in Daphne's voice. The rat took the bait, move according to plan. Sirius quickly rose and grabbed the nearby broom. Then he took off into the skis to meet the others. Operation Catching Tom was officially underway. Harry woke up as the familiar feeling of nausea reached him as he dropped on the floor. It was the same graveyard he already knew. One quick glance at the runes around him made him curse as he recognized the array the Dark Lord used against him on their last encounter in this very place, quite some loops ago. It was a ward which sealed magic inside, usually used for suppressing some dark or cursed artifacts which could potentially have unwanted side effects to the environment. even when not in use. The ward was blocking all ambient mana around him, while another layer of the ward was trapping him inside, preventing those inside from simply walking out of the affected area. Last time he got stuck here, but now he knew what he should do. The boy did not hesitate as all magic from his being poured into a single spell. A simple spell, commonly known as cutter, but quite powerful when overpowered. Then he aimed it and it flew and shattered the runes around him in a straight line, raising a cloud of dust and managing to break the wards around him. He could feel his magic slowly coming back as the ambient mana from the surroundings started to slowly mix into the previously sealed space. He asserted the situation. It seemed like Peter took his wand, as well as his spare wand, and even spare wand. Still, he was mostly unharmed. There was just a small cut on his wrist, purposefully made to let out blood without really causing much pain. He frowned as he realized he did not have much time. Using the sliver of mana he just recovered, he gave himself temporary heat vision to see through the thick cloud of dust still remaining from his earlier spell. And he could already see the ritual ongoing, and shortly after, even hear the Dark Lord laughing and his voice strengthening. He was already coming back. Harry did not really mind dying once against the Dark Lord. He did need to get rid of the piece of soul in him, but then what after that? He was unsure if time flowed the same when he was in that state of being neither dead nor alive. What if Voldemort attacked him again, just to confirm just as he revived? He was fairly good without a wand, better than most wizards with one really, but the wand made magic so much stronger. And he was no fool. Even with years of experience in learning magic, Voldemort still had more of it, a few decades even. Not to mention Dumbledore had more than they both combined. But Tom Riddle could still keep up with him, which just showed how talented he was. So the boy closed his eyes and concentrated. One of the tricks Dumbledore taught him in their out-of-curriculum lessons was how to utilize his connection that he felt with the Deathly Hallows. And yes, just with a thought, he could already feel the familiar surface of the Elder Wand in his fingers. He opened his eyes and smiled as now he was armed and ready to fight, though his mana reserves were still painfully low. And then he could already see a hazy figure climbing out of the cauldron, a minion following him behind, with a silvery arm. The Dark Lord was reborn once more, as he was deeply breathing in the air and enjoying the feeling of simply being fully alive again. He addressed his guest. "Welcome, welcome, Harry Potter, the boy who lived. After all those years, we have met again. As expected, you managed to break out of the rare magical array I set up for you. You do know it too, don't you? A few Aurors had seen it during your spectacle at the Ministry with Black. It was quite an intriguing piece of knowledge, one of many my servants brought for me." With a flick of his wrist, his wand jumped into his fingers, its tip pointed at Harry, and his voice rose an octave, like confirming the destruction of my precious creations. "Myhorcrux, you will pay for that, Potter. You will all pay. Crucio." Harry could only sigh. The original plan was for him to get hit by Avada Kedavra and play dead or surprisingly come back to life and try to escape and regroup with others. But it looks like the Dark Lord did not wish to let him go that easily. He flicked his robes and simply deflected the spell, then grimaced. Of course, the Dark Lord can just casually overpower it. He doubted he could pull this trick off again in near future, as it did cost quite a chunk of mana which he was still low on. Voldemort just grinned seeing Harry manage to block and deflect his spell of all things. Then he picked up the pace. Even with rage bellowing from the depths of his being, he could still keep a cold mind and focus on one of his favorite activities, magical duels with no rules attached. Various barriers rose around both duelists as they rushed into battle. Harry had way less of them, not because he lacked the skills, just his side of the battlefield was drained of mana beforehand. He was still not fully recharged. Still, it was not like this year Harry spent doing nothing. He had taken lessons from none other than Albus Dumbledore himself. The only reason he really got knocked out during the Triwizard Tournament was to bait Voldemort out. He smirked as the various spells from the Dark Lord shattered his barriers one by one, seemingly unconcerned, but deeply in focus. His skin turned paler as black feathers sprouted from his back. Then the boy disappeared in a twist of black flames. Voldemort widened his eyes as he recognized the somewhat familiar magical signature, but even he with his extensive knowledge had never seen a black phoenix. What was that form? What sort of magical creature is this? Jealousy overtook him. It was so rare to have a magical beast as an animagus form, and regular animals were simply useless for one such as him who could just make himself invisible wandlessly, or transfigure parts of his body to receive the benefits of regular animals, like eagle vision. The jealousy stemmed from the fact that he did, in fact, use a ritual to check his possible animagus forms, and not one was a magical creature. Harry, meanwhile, was already panting. Doing partial animagus transformation was something he learned from McGonagall. While way faster than animagus form, it was very mentally draining to stay in between transformation and actually use its skills, which were in fact quite limited. He barely flamed away a few hundred meters or so. Still, it was enough to get to a place more abundant with mana. Now, with plenty of mana besides him, his reserves were recovering way faster. So while he held the element of surprise, he blasted what mana he had left onto the Dark Lord's back, just before he locked onto his new location. Tom Riddle felt the magic behind him shortly after it was cast, and he quickly turned around to face the threat, casting some barriers where his magical sense told him the boy's spells would hit. Just moments before impact, he let out a curse as he realized Potter's plan, but it was too late. The spells coming at him were not really meant to harm, just to push him farther away. His own barriers kept him in like a box, and he was pushed towards the very same place Harry had just been at. He frowned as he felt his magic draining at a rapid pace, not recovering one bit. He knew this area should still be somewhat drained of mana, but this was as if he let out another curse and carefully examined the runes on the ground. The very same ward he controlled Peter to draw was fully repaired. Potter must have done that during the smoke screen, just adding the finishing line as he teleported out. He knew no ward could keep a phoenix. So the Dark Lord let out a hiss while screaming more curses and overpowered a spell to break out, before his magic was fully drained. Harry smirked seeing this. It looks like he was not so hopeless against Voldemort anymore, at least until he ran out of tricks. He was still not confident in confronting the Dark Lord head-on. Exploiting the time the smoke screen was in the air again, this time courtesy to Tom breaking the ward, he closed his eyes one more time to focus. Voldemort frowned. Now his mana reserves had significantly lowered, but still, he could precisely calculate how much mana he needed to break the ward around him, so he still had plenty left to deal with one boy. His eyes glowed in red as he applied heat vision spells to himself, not wanting to let the boy escape under the guise of another smokescreen. He blinked and saw the shape of Peter laying on the floor. That fool was just a mindless puppet now after all those modifications, not much useful without his full control and supervision, which he could not spare at the moment, but Harry was nowhere to be seen. Voldemort poured mana into his cloak to fly up and look around. If the boy summoned something with neutral heat, he could remain hidden in that way, but everything looked the same. The ground was not upturned, so he did not hide in there either. Perhaps he escaped, with that phoenix-like ability. No, he clearly remembered the exhaustion on the boy's face when he launched that barrage of attacks after teleporting. With little mana left, he clearly could not have gotten that far then. Going over his usual detection charms, the Dark Lord smirked as he saw the wind behaving differently in one spot, one moving spot, as if there was someone moving silently through the field. He was somewhat impressed, as even his disillusionment charm had minor flaws that would be picked up by other spells. Was that some sort of artifact? You can't hide from me, boy. Crucio. And yes, the invisibility cloak fell to the ground as Harry cursed, and barely avoided the painful spell by canceling his flight. He did not expect that. He was sure the cloak blocked all magical effects like heat vision and such, and he was slowly floating with magic, not to leave a footprint. Really, the only thing that was different with him there was how the air moved. Perhaps airflow gave him away. He never knew such spells existed. He never saw one like this anywhere in Britain. But thinking about it, even if he did not know the spell, The magical theory knowledge he knew made him understand it was possible to create such a spell. He made a mental note to travel more around the world to learn spells of other countries and research how to utilize the cloak without being affected by wind, then focused back on the fight. The duel continued with both participants throwing everything they had at each other, but soon it was clear that the Dark Lord had the upper hand. While they both were still unharmed, Harry was already panting and running low on mana as he was forced to block a few spells as his barriers. Levitated rubble from around the battlefield, fireballs and icicles spinning around him, fueled by wandless elemental magic, and other defenses he employed, were still being bypassed by the Dark Lord once in a while he himself failed to breach his opponent's shields. And eventually one spell hit the boy. He was about to try to deflect it like he did before, but he realized he did not actually recognize this particular spell. Knowing what it was and how it worked was one of the requirements of deflecting spells to the side. Harry screamed and clutched his arm as he felt the bones in it were changing. His radius and ulna, the lower arm bones, were twisting in a spiral pattern, bringing him intense pain and tearing his muscle ligaments apart, before changing back to solid bones, albeit still being twisted as a spiral staircase. He was quick in getting rid of the pain in his arm with a spell, but he could no longer move it below the elbow. Heck, he could no longer bend his arm at all. The joint between the upper arm's humerus bone and ulna was also affected. He knew he could heal it in time. With parcel-tongue magic, it might not take longer than an hour without needing to regrow the bones. But in a duel, he did not have such luxury. And it was the start of his downfall. With one arm handicapped, his movements became more stiff, more predictable, harder to balance, and Voldemort managed to land the Cruciatus curse on him, an overpowered one, and Harry blanked out with a scream. Daphne Greengrass was worrying about how Harry was doing, but she just knew he was still fine. Otherwise, the loop would have triggered again. Quite ironic for that everyday headache, a problem unsolved, to be so reassuring her now of her boyfriend being alive. She followed the others on the broom, glad to have practiced with Harry for those events. The practice helped her, as she initially was not that great of a flyer, and now she could even carry Hermione along. That book-loving friend of hers was green-faced, occasionally casting some sort of charm to ease her nausea, but it did not look like it was doing much. She was likely just instantly getting it back due to flight. They actually did not put any sort of tracking on Harry. Instead, they used his memories of the place and just straight traveled to the little town of Hangleton, towards the graveyard where the Dark Lord was at. Yes, they could have done this in secret, with Harry as well, but they actually needed Voldemort to confront him, to cast that favorite spell of his, Avada Kedavra, as that was the only way they knew to be able to get rid of Voldemort's soul piece from the boy's forehead. Their team was quite small, in addition to the girls' duo. Sirius Black, Severus Snape, and Albus Dumbledore were here as well. It did not take long for them to arrive at the town. As expected, there were wards surrounding the place, or more specifically the graveyard and the mansion nearest it. Presumably that was where the Dark Lord was hiding at. It took quite some time for Albus to breach the ward without alerting the Dark Lord, and then the group moved forwards, though Dumbledore stayed behind and started setting up his own wards, planning on preventing Voldemort's potential escape attempts and overtaking the wards already in place, at least long enough to deal with him. Trapping a wizard as talented as Voldemort took quite some skill, as one needed to block all possible ways of escaping. Ministry usually just put portkey wards, apparition wards, deactivated any flu in the area and called it a day. But a skilled wizard could simply fly out of range of the wards while blocking his pursuers, or run away by digging underground, or boosting his speed and just running away fast, like a magical bus. Essentially, there were countless ways of escaping for one skilled enough, and Albus planned on blocking a lot of those ways he could think of. After he was done, he doubted either Nagini or Voldemort of being able to escape with him as one of the main pursuers. While Dumbledore was busy with the wards, the others were already inside them. They could already hear Harry and Voldemort dueling. It was hard to tell who had the upper hand, as all they heard were just countless spells clashing, being blocked, diverted, or simply missing the mark. Worry clouded over Daphne's face, but still she helped others keep Sirius back and shook her head, indicating that this was still part of a plan. Harry would pretend to be dead only after being hit by Avada Kedavra. Before that, they should not rush to help him. Sirius gritted his teeth and nodded back, but the man himself felt his hands itching for a fight, his one arm clutching his wand and another the sword of Gryffindor he borrowed from the headmaster's office. Thanks to the commotion of the fighting, they could move less carefully. The duel was noisy enough, and soon they were inside the building. Their current task, assigned by the headmaster, was simple: just determine if Nagini was actually in this location, and more importantly, destroy any contingencies for escaping the Dark Lord might have left in the mansion. Based on their discussion and analysis of the Dark Lord's behavior, the snake was likely with him, especially now that he was resurrected or hidden somewhere not here, which would complicate things, forcing them to try to capture the Dark Lord and later to try to get the intel out of him, rather than focusing on destroying him for good. While chances were very low, the snake could be inside the mansion. Not knowing how long Harry would last, they decided to split up in pairs to search through the building to complete their task. The girls grouped up to look through the upper floors, and the bickering professors took the basement ones. Severus was still mad for all the pranks Sirius had been doing ever since he started teaching at Hogwarts. Heck, he was still mad at the pranks made when they both were children learning magic. But even he knew how to cool his head and focus on more important things. Hermione murmured quietly under her nose, "Don't they know that splitting up is the most stupid thing ever? Isn't that what happens in horror movies, that only after people split up then something bad happens?" Daphne was scared too, walking with her friend. "I know, right? I have watched a few of those with Harry. Say, after this, we should spend a loop or two in Muggle world. I am sure there's still many movies I have never seen, and I will certainly need to relax after this adventure." Hermione nodded, and they continued walking, their dim wands illuminating the mansion overgrown with webs, but one path was without them, likely the path that was actually being used sometimes, which was the path the girls were following. They eventually arrived at a room which had various materials scattered on the floor. It took them but a moment to take everything in before they exchanged glances. "Looks like the place Valdi used to prepare for the ritual. No, based on those items, perhaps even more rituals." The blonde girl nodded in response. "Yeah, it has remains of some quite expensive substances lying around. Though her face slightly paled. Look at that." She pointed on a half-empty cup of clear liquid. Hermione let out a nervous chuckle. "I am not as good at potions practically as you, Daph, but surely it's not water, right?" "It's snake poison, but not the kind I have ever seen. I think that special snake of his is here, either with him in the fight against Harry or in this very mansion." As soon as the words left her mouth, a loud crash downstairs followed. No words were exchanged as both girls rushed towards the sound of the noise in the floors below. Harry finished groaning from pain, then he looked around with hazy eyes. He felt he could no longer move his body, being petrified. "You're awake, Potter. No matter how much I hate you for destroying pieces of my soul, I must thank you for gifting this wand to me. It felt familiar during the duel, and now I know why that is. This is Dumbledore's wand, is it not? The one he won over from Grindelwald." Harry's face was still grimacing from the pain, but somehow the Dark Lord took it as a yes, or he simply reviewed his own memories and confirmed it there. "Ah, holding it in my own hands makes me curious. It feels even stronger than my own personal wand. The materials to make it seem unfamiliar to me. Such a nice gift, Potter, but I still cannot forgive you for what you had done. CRUCIO." Harry was writhing in pain on the floor, occasionally catching glimpses of Tom R. Idle's monologue, as if the Dark Lord was aware when he was clear-headed enough to actually hear the words. "Do not worry, though. I will let you experience more pain than the little you have just felt, more agony, more suffering. CRUCIO." Harry felt as if his head would split. He was hoping the time loop would save him, make the time turn around, but it seemed it only happened when he actually died, and Voldemort was too good at torture to let that happen. You will see all your friends and family die before your eyes before I send you off to the afterlife. Ah, but I already killed your parents, didn't I? They did not put up much of a fight. I guess the apple didn't fall far from the tree. CRUCIO. Suddenly the pain stopped. Then it turned different. He frowned as he realized it was a mind attack. Voldemort frowned as he never expected such a level of resistance, especially after wearing the boy down with repetitive use of Cruciatus Curse. It was certainly a master class level of mind defenses, yet beating the boy's body would also weaken the mind as it had to deal with the pain, which made entering the mind easier. Once inside, he firstly checked out the recent memories. After all, he had suspicions regarding how smoothly the capture of Potter went. Then his eyes narrowed as he tried contacting Nagini through their bond, but there was no response. Cursing the boy even more, he shouted his favorite spell at him, AVADA-KEDAVRA. Yet at the last moment hesitated. No, dying for this was an easy way out. He would make him regret even being born. And so the green spell flew but hit the floor just inches from Harry's head. While the Dark Lord, furious, rushed off to the mansion to check how his beloved Snake was doing. Through his bond, he could still faintly sense that she was in fact alive. Severus Snape was lying on the floor, clutching his bitten side while gritting his teeth to hold in the pain. He knew splitting up was a bad idea. Still, it was just poison, nothing to worry about. He fished out a small bezoar from his pocket. Knowing they were up against a very poisonous snake, he took a dozen of them, then swallowed it whole and waited for the effects to kick in while observing the clash. Sirius Black was wielding the sword of Gryffindor with a grin on his face as he faced the magical beast, taking out his stress on the snake. Nagini, while long and powerful, was also quite fast. Its head was dodging the sword blows with ease. After all, Sirius was a wizard and did not really have sword fighting experience apart from a few times he did fights for fun with James back in his school days. Still, snakes had a limited ability of maneuvering their body. Most of it just roughly followed where the head went, so while fast, Nagini still did not manage to dodge all the blows, and her blood already started coloring the floorboards. But then, with a quick turn of her head, she sped up even faster, and her teeth sunk into Sirius' left leg, breaking the magical barriers he had in place. A loud crack followed from within, and the face of pure agony on Black's face suggested the bone in fact gave in to the teeth. In fact, Nagini was about to bite through the whole leg, tearing it away, but a spell hit her from the side, from one her master used to call one of his closest allies, but now a traitor Severus Snape. Still, while the man knew many dark spells, even a lot of self-invented ones, he could not really damage the snake much. It had a highly resistant magical hide, which combined with Horcrux's high immunity to spells, made the potion's master not a good matchup for this fight. He did have a special glass jar made of basilisk venom and a lot of other ingredients in his pocket, but he was saving that for the Dark Lord and was somewhat reluctant to waste such a precious item, and it was doubtful he could hit the snake with that. He never knew it could move that fast. And just moments later, the two girls entered the fight scene and rushed to help Sirius. Daphne, too, had some bezoars in her pocket which she quickly fed him, while Hermione used some simple spells to tie up his leg and stop the bleeding. Then they turned towards the snake to join in the fight. Daphne just grabbed the sword, as Sirius did not look to be healthy enough to stand, never mind swinging a sword. She passed a few basilisk fangs to him she had on herself, just for self-defense in case the snake tried going towards him. Hermione, too, retrieved the fangs she possessed, which slowly levitated, forming a ring around her. With wizards and witches surrounding her, Nagini could actually feel a sense of dread. That sword was dangerous. The wounds it made were still hurting and weakening her. And she could sense the similar aura of the King of Snakes from those fangs floating around, as well as the traitor she was fighting. Her lord ordered her to preserve her life at all costs. She tried contacting him with their familiar bond, but it failed. Unknowingly for her, Dumbledore's glasses twinkled at this time, having successfully blocked the connection in one way, so that Voldemort would not notice anything being wrong. He was in fact almost done with his ward setup. And now he knew where the snake was, so it seems there was no need to capture the Dark Lord at this time. Still, depending on how events unfolded, Albus was keen on trying not to let anyone lose their life today, not even the Dark Lord. Yes, he was evil and rotten, but everyone should have a chance at redemption. Meanwhile, Nagini was slithering through the floor trying to reach the top of the staircase and run towards her lord. It was getting dangerous here. She quickly slithered to the side, but then had to stop and thrash around as a fang embedded itself in her tail end. Then she shed that part of her skin, getting rid of the danger. The few drops of poison still coursed through her veins. She felt it weakening her even more, even though she was supposed to be resistant to most poisons. Another turn and she thrashed around again. This time, a girl with blonde hair just flew with a broom in the mansion, sword of Gryffindor in her hands, and left a deep, long cut on the magical beast's skin. Unknowingly to the snake, she had slowed down quite a lot since they started ganging up on her in turns. A few more exchanges like that followed, and eventually Nagini collapsed in a pool of blood, still alive, but barely. Sirius let out a breath he didn't know he held in. So now we wait, for Harry. The others nodded. Snake being here was somewhat unexpected, but they managed to deal with it just fine. Now all that was left was for Harry to die, and then Voldemort's Horcruxes would be gone. Then they had to end him. They decided on that together, separately from Dumbledore, as they knew his story and his reluctance to actually take lives. And just moments later, as their own fight quieted down, they clearly heard the shout from the battlefield outside. This time it was not a mix of dueling noises, but clearly one spell they all knew well. Aviadia Caudiaviare. And just moments later, they actually felt the oppressive magical aura of the Dark Lord as he flew in through the window. At the same time, Daphne fully plunged the sword of Gryffindor, piercing Nagini's brain. Various death curses went towards them, but at the moment, the floor seemingly came alive as Headmaster Dumbledore walked into the scene, his old trusted wand in his hand, the same wand that beat Grindelwald. Voldemort took on a more defensive stance as he finally noticed the wards around him were no longer his. So this was your plan all along, Dumbledore, all this just to kill me. The headmaster let out a sigh. There are better ways to end a man, Tom. Even you can still see the wrongs you have made. Voldemort sneered and started throwing spells at the headmaster. He instantly noticed the old man was weaker than before, or was his current wand just stronger? A grin spread on his face. How does it feel to face against your own wand, Dumbledore? Dumbledore's glasses twinkled. Oh, but you see, it did not stop being my wand, yet. To the shock of Voldemort, the wand he took from Harry harmlessly splashed on the headmaster. He quickly reached for his side, for his old wand, but it was too late. His quick wandless spells for defense were overpowered as Dumbledore bound him with his old wand, as he calmly took the time to explain. You see, the wand chooses the victor as its master. But what if Harry won against me, but we never fought? It ended up with two masters. Now you replaced Harry, but it still won't harm me, its other master. As the Dark Lord was tightly bound and stupefied, he could no longer even speak. Albus nodded towards Severus. We should transport him straight to Nurmengard. Azkaban cannot hold him, proficient in wandless magic as he is, and I suspect some of his followers are still in power at Ministry. They would bail him out. Severus walked close to the Dark Lord, his hand reaching into his pocket, for the vial he saved just for this moment. I know your speech of morale and redemption, Albus, but some people are better off dead. Dumbledore's eyes widened as he quickly swung his wand to bind Severus too, but the girls blocked his spell, having already anticipated this in advance. Then the vial with basilisk venom, enchanted with other ingredients, by none other than potion's master Severus Snape, smashed into the Dark Lord's face. The fragile vial shattered as Severus removed the reinforcing glass spell while it was still in his pocket, and fragments of glass shards tore open the Dark Lord's skin as the liquid poured on his face and into the wounds and into his eyes and nostrils. For Lily, a quiet murmur followed from Severus as the Dark Lord's face was splashing as if made of water, then started melting as the mixture spread on his head. Thankfully, Dumbledore's binding spell still held, and not one noise escaped his mouth, as that would have been horrible screams of pain. The slight resistance from having Potter's blood in his veins, one with remnants of basilisk venom mixed with phoenix tears, was simply not enough to withstand the potent mixture. Dumbledore was meanwhile calling his familiar Fawkes to shed some tears to try and stop the damage from spreading, but it looked even the Phoenix agreed that Tom Riddle was not worthy of saving. And just minutes later, the whole new body of the Dark Lord collapsed into a puddle which rapidly started going down through the floors and into the ground, where it finally stopped after leaving a deep hole. Dumbledore looked annoyed at all this, but others let out relieved breaths. The Dark Lord was gone, so they all rushed outside to check on Harry. Voldemort could only despair as his new, freshly made body disappeared. Then he himself was dying, slipping away. To think all the contingencies he had made, all Horcruxes, had been destroyed. Nagini died just now by their hands. That bushy-haired girl was wearing the diadem without any effects. His soul was clearly not there. By sending improved Peter to the hideouts of his other Horcrux locations, he confirmed the fate of the other soul vessels. The cup was no longer in Gringotts. Goblins even documented its destruction in their files. The medallion was gone. Heck, even his secret cave, an army of Inferi, were gone with it. The diary, he in fact saw it in Peter's own memories when he looked through them. His precious diary was stabbed by a basilisk's fang. The ring was gone as well. In fact, he remembered seeing Harry Potter wearing it as if to distract him, like using Dumbledore's wand. But still, somehow he still remained alive and transformed to this familiar state of being neither dead nor alive, simply a shade. As if a piece of his soul was still left, somewhere out there, still preventing him from truly passing on to the afterlife. But that couldn't be. He confirmed the destruction of all his Horcruxes himself. Still, as his shade form floated out of the hole from the ground, his weak gaze locked on the ring on the boy's finger through the window glass. It had a crack, it should have been destroyed, but why did he still feel a pull towards the boy? He tried to focus on the feeling, embracing it. Usually he suppressed it with all his might, as it pulled in different directions, which could potentially lead to his soul's actual collapse. But this time, there was only one way to go. He shrieked as he rushed at the boy, assuming it was the ring. Perhaps they did not fully extinguish his soul there. A sliver was left. But as he neared the boy, he realized it was something else. It was the scar on Potter's forehead. His eyes lit up as he realized what it was. Then he let the tether pull him in, and he disappeared inside the boy. Daphne was initially happy. They finally got rid of the Dark Lord. But she suddenly had a bad feeling about something. What if there was still a piece of Voldemort's soul in Harry's scar? They found him hurt and unconscious on the ground. They have heard the Dark Lord shouting the killing curse. But she couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Perhaps others felt it too. The sudden feeling of coldness as the familiar shade of Lord Voldemort rose from the place his body had been. But unlike the parts from his Horcruxes, it stayed in place, flickering, but not disappearing. Her face turned pale as she rushed to stand between that thing and her boyfriend. But alas, she was too slow. Just moments later it rushed, passed through the shields and wards Daphne and others had managed to rise, and disappeared in Harry's forehead as the black-haired boy himself clutched his head and grimaced from pain. Harry. Daphne was here to help him and rushed to his side, but she had no idea how. Looking around, the others also had grim looks on their faces. But the boy was not responding, still groaning from pain as his fingers dug into his forehead as if wanting to remove the scar, which was now glowing an eerie red as blood rushed out of it. "We have to help him." Tears fell from Daphne's eyes as she surveyed the others. She could feel it in their gazes. They, too, cared about the boy, but they were simply clueless how to help him in this situation. Sirius could not stand the pressure and turned to Headmaster Dumbledore, shouting desperately, even forgetting his broken leg. Albus, do something. But Dumbledore, too, could only avert his gaze. I am truly sorry. I never knew something like this would happen. But this is a kind of soul battle going on. Ancient magic I am not familiar with apart from old stories I heard. One of them would win the control of the body, and unfortunately for us, Harry simply has no experience in this kind of duel. This is unlike a mind attack. It's a true soul battle, only magical creatures. And I guess Voldemort in his current form are capable of this. While Tom's soul is weaker, just a fragment, it is also older and he has more experience. Remember your professor from first year at school. He too was possessed by Voldemort in a similar way. It makes things more complicated that Harry is essentially part of him now, the only part that is left. Daphne brushed the tears from her eyes. She decided not to listen to her soul mate crying in pain any longer. Her red eyes gazed into Dumbledore's glasses, but then she remembered that there was a way to reset things back to how they were. Her gaze no longer wavered as she raised her wand to her temple. Others were startled and started shouting her name, thinking she was about to harm herself from desperation. But the shouts stopped midway as they saw a silvery line extending from her temple, a memory retrieved from her mind. She let it float towards them. Is that? Dumbledore somehow understood it first. It was likely the memories he was never permitted from seeing. The way they managed to return to the past. The answers to questions he had asked that never got fully answered. Still remembering the warnings they made under Truth Serum that this would have consequences, and to never attempt to read them, he hesitated. Daphne's gaze never left her beloved, just hurry. Sirius understood it too, just somewhat slower. He inched forward, dragging his broken left leg without any hesitation and thinking of what would happen, and touched the silvery liquid. And then the time slowed down. Harry Potter let out a sigh as his pain lessened to a more bearable degree, though his scar was still aching. He never knew he would say it, but he was glad to see all those hundreds of Dementors again. Anything better than the remnants of the Dark Lord trying to take over his body. He clenched his hand a few times, satisfied to be fully in control, then grimaced as the ache in his forehead came back as if in a wave. Due to the pain, he never managed to summon his Patronus in time, and Dementors swallowed him. The situation repeated a few more times until the pain stabilized. Now it was more like a persistent sting in his scar, annoying, but bearable. So the boy could finally muster the strength to lift his wand and summon his Patronus. Harry let out a breath of relief as he breathed deeply in and out, while his guardian kept the Dementors away. Harry, and soon Hermione joined him and gave him a hug. Due to quick restarts, she hadn't been able to do so before. I was so worried. Harry grimaced as he still swayed and sat down on the ground to relax. Somehow I feel weird and tired. Still, I'm glad the loop triggered that time. Voldemort somehow made my own mind fight against me. It's likely due to that soul piece stuck in my forehead. In fact, he almost got me. Harry's fingers were making claw-like motions over his scar, leaving reddened skin where they touched as the boy let out a shout. I never asked for this. Then he sighed, tried to relax, and just sat and waited for Daphne to come over. He knew her well. She definitely would worry about him and rush to check on him, so he closed his eyes to rest and wait for her arrival. Hermione looked at her friend's worn-out expression and decided to do the same, so she too sat on the ground to wait. Having nothing better to do, she fished out the time turner from her pocket, then her eyes widened. A large crack was spreading through it, larger than before. She was, after all, repairing the time turner every time they went back, as the device seemingly aged while the loops continued, but a simple repair spell was usually enough to keep it in good condition. Still, she noticed she needed to keep doing that more and more often lately, but it had never broken so much before. She waved her wand and did the familiar repairing charm, the one she learned even before boarding the Hogwarts Express for the first time, which worked so well before. The small cracks at the edges mended, yet the center one remained unchanged. The girl knew what this was. Items could not be endlessly repaired with magic. There was a limit of sorts before the repairs would no longer work. She frowned and tried a few more complex charms she learned over the loops, and the crack reduced in size by roughly half, but it was still glaringly visible. Hermione proceeded with a few more spells to check how much longer the device would function, which turned out to be just about 5 more months before being completely broken. She glanced at Harry, who was still massaging his forehead and grimacing from pain, then bit her lip and decided to bring this up later. She did not know what it meant, what would happen when Time Turner finally broke, but it was not like it was going to break soon. They still had a few months. Then, as she noticed Daphne rushing over from the castle, she put the device back into her pocket. Daphne Greengrass was certainly worried. Her disillusionment charm was not as good as it usually was, and perhaps knowing she was coming, Hermione was able to spot her. "Harry!" And soon the girl was here, still panting from the run as she rushed to hug her boyfriend. The boy who lived hugged her back. Then they exchanged a kiss before Daphne broke it off, frowning, as she noticed the slight twitch in his eyes. "You're scarred, does it still hurt?" She gently caressed the boy's forehead. "What happened back there?" Harry enjoyed her touch for a moment before replying, "Yes, but not as much as before back then. Voldemort was trying to take over my body. He made my mind fight against me. It was unlike a mind attack, more like a soul attack of some sort. I'm not sure how to explain." He squeezed Daphne's arm and smiled at her. "My memory of my surroundings back then is hazy, but I did hear fragments, and after reviewing them I understood it was you who made the restart happen. Thank you, Daph. If not for you, I might not be here anymore." The girl squeezed his hand harder. Then their gazes locked, and one thing led to another, and they started making out. Perhaps they would have continued, but a loud harumph from Hermione broke them apart with blushing faces. "Shouldn't you change locations before doing things like this? Also, don't you think we should discuss our plans for the loop first?" The couple exchanged glances and seemingly agreed that they had more important things to do, and their other activities could wait for the evening. "You're right, Hermione. Should we review the last loop first? I think it went quite nicely." Daphne was half leaning on the boy as she joined in the discussion. "Yes, we had fun in the tournament, managed to locate all Horcruxes of the Dark Lord, and even traveled aboard on a vacation. We finally had a relatively normal year at school, without running away from the headmaster all the time." Others only had to nod and agree, expressing similar opinions. They briefly covered some key events in the past loop, what went well, and what they should do this time. Eventually, they decided first to rest for a week or so before deciding on doing anything else. The trio was certainly exhausted after that fight against the Dark Lord. And then they went to their place in the castle, the Room of Requirements. During the journey there, Harry massaged his forehead a few times, frowning from pain, as the girls looked at him with worried gazes, but they trusted his words that pain was lessening. Along the journey, Hermione kept fiddling with the Time Turner in her pocket, wondering when would be best to bring it up, until ultimately deciding that they deserved at least a few days of rest, without any more things on their plate to worry about. Tom Marvolo Riddle was but a shade, a remnant of the greatness he once was, but his mind was still here, sharp as ever. And the Dark Lord was carefully reviewing the memories he had, of seemingly nearly a year in the future, where he planned his return and succeeded. Then there was the fight, where Potter was seemingly there only to delay him, while they found and dealt with his precious Nagini. Subconsciously, he felt the mind link he shared with his familiar and relaxed. She was safe and sound. And as events in his memories continued, he beat Harry Potter, then faced against those who dared to hunt his beloved snake, but was outbested by Headmaster Dumbledore, even eventually getting killed by that traitor Severus Snape. He took a brief pause here, examining the memories of the bottle that smashed into his face, and frowned. He did not recognize that potion. Perhaps it was one of Severus' own inventions. Still, he pushed it back in his mind, a future worry, to research what it was and how to counter it. Or take the time breaking Severus' strong shields to get that knowledge from his mind. Still, then he died, and all his Horcruxes were gone. He should have died for real back then. Well, that was what he truly thought at the time, but unexpectedly he found a nice surprise waiting for him. Apparently, Harry Potter had a shard of his soul inside his forehead. He was essentially almost a living Horcrux like Nagini, another interesting magical phenomenon. And then, as a last resort, he tried to possess the boy and almost succeeded. While skilled in mind arts beyond his years, the boy seemingly never encountered soul magic before, his defenses non-existent. But when he was almost done, he saw clocks through Harry's eyes, and suddenly the view he saw was of his own past, all the events nearly a year to the past, sped up, but going backwards. Right back to this moment, minus the hours he spent thinking and reviewing memories. After his arrival, the phenomenon happened a few more times, yet taking him back in time mere dozens of seconds. Voldemort did not like not understanding what was happening, but he knew magic well, so he carefully examined the memories to look for clues of why that happened. Magic never happened without a cause. First suspect was Dumbledore. The old man was certainly well-read and knew magic well. Reluctantly, he could confess in his mind that the headmaster was still better than him in some fields like transfiguration. But upon carefully reviewing their brief duel, as well as all the complex modifications in the wards the old man had made, he only saw familiar spells he already knew, familiar ward runes. Nothing new, nothing that would cause this. Another suspect was Severus Snape, or more exactly, the potion that killed him. Still, after dozens more hours of reviewing all the potion-making and alchemy literature he ever read, he never saw a way to make a potion that would send someone back in time in mind only, like that term he overheard Muggles use in stories, regression. Still, even if Severus did brew such a concoction, why would he ever use it on him? When Dumbledore exploited his soul piece that was stuck in Potter to invade his mind, he encountered Severus there, and after beating him got to know that he truly was a traitor. If he brewed something like this, he would have made it more potent and gone back in time himself, for that Potter girl he cherished so much that he even begged to spare her that night. Still, not giving up, he thought from another angle. Like what was so special about the time he returned to. He did return multiple times to this exact time, but why? From his own memories and some of Peter's he had read, he deduced that this was precisely the day Peter escaped from being undercover as Weasley's family rat, and went to the Wild, eventually finding him. Then, as if a puzzle was solved, everything clicked. Harry Potter seemingly disregards his safety and acts as a distraction. Harry Potter suddenly becomes a good wizard, passing any WTS and OWLS with perfect grades. Harry Potter becomes capable of fighting with Aurors seemingly overnight. All while just before this date, the boy was at most somewhat above average, but a lazy teenager, not capable of such feats. A smirk spread on Voldemort's face as he finally found a lead. Reviewing more memories, he saw other interesting points. Those girls that hunted his precious familiar, didn't he casually glance over a newspaper mentioning that they too passed any WTS and OWLS with perfect grades? Perhaps they were in this too, just like him. He browsed Peter's memories near that day, glad to have made a backup in his own mind, just never bothering to read them thoroughly. It was an advanced application of mind arts, one he was proud of discovering himself, never having seen it before in any books or literature. And eventually, he found a memory of the rat catching a glance of a specific device that the girl, yes, Hermione Granger, was carrying during her 3rd year, a time turner. And that other girl was apparently Slytherin, Daphne Greengrass. Their family remained neutral during the last war. He would no longer allow such neutralities when he returned, as certainly she was a prime example why such neutralities should not be allowed. Still, other memories of Wormtail did not provide any more useful information than the things he already knew, like how his precious diary was stabbed by a basilisk's fang. The Dark Lord pondered on what he found, yet still he knew so little. A quick glance towards the night sky, and he deduced that it was soon time for his follower to find him, so he floated to the place he recognized from the memories of the rat, so that they would reunite even sooner, while he formed plans on what to do next. Harry Potter was lazing around, lying on a soft bed and watching a Muggle movie on his self-made television, together with Daphne. Hermione was in a nearby armchair, reading a book while occasionally glancing at the TV, too. She had already seen this movie before. In fact, both Harry and Daphne did as well. The TV was just a spell that showed memories on the flat surface. Harry just very carefully obliterated the memories of the movie from himself and Daphne, so they could enjoy watching it again. Having read all of Hogwarts' library, the boy did not really have books left to read for fun, and they did decide to relax this loopy. In fact, they have been doing that for a few days now. And the boy finally felt well. His headache had passed, and he was in fact ready to flame the girls out of Hogwarts so that they could just go and travel abroad. They were still stuck here as they never decided on the location. "Harry, how's your scar?" The boy could only roll his eyes, as Hermione kept asking him this quite repeatedly through the days. But for the first time, he was actually without pain. "I'm fine. The pain has finally disappeared." He glanced at the girl who bit her lip, but decided to bring up the issue she noticed. She put her hand in her pocket and retrieved a very worn-out device with a crack spreading on its center, a time turner. Harry cursed, and the movie was put on pause as Daphne too turned to look at the commotion. "I assume you already tried fixing this." Hermione rolled her eyes before glaring back at the boy. "This is already repaired as much as magic allowed me to. It won't be long before it's broken for good. About 5 months at most if I did my calculations correctly." Harry whistled, but not that he cared much about it. It's not like they were using the device at all through the loops. So the boy shrugged his shoulders. Perhaps the time loop will finally be over as the trinket breaks apart. Hermione directed another stern gaze towards him. "Or it would make us stuck in the loop with no way out. Well, except the one we already know." Harry felt Daphne clench his hand and smiled at her in response. His girlfriend smiled at his gesture of reassurance, then turned her eyes towards Hermione and raised an eyebrow as she loudly thought of what this means. "So, if the time turner is destroyed, we would not be able to use it. Come to think of it, why haven't we used it even once? What would happen if we went back in time now?" Hermione arched her eyebrows too. "And what would that change? Are you sure we should be messing with time even more? What if we end up in a time loop within a time loop, or simply disappear like the wizards mentioned in the history books, who messed with time, only to be gone, never to be seen again?" Harry chuckled at that. "Still, it's an idea. I wonder, in case we were to travel to the past at the exact moment we originally did, would we come back to the previous loop, or even further before all of this ever happened? After all, we only traveled for 3 hours out of the allowed 5. We could go back even beyond that." Hermione looked thoughtful. She in fact never considered this. It took her a moment to think and browse the countless books she had read in her mind before replying, "According to my understanding of time travel, it should be before the time loop. After all, the previous time loops are like no longer existing, only our memories stay, everything else is reset to the start." Daphne's eyes lit up. "And what if we made it so that Harry had never seen himself in the past? Isn't that the sole reason the time loop happened in the first place?" Harry's eyes glinted. "You mean, what if what I saw was just someone who looked like me, like under Polyjuice?" Daphne nodded, and Hermione was pondering the consequences, but she eventually slowly nodded. Surprisingly, the rules of using time turners do not mention repetitive usage. If we do try this out, Daphne would need to be the one using Polyjuice as I was there with Harry, so I'm not sure if my past self seeing myself as Harry would not cause any issues. But I think this idea is worth trying out. It's not like we have anything else to try. Daphne then pondered, "Assuming it works and we do get out, what should we do once out? I'm certainly wary of repeating the finale of the previous loop. What if Voldemort never deals with his soul in Harry's forehead?" There was a minute of silence before Harry spoke up again. "Still, we should plan this out. I could just repeat the events of the loop I got together with you, Daph. I did get rid of the soul piece in my scar at that time. Then we can deal with remaining Horcruxes later, after Valdi cures my scar, of course. Then the issue would be beating Valdi after all of this is over, as he would essentially be back in power again." Both girls let out a sigh that sounded. A boring year. repeating events exactly as they were, and then stress once again with an uncertain future with Voldemort loose. Hermione pondered for a moment, then put her suggestion forwards. What if for our vacation we never decided on? We travel and learn at the same time. Perhaps there's more ways to deal with Horcruxes we are simply not aware of. Like, how did goblins deal with the cup? We never learned that, did we? There's also a lot of countries with folklore of souls or beings related to them. We could explore magical communities there. You do know part of those folklores are based on real magical creatures. There was not much time to think. As minutes later, Daphne nodded, and Harry agreed too. Fine, let's go. The boy jumped out from the bed and started stretching as if he just woke up. Right now. Daphne followed him, but still arched her brow. Just a few hours ago, he was still complaining of headaches. Harry Potter let out a smirk as he nodded his head towards Hermione. Didn't our expert researcher confirm that Time Turner would break in a few months? No matter how small the chance, we should try out your idea, Daph, of going back in time again. And hey, if it fails, then we can relax more. After all, we have all the time in the world stuck in this time loop. His body was already getting covered in black feathers as Daphne put her arm on his side, shortly followed by Hermione, and soon the trio disappeared in a wisp of black flames. The moon shone high in the evening sky as the Dark Lord surveyed his surroundings. They matched Wormtail's memories exactly, the timing, the place, but where was his faithful minion? The shade frowned. Perhaps him coming over personally drove the rat away. Wormtail got scared so easily. Pondering this, Voldemort looked around, trying to pay attention even to the smallest movements in his surroundings. And he did not need to wait for long. Suddenly he noticed movement nearby, and as expected, a small rat shivered as it noticed his gaze, and perhaps recognized his aura, squeaked and came closer to him, as if hesitant. The rat was old and missing one digit on its paw. Voldemort reached out with his mind and entered Peter's own. There were some pitiful mind shields inside, but nothing he couldn't pass with his eyes closed. Peter was like an open book, and also a pushover. He feared the pain Voldemort could cause, hence he was a trustworthy, albeit not very capable minion. Still, unlike before, spending time browsing memories of the events that lead the rat here, Tom got straight to business. Unfortunately, the time was not right for his revival. But for stealing and infiltration, he did not really need a proper body. And he knew just a place where he could learn more of this time travel phenomenon, as well as hear the prophecy he hadn't heard for all those years in full. And this vessel, while lacking, was sufficient for infiltrating the Department of Secrets. His shade form entered the small rat and disappeared inside. Then its eyes glowed red as the stronger mind and soul took the reins of control. Then the rat sped up and twisted, disappearing with a pop and appearing just a few meters nearby, then frowning. It then repeated the action a few times, until it could apparate without a sound. Voldemort still resented the small mana capacity of his current temporary vessel as he spent a few more hours experimenting with spells in his new body, before traveling towards the Ministry. Harry Potter and the girls were walking around and surveying the airplane destinations. They did decide to travel, but countries with any soul-related folklore were not that common flight destinations. Like Egypt was supposedly one such country, which they already visited, but they never saw anything related to souls in the local magical community. One of the flights was about to start going towards Greece, but Harry shook his head when met with the questioning gaze of his companions. Cerberus, a three-headed dog, was supposed to be a guardian of the underworld, a place for souls to be, but he did meet Fluffy during his first year at school, and he could tell such creatures had nothing to do with souls at all, so he did not put much faith into other Greek legends either. Another lead for soul magic was Japan. Its legends tell of creatures called Oni, and their descriptions wrote that they could influence and control others' souls, and based on the books he read, he knew they actually existed. But unfortunately, he could not see any flights to Japan in near time. It was located quite far away. In fact, the most soul-affecting creatures were in Britain already. Everyone knew of Dementors and their kisses, which seemingly destroyed your soul, leaving your body an empty shell. but Harry spent a long time among them during each loop restart. And he could not say he learned anything of significance about souls. Daphne suddenly pulled at his arm, and he moved his gaze to where she was looking. There, a new entry just appeared at the end of the available flights: Romania. The boy seemed to ponder. He knew vampires existed there, but they did not really deal with souls that much. Their attraction, similar to Vila's allure, was more mind-based. But he did recall a subspecies of vampires, something called strig, which apparently could weaken the souls of its victims, eventually leading to death, so he slowly nodded. It was worth the attempt. I don't see anything better than this, anyway. If this fails to bring any results, we can just make another trip somewhere else. Both girls agreed, and then they went to buy the tickets under fake names. A little bit of mind magic, and they could easily pass Muggle security. They did not deal with Dumbledore this time, just escaped the school, so they had to be somewhat careful not to leave too many clues for the old man, who will likely try to capture Harry once morning arrives, and he realizes the boy magically left the room of requirements without triggering a single ward. Deep in the Hall of Prophecies, everything seemed well to the patrolling member of the Department of Mysteries. Unknown to him, there was a ward set up which just made it seem that way. Perhaps if the worker was not lacking sleep, he would have noticed it, but no one broke into this place for years, if not decades. Patrolling was just routine chore to do. Unknown to him, a small little ward surrounded one rat with red eyes and a prophecy orb, isolating the sound from the orb as the prophecy was being retold. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. Voldemort clenched his little paws in fury as he realized what type of prophecy this was, a self-fulfilling one. If only he personally avoided Potter's and Longbottom's families and let his subordinates deal with them, it might have been not about him, but of some other Dark Lord in the future. Now the power he did not know wasn't that time travel. He did initially not know this, but he was unknowingly pulled into the time loop as well, and the prophecy could have referred to him on that day he marked the boy. With what he could find on time travel and time loops on the Ministry, he now knew that this magical phenomenon was referred to as time loop. Also, he knew that obliviating the individual who caused the loop in the first place would let it collapse and return to normal. One of us must die. This was the important part. Presumably, Harry got very close to getting rid of him once, and who knows how many times before he was pulled into the time loop. What if he knew how to end the loop? What if the boy takes the risk, obliviates himself at the end, and then rather than continuing from the moment of time disturbance, the time would continue from that point onwards? He could not allow such risk. The rat slipped out through the fence of a small abandoned building that was for sale, one of the many Ministry entry points, and then without a sound, twisted and disappeared. With Horcruxes, he was already near immortal. With ritual, he knew he could create new bodies for himself, young and strong ones, unlike the Philosopher's Stone, which simply let one live longer. He had seen Nicholas Flamel. The man could hardly walk a few steps without his cane, though he was another powerful wizard, no doubt about it. Tom Riddle mused of what else to do, of course. He needed to devise a plan to obliviate Potter, as well as any others he pulled into the loop. The knowledge of his Horcruxes must remain secret, and he ideally mustn't lose a single one while accomplishing this. But that was problematic. Hiding, or replacing their locations, would just make Harry aware that he was in fact in the loop. Wasn't there something else he could do while he had the element of surprise? He snatched the newest Daily Prophet from the rubbish bin in Diagon Alley before popping back into the forest to read it in peace and think things through. But the entry on the first page caught his gaze, and his eyes narrowed. That was where he could use his element of surprise. He flipped to the page with more details of the news entry, while he mentally ordered Nagini to stop her hunt and go to a nearby location. He knew of one where he could apparate to. It was time to regain a body and deal with one old fool who left his fortress. Albus Dumbledore cancels most of his appointments to search for missing students. He claims Harry Potter was kidnapped from Hogwarts along with Daphne Greengrass and one other student. The trio walked through the crowd. There was surprisingly not much information they could find about the local magical community. The entries they checked from various history books were seemingly no longer valid, as those locations from books they visited were simply abandoned with no magicals in sight. Harry was already regretting coming here, and he already bought tickets to Japan. Perhaps they would have more luck there, but there were still a few days till the flight, so they spent the time just walking around, hoping to encounter someone from the magical side of the world. Finding a magical community was quite tricky, even for one skilled in mind arts. After all, Muggles could simply not see or visit magical places, so even browsing their memories was useless, and all magicals were usually just cramped in the few popular areas, like Diagon Alley in Britain, making it unlikely to encounter one in some random street. Still, Harry kept passively scanning the crowd, hoping to find someone with even rudimentary occlumency shields. In other words, a magical. Say, Daph, I dealt with my trackers from Dumbledore, but did you do anything regarding yours? The blonde-haired girl let out a sigh. I just wrote to my father about going on a trip abroad. Unlike the headmaster, he's a bit more reasonable. Harry had to raise an eyebrow at that. Cyrus, reasonable regarding Daphne. His girlfriend averted her gaze. It's still active, and he will rush over to us if I don't report to him every half a day or so. At least he promised not to tell Dumbledore. Harry could only chuckle and was about to ask for copies of those letters. They might have been quite entertaining to read, but suddenly he noticed a figure not quite like the locals. Its mind was shrouded in shields, so good he saw no way of getting in, so the boy subtly indicated the stranger with his head to make his companions aware too. It was a seemingly young man, hiding from the sun under a black raincoat, quite an unusual outfit, since it must have been hot walking in that during the peak sun hours. Surprisingly, the passers-by were not giving him even one glance, as if they did not know he was here. Harry's eyes widened as he realized the man was missing from the non-magical's memories, as if they never saw him. The trio silently tailed him, as the stranger seemingly noticed his followers and led them into places with less and less people, before finally they were all alone in one of the abandoned alleyways. Then he spoke, and one could clearly feel irritation in his voice, but surprisingly he spoke in perfect English, albeit with somewhat of an old accent. It's you again. Haven't I told you last decade I want nothing to do with your pureblood war nonsense? What was your name again? Moldy Mort or something. He dropped his hood and turned around, and one could clearly see the arrogance, superiority, and anger from his red eyes change to confusion in his face as he stared at Harry, or more precisely his scar. Apologies for my unwelcoming first words, but how can that be? I can clearly feel that weirdo who called himself Dark Lord from England in your wound, boy. Pardon the rudeness. He stepped back and did a precise and graceful bow. Having read history books from Hogwarts, Harry could recognize it was in fact one of the royal greetings which was popular in Britain a few centuries back. He clumsily bowed back, making gestures with his hands as he recalled the proper way to return such greetings, and the girls followed as well. They too happened to have read those history books from Hogwarts library. The stranger's eyes lit up. Ah, it's great to meet more cultured folks from England. Once again, pardon my earlier rudeness. I'm called Arthur Journo Teeps. The trio told their names back, and now it was their turn to be surprised as he showed no recognition over the boy who lived. But still, they got along well. As their casual chit-chat continued, they learned that the locations they visited were in fact correct ones, at least some of them. It was just that for security they simply put each of them under Fidelius, occasionally recasting the spell to make the visitors forget about the place too, while distributing the location to all citizens. Arthur was fascinated to learn of what was happening in Britain. He seemed fond of the country, occasionally visiting it, but that was only every decade or so. And he just happened to encounter Voldemort and his recruiting attempts on his last visit, leading him to push the next one further back, as he really did not like where that was going. Eventually, their conversation changed locations as the kind stranger invited them to his house. It was a tiny building, looking old, but well-maintained, where he was seemingly living alone. More chit-chatting about various events, mainly history ones, continued, with Harry eventually steering the topic back to his scar and its story. Arthur was appalled to hear of the horrors Voldemort used to keep himself alive Horcruxes, and even more so when he realized what exactly Harry's scar was. But it seemed Harry was lucky, as he did in fact know about soul magic. Arthur stared into the boy's scar as his eyes flashed red, and Harry suddenly felt a sliver of magic examine him, which felt weird. It was not like any wizard he knew did with using mana, or good mind arts users by sensing the minds around. Was this also soul magic? Arthur frowned as he considered his words. It truly is as you told me, so that is why I felt his aura from this wound. I can remove it for you, but I won't. Daphne was the first to try shouting. Why? But she felt he had no voice in her throat as Arthur glared at her, and others who also tried to raise their voice and complain. No shouting. It hurts my old ears. Please let me finish first. You see, I made an oath a long time ago, so I cannot help you directly. His lips twisted into a smirk. But I do happen to have some books on the second floor about souls which you might find useful. Though I'm not giving them to you, you are free to browse them. After some more casual chatting and thanking the young man, the trio went to the books as Arthur remained just sitting in his chair, melancholy in his eyes as he was lost in his own memories, having heard many news of interest. Still, the trio did not overstay their visit. They made magical copies of the books, the temporary ones which would disappear in a few months or so, but that was plenty of time to read them. Then they went to thank their host before leaving, only to find an empty, still swinging armchair as Arthur apparently already left. All they could do was leave him a written thank you note and go back to their hotel rooms. Along the way, Daphne sent her status update to her father, though he did not immediately reply, which was unlike him. The girl just brushed it off as him being busy, or magic taking longer to travel, as she was in fact quite far from home, until eventually forgetting all about it as she was lost in the books together with Harry and Hermione. The reply came back like half an hour later, and the girl just skimmed it through before returning to reading. The trio was learning more about this obscure branch of magic, though they did need to refer to an old English dictionary of all things. The lexicon those books were written in was kind of ancient. But still, Harry especially was very happy. He had a textbook to learn soul magic, well, the basics at least. It was unlike anything he ever learned. And the book also said that to start one must feel their soul, which unfortunately only happened when it was in danger. It also suggested some local location of wild strigoi hunting zones, being creatures of night. They could only severely affect the soul of a wizard during nighttime, and one night was not enough time to consume it. According to what he read, they were really only dangerous for muggles. For wizards, they just induced nightmares while trying to weaken the soul. And textbook mentioned that this was precisely the time one could feel their soul and learn how to do it without external stimuli. It was already late at night by the time the trio finished all the books. Well, not like there were a lot of them to begin with, and they all had quite above average reading comprehension and reading speeds due to all the countless books they already consumed in Hogwarts. Still, it just so happened that the hotel they picked was close to one of the potential magicals locations they looked at earlier. And now, in the middle of the night, according to their chat with Arthur, it was supposed to be working, so they headed out. And the previously empty ruins, devoid of life and magic, were bustling like a bazaar. Various stalls were set up with people chatting, buying various trinkets, or even playing games, as if in a festival. Harry's eyes widened as he realized that not all creatures attending were in fact magicals. There were plenty of muggles mixed in. The boy noticed Daphne's eyes shining with excitement as he offered the girls to just tour the place and enjoy today. Hermione rolled her eyes, but she was not going to be the third wheel for their date and quickly disappeared in the crowd, heading towards stalls with piles of various books that looked interesting from afar. While Harry and Daph, enjoyed a night of fun, festive activities. They got to try various new foods, well, except they had to skip a dozen of those as Daphne identified they contained blood of all things, of magical creatures no less. It was a fun experience. In Britain only, wizards and only of purest bloodlines were considered proper wizards, and others coming from less magical backgrounds, or perhaps halfling of some magical creatures, were shunned upon. And here it was all different. One could see people with red glowing eyes and long teeth, clearly vampires, or one of their countless subspecies mingling among local wizards, sorcerers, and witches, as well as a few mixed bloods. They could see a tall man supervising one of the stalls, one who was even slightly larger than Hagrid, clearly a half-giant. There were also a few participants with long ears, someone with wings flying around. What a nice community and what a magical sight. From locals, they have overheard that festivals like these were nearly a weekly occurrence, and they did not mind muggles as they brought lots of income and were also fun to be around, being astonished for every single magical trick. Still, the ones allowed into the magical's location were carefully screened beforehand, and as a precaution forgot where exactly this place was. After touring dozens of the attractions and kiosks, Harry was eating dinner, having picked a slow-cooked meat stew, locals called kapama, while Daphne had a few skewers of meat and a large bowl of salad. On Daphne's wrist, a nice intricate bracelet hung, and they both were wearing matching t-shirts with moon designs which were enchanted to sparkle for a minute when their eyes met. Sure, these items would be gone by the next loop, but they would definitely treasure the memories. As they were slowly eating and chatting, Hermione found them. She too looked more relaxed, seemingly having no items on her, but the magical stands selling books looked half empty, and the girl was reading one of the books, certainly having put all others in her space-enchanted backpack. A few hours passed just catching up and eating, and it was already quite late. The trio did spend a few sleepless nights before, albeit not regularly, in the Room of Requirements, so they were kind of used to it. But it was still a bit of a cultural shock, as the festival seemingly did not show signs of ending, but various people were coming and going, sleepy stall owners leaving the avenue, being replaced by new ones. As the trio started debating whether to go back to the hotel, go look for some strig during the night, or just stay more at the festival, another customer of the stall they were eating at interrupted them. Ahem. It was a large man with an impressive beard and orange eyes, dressed more like a muggle, who interrupted their conversation. I couldn't help but overhear. You foreigners looking for some strigay, eh? It just happens I know where some of them are at. Oh, so could you tell us, mister? The man waved his hand as he played with his beard with his other hand. No need for real names, but people here call me George. And sure I can tell you, but you need to answer some questions first. The man put his hand in his pocket and fished out a glass crystal, noticing the confusion in their eyes. He explained. Aha! This is enchanted with a truth spell. It will glow green for truths and red for lies. The orb already shone with green light in response to his words, and Trio's eyes lit up with realization. They have read about such devices and the rare enchanting branch of magic, but did not really have a chance to encounter much of such items. Apparently, they were blacklisted in Britain or something. Now all four of them sat around the same table, the glass crystal on the center of it. Now, just a couple of questions. First of all, do you wish to bring Strigay any harm? As they affirmed it, the green glow colored their faces, as the bearded man smiled. Splendid, so you're not one of those who try hunting them down and using them for potion ingredients. They do get lonely, you know, it's nice to just meet them. Why do you wish to find them anyway? Is it just to see them? Harry shook his head. No, I wish to learn soul magic. I heard being affected by them could help. The man slowly nodded. That it could, boys, still. It's rare to find people like you these days. I guess they will have their share of fun. I will let them know they can play with you. He put the crystal back in his pocket, then raised his hands from the table and smiled, double-checking that all three of them were still touching the table. The table that was actually a portkey. Goodbye, travelers from afar, and sweet dreams. As his last words sounded, the table warped and the trio disappeared from the festival. George then turned to the stall vendor, and they exchanged greetings. Funny how we usually need to trick people into wanting to meet our masters, yet here come 3 foreigners just looking for trouble. I guess today's quota has been met. The stall keeper laughed and pushed a glass of something red towards George. As the bearded man's pupils dilated, he was looking forward to this so much. He practically jumped towards the glass, then drank it whole in a few gulps, before licking the glass clean, as his orange eyes glowed and became even redder. The bartender chuckled. "Calm down, George, you can get a few more. In fact, if our masters like the new offerings, you might officially become one of us. Learn to control yourself." George nodded, as his eyes were still having that crazy glow, as if addicted, but his throat was no longer itching for blood. The man wondered how a trio of wizards ended up looking for his masters of all things. Yes, he was naive, and one day encountered a strigoi, got his soul enslaved, and now was a blood addict, in the process of becoming something more than a regular human. He quite liked this new life. Albus Dumbledore was panicking. Just a few days ago, Harry Potter went on a journey in time to save Sirius Black and succeeded. But the boy and the girl never returned to the hospital. In fact, checking the wards, he found them in the room of requirements, only for the boy to disappear overnight. He asked around. No one had seen him, nor Hermione. In fact, he even later learned that Daphne Greengrass was apparently missing too. Was she involved in this somehow? She was, after all, a Slytherin. The headmaster sighed and rubbed his aching forehead. More headaches for him to handle, but Harry was the most important. It had been some days, and he was dismayed to learn that none of his contacts had in fact seen Harry anywhere in Britain. And so the headmaster spent a few days in panic just like that. His countless wards on the boy, no longer working. Even the blood ward he painstakingly worked on setting up. He did not know how and who did it, but now they were just pointing to the Dursleys' house all the time. And he did visit Harry's relatives, such unpleasant people. Now he also felt a pang of regret leaving Harry with them for all those years. But he really had no choice. All other Potters were dead. And the Black family were mostly in Azkaban, with the remaining ones being Tonks and Malfoys. And it was easy to see who would win custody of the boy if those families clashed. Half of the ministry was in Lucius's pockets. Pushing unpleasant memories aside, the headmaster continued his aimless search, only to be interrupted by a familiar patroness of his old friend. The message simply indicated a location to meet, so without many words, he twisted and popped in the shady alley they both knew of. The old man skipped any greetings, except an exchange of nods, and got straight to business. "What news do you bring, Alistair? Is it the boy? Did you find his whereabouts?" The magical eye was twisting in Moody's eye socket as he surveyed the surrounding area one more time, before responding. "Not quite. I knew you would focus on the boy, neglecting the other 2 students who went missing as well, so I followed that lead." Dumbledore's glasses dimmed. He was glad for news on the girls, but Harry was the most important. But he let his friend continue. "I found nothing of Hermione, but that Greengrass heiress. I remember checking their family house after the war, as they were claiming to be neutral. Perhaps they truly were. I could not find anything illegal in there. Yet they had a bunch of tracking wards, quite complicated and borderline legal, only permitted to use due to the curse, like disease being prevalent in the family." Albus nodded, having seen notes about it on Astoria's admission, as well as Daphne's. It was a nasty bit of dark magic, which has taken the girl's mother's life away. He never noticed anything wrong with Daphne himself, but the traces of it could be felt on the younger Greengrass girl. "And are those magical wards still working? Did you find Daphne Greengrass?" Alistair nodded. "It seems they get less precise with distance, but it does now say Bulgaria." Albus's eyes widened. The country of vampires? What could that girl be doing there? Wait, perhaps Harry was there as well. Seemingly guessing what he would ask, Moody already had more information. "I asked Ted to help me look into it, and he was given access to some footage, as he called it, in which we found that Harry, Hermione, and Daphne did board a plane to Bulgaria recently. In fact, the same day you reported that Harry and Hermione were missing from the castle. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go find them. I assume you got those trackers from Cyrus Greengrass already. Alastor sighed. Dumbledore really was impatient at times, especially when things unfolded in unpredictable ways. He bought us plane tickets as he's coming over too. Unless you think your phoenix could flame us all over without affecting any international wards all the way to Bulgaria. Fawkes seemingly understood the inquiry, as he chirped and flew out from Dumbledore's pocket where it was napping, landed on the headmaster's shoulder and shook its head. Albus could only reluctantly agree. Fine, I have not been to Bulgaria myself, and I believe Fawkes never visited there either. Even phoenixes cannot flame to a place they have not been to. Tomorrow at 4 a.m. Albus, don't oversleep. Muggles are strict about those things. And you need to arrive at least at 3 a.m. due to various checks at a Muggle airport. Ted promised to compile the list of rules of what we must do as well as sample memories of his own first flight with a plane and send them over in a few hours. See you then, my friend. Dumbledore could only groan. It was well known that he liked sleeping in, often coming to eat Hogwarts breakfast at the very last minute, and now he had to deal with all that. But he knew the mountains of paperwork if he wanted to travel using an international portkey, and while he did travel somewhat in his younger days, he had never been to Bulgaria. The night sky was dark in the middle of nowhere, or more precisely, just some random Muggle forest no sane wizard would ever want to visit, or to even guess that the Dark Lord was in fact hiding here. And no, not only hiding, but working on ritual magic. Various ingredients, freshly stolen from various sources all around, mostly from thieves who already were doing such things anyways. Not because Voldemort was a hero, he just did not want any attention on himself just yet. After all, he had a big fish to catch. The cauldron was bubbling as he poured rare and precious ingredients inside, as well as some of Nadjin's own poison, her blood, as well as his own, or more precisely, the current vessels he was possessing. The local owl, not a magical kind, was staring dumbstruck at the small rat who was mixing the cauldron of all things, its red eyes ominously glaring in the darkness of the night. The owl shook its head and decided to look for its dinner elsewhere. Voldemort dropped the long stick he was using for mixing and surveyed his mixture. It was not perfect. It was hard brewing correctly with such a knockoff of a body. He did consider releasing his animagus transformation, but he surprisingly found out that such a small body form was way easier to control, especially for longer durations. Still, the potion seemed good enough, so he shrugged and took a sip before releasing his hold over Peter's body. It was a special kind of potion, one more affecting the soul than the body, so his shade was now glowing. With a few different ingredients, he could have made a temporary body useful for revival, but this was enough to try out reviving properly. After all, one of his Horcruxes, Nagini, was there by his side. So his shadow flew towards his familiar and entered inside. Nagini was a living Horcrux. A perfect Horcrux, unlike the incomplete one Potter was, so merging went smoothly. He did not need to fight its remnant soul, after all, it was essentially his soul. Just the personality of the original snake remained, its memories, so the merge went smoothly. And as the trembling little rat regained consciousness, it met its lord in all his glory. Nagini twisted and transformed, not into its female human appearance it used to favor so much, but into Voldemort's body in its prime, as the new creature let out a sigh. Such a wonder, being alive again. It clenched its hands and felt the skin, the magical resistant skin of the snake tighten around his fingers, as he smiled and looked into the remaining thin layer of liquid in the cauldron. His reflection smiled back at him as he examined his appearance. He looked just as he remembered. 10, not 20 years ago or so, in his prime. Well, except his pupils were now somewhat vertical, and canines more elongated, certainly influence from the snake. Voldemort smiled. He quite liked this new body of his, much superior to the one he got from Harry's blood. Well, that one just had somewhat better poison resistance, due to the basilisk's venom, as well as the protection of Lily Potter. Still, the price for this was the loss of a Horcrux, or really. He went into his mind and saw Nagini was still here, while in his soulscape, the fragments of his soul were slowly mending back together. Was the creation of Horcruxes never permanent? He always assumed reviving like this would leave unrepairable damage to one's soul, yet it seems that is not the case. He could in future split his soul again, make one more Horcrux. Still, the Dark Lord had more important matters at hand. He extended his hand, and with just a twist, the wand Nagini brought there earlier flew into his grasp. Then just a wave of his arm and he was clothed in his robes, another wave to bring the shivering Wormtail to him, undo his animagus transformation, then access the legacy magic of Slytherin Brand. And one complex spell later, the pattern that was already looking a tiny bit brighter than before dimmed back to what it was. He changed the dark mark. Now it would no longer siphon mana from the environment to replenish itself. It would slowly fade and get removed in like a month or so. But still plenty of time for him to accomplish his goals, without letting that traitor Severus notice any abnormalities. Now the Dark Lord, stylish in his robes, grinned before donning a dark hood, not wanting to be seen or recognized, as well as switching back to his other form, the woman form Nagini often took. And now his thoughts already formulated his plan of how to hunt the most famous mage in Britain, Olivia the headmaster of Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore himself. And as the plan took shape in his mind, he grinned and recalled where exactly Greengrass Manor was located before disappearing away with apparition, without any sound, without any wand movements. Harry felt a sharp pain in his mind, a mind attack, quite strong, but nothing like the likes of Albus and Voldemort, so he pushed it back in reflex before opening his eyes. He was in a cell of sorts. His head ached. The last thing he remembered was meeting that shady stranger who portkeyed them away, and likely the food they ate was drugged too, as he felt something in his stomach reacting to that table portkey as they disappeared. He pushed his thoughts aside as his eyes widened. Daphne, Hermione, where were they? Looking around, he could see no one close. He was in a cell, thick metal bars kept him locked in. There was a mirror inside, but he could not see his own reflection. The boy frowned. Something did not seem right. He clearly remembered a mind attack. But how come there was no one here who had attacked him? He tried to feel the magic inside him and sent a cutter spell at the bars, only for them to remain standing, not even a scratch. His mana did not even give him feedback that he hit anything. Everything here was like, not real, an illusion of sorts. Harry frowned as he even felt some sort of déjà vu. What was happening to him? He closed his eyes to concentrate, shifted into his animagus form, then tried flaming out of the cell imprisoning him. It did not work. Harry doubted his own senses. It was like he did flame out of the cell, just that the cell moved with him, along with the whole surroundings. And the déjà vu feeling intensified. He tried to grasp it, focus on it. Then his vision blurred and he could briefly make out some silhouettes. He was in fact lying on the floor, together with Daphne and Hermione, with some dark bat-like figures on top of them, biting, drinking their blood. Don't let him resist. As the words faded, Harry was back in the cell. A powerful mind attack tried to wipe away just mere minutes of his latest memories. It did not look particularly strong, yet it flew through his shields as if they were not here. In panic, at the last moment, Harry threw the copy of his memories under the invisibility cloak which he had kept in his mind's library, before his vision blurred. The boy felt a blinding pressure in his temple as he opened his eyes. He was in a cell. He looked around frowning, feeling a sense of déjà vu for some unexplainable reason. Daphne and Hermione seemed unconscious in the cell with him. The last thing he remembered was getting tricked, portkeyed away to some place after meeting someone. He frowned, why his memories seemed damaged, as if someone obliviated him. He went into his mind to review them, but everything seemed fine. Then he noticed The doorway that was blocked with an invisibility cloak looked different than how he left it last time. Did someone truly break into his mind? He quickly went through, saw the copy of a book of memories he discarded here last time as memories rushed back at him. Of course, he was in some sort of illusion. He needed to fight, to escape. Daphne and Hermione were in danger. He was quite certain that messing with the mind would likely persist regardless of time loop or not. He closed his eyes to focus as black feathers started sprouting on his skin. His concentration broke as he felt a soft touch to his skin. He opened his eyes and saw Daphne embracing him. "Just stay here with us. Don't leave us alone." Harry's concentration broke as he returned the hug and was about to warn his girlfriend about the danger, but he hesitated as he felt something was off about her. Daphne, lookalike, seemed to feel that, as its warm hug turned into a hard one, as if bound by steel. Her eyes fluttered, and Harry could only despair as unlike her green pupils he was used to. This creature had red ones, as a seductive smile spread on her face, fangs clearly too long to be human, peeking out. "You should not resist." The creature bit into Harry's neck at lightning speed, as the boy felt his eyes close again. Harry felt uneasy, covered in cold sweat, as well as a strong sense of déjà vu. His eyes widened as he recalled what it felt like. It was like that time Voldemort tried to take over his soul. He could vaguely feel something in him fighting. Was that his soul resisting? He quickly glanced around and saw Daphne and Hermione knocked out cold, in the same cell as him. Still, he felt something was wrong. Somehow he just knew what he saw was fake. Hence he focused on the feeling of his soul resisting, when willed it to fight stronger, just like doing wandless magic. The sense of soul grew clearer. It now felt like his fight against Voldemort. That time he was helpless to resist, his soul just fighting on instinct, but now he had a tiny bit of control, his will empowering his defenses, his mind aiding the soul. And whatever he fought against was in fact weaker than the Dark Lord. Harry pushed through as his senses got enhanced. He could vaguely now discern something stuck on his soul, as well as other beings trying to attach themselves too. But they felt weaker than his own soul. As he focused his will on the being, he felt them retreat, and the one already on his soul shattered into pieces as he felt the ache in his head disappear. So that what the book meant, without experience, one could not simply learn soul magic. Now free from attackers, he opened his eyes and finally saw the real scene. He was in some dark alleyway, no one inside, except some bats fleeing in panic through buildings and away into the horizon. He swore he saw Arthur standing far away on one building, giving him a smirk and a proud nod as the man gazed at the boy and flying bats. Yet after Harry blinked, the friendly stranger he met today was nowhere to be seen. Those bat-like creatures, though, it matched the description of Strigg he read in multiple books. He let them run away as he looked over the unconscious girls and checked their condition with various spells he knew. Thankfully, they were fine. With his newly unlocked soul sense, as he called it, he could feel their souls nearby. They were somewhat dimmer than his. Were their souls damaged? Still, it looked like it was slowly recovering, so he ran some more spells, and they seemed healthy. The blood loss did not seem very significant. He touched their shoulders and apparated away, back into the hotel room. He was feeling very exhausted as he put them onto beds and went to wash himself before going to sleep too. He stopped at the mirror in the bathroom, something in his reflection feeling off. After intense staring, he noticed that his scar was not as defined as before. He went into his mind's library, looking for that door that connected him with Voldemort's mind. One he used multiple times with the help of Dumbledore's ritual to browse the Dark Lord's memories to search for secrets of his immortality. It was no longer here. Realizing he now was capable of getting rid of Voldemort's soul piece himself, the boy smiled as he showered and laid in bed to sleep. Albus Dumbledore was yawning as he walked with his casual, muggle attire into the airport waiting section. He forgot flying a plane was that complicated, always relying on Fox, apparition, or international port keys. But he did not want to waste time on paperwork for those, and unfortunately neither he nor Fox ever visited Bulgaria. He did have another sleepless night worrying about the boy. What was he doing here? He did know that country was still ruled by vampires, quite a rarity as most other countries had wizards as the dominant species. But he could not think of any way any of them could have gotten into the castle, nor any reason for them to want to kidnap Harry as well as 2 other students. Nor did he believe Hermione or Daphne had any connections to them as well. Heck, he did not know a family in Britain who did. Albus rubbed his temples to ease his headache before sitting down on the chair in the waiting area, deciding to doze off for a moment. After setting up a simple ward around himself, he quickly dozed off, awaiting for the flight. Not long after Aleister and Cyrus came to join him, both looking tired, they chatted with some tea until they were finally able to get into the airplane. Dumbledore managed to stay awake for a couple more hours before he felt his eyelids got unbelievably heavy. Somehow, even in this state, he realized that something was wrong. Was he drugged? But he did check the tea as it arrived. It was a simple sugar-sweetened green tea. Seemingly reading his thoughts, Cyrus turned towards him, a grin spreading on his face, a familiar grin, one he hadn't seen for a decade. One that did not belong to Cyrus. Old age really is a toll on the mind, Albus. You forgot to check the composition of the cup, did you not? What if some substance just happened to melt into your beverage a few minutes after you checked if it's not spiked? With horror, Dumbledore tried lifting his hand to summon his wand from its holster, yet whatever he was given not only made him sleepy, but his body sluggish, his mind twisted, and eventually he fell into a deep involuntary sleep. Cyrus grinned as he crushed another candy, hidden in his mouth to drink another dose of polyjuice. The effects were starting to wear off, so his eyes switched back to the same shade of green Greengrasses usually had. He did not want to cause a commotion here. After all, he finally got his prize. His heart was beating faster as he felt excited for all those memories he would soon obtain. After all, in the wizarding world, knowledge was power in the hands of the talented. He nodded towards Aleister, or better to say, Wormtail, his faithful minion, to be on the lookout. Just in case, one should be careful in such cases, before he leaned on his chair as well, preparing to fake being asleep, but his wand poked out of his sleeve as he stared into Dumbledore's sleeping face and muttered silently. Legilimens, as the plane landed, all the passengers disembarked, and sleeping Albus was carried away by his friends, Aleister and Cyrus. Yes, Voldemort could have disposed of the body mid-flight, even crashed the whole plane outright, getting rid of those pesky muggles and apparated away. But that tended to grab attention, and he wanted to maintain his return a secret for now. Yes, all those people, even Albus, did not really matter as they were not in the time loop. They would get reset, restored. The only ones who mattered were him and Harry Potter, and the sidekicks of Potter who somehow got into the loop as well. Voldemort could hardly suppress a grin. Dumbledore's memories, his whole life, experiences, and knowledge, it was all stored securely in his mind's library. And based on what he read about time loops from data, he found that the Ministry of Magic Memory would be preserved across the time loops, so he could sort out the useful bits later to learn and digest them at his own leisure. Now he had a more important task at hand. After copying the memories, he noticed his mindscape seemed a bit off. After some walking around, he saw that the door, the link to Harry Potter, was no longer there, which made him realize that the boy managed to learn enough about soul magic to get rid of the soul piece that was attached to him. He did not know how much time he had left in the current iteration. Frankly, he was a bit fearful for his other Horcruxes. If Harry escaped the loop having gotten rid of them, it would be most undesirable. But he was quite confident that the boy would be trying to bring him down in a safe environment, which was the time loop first, before ending it for real if he even knew how, especially as long as he was unaware of his inclusion in the time loop. So he was not in any rush. Before boarding the plane, he did, in fact, check some of his Horcruxes' locations and deduced that the ring and the locket were still secure in their places, as the wards that protected them were still intact, untampered. And Wormtail confirmed the diadem was still in Hogwarts. The only one he was unsure about was the one in Gringotts. Going into Bellatrix's vault without getting caught was time-consuming. Never mind the difficulty of making it so that goblins did not notice the break-in. Staying for a few loops to plan out a quick takeover of Britain and coming back to power did not seem like a bad idea. But most importantly, he needed to neutralize Harry Potter and his friends. Since memories are carried over between loops, mind damage would persist as well, hence Voldemort had plans to either modify the other, Time Looper's memories, and convert them to his minions, of course, provided he succeeded in capturing them, or simply obliviating them outright, such that they would forget important details like locations of his Horcruxes. Heck, even the definition of what a Horcrux was. He just needed to be more careful with Potter, just not to end the time loop phenomena prematurely. Of course, he preferred gaining new minions having stayed in the loop, for who knows how long they would be useful with all that knowledge. Planning his return was also easier with at least one other person on his team. So Voldemort left Dumbledore's body stupefied in a hotel room, surrounded by some hastily set-up wards. He was sure the old man would still be comatose for a few more days, but still, he would better be aware if something unexpected happened. He did consider getting rid of him. Now that it was away from the public eye, he could do that, and no one would find who did the deed. But he hesitated. There existed various wards that died out when their creator did. Various charms to check if someone else lived, unbreakable oaths. Even if he could in theory browse Albus' mind and find out if he himself had cast such a thing, one could never be sure about matters like this. Dumbledore owned a pensive. It was possible he completely removed such memories from his mind for such a scenario. The Dark Lord put the matter to rest, then retrieved a magically enchanted letter, one of the few possessions of Cyrus he actually cared to take with him, then checked the location of the girl and grinned. Being closer made the location show up more precisely. So he dressed up as Cyrus, once again took a few more solidified polyjuice candies made from the man's hairs. Solidifying the potion actually made it stay usable longer. So he could still use them for a few more days before needing a new hair for the next batch, if he ever needed that, that is. And then the Dark Lord headed out, alone into the night. Sure, while the location indicated was close by wizarding standards, Voldemort, in fact, did not travel through this country much, so he had to take a bus to another city, then walk some. The Dark Lord sighed as he remembered there were no night buses in this country too. For a short moment he contemplated using Muggle transport, but in the end, anything other than planes were just too slow, so he decided to take another magical approach. He started slowly floating upwards, before waving his wand to apply various sets of charms. Reducing air resistance, a shield to protect himself from air friction, disillusionment strong enough to not get caught on any of those newer Muggle devices, as well as Muggle avoidance charm, bird and insect repelling charm, and various other spells to make his journey smoother, before he blurred and disappeared in the night. In his head, a letter was being formulated, carefully extracting traits of one man known as Cyrus Greengrass and trying to put together a convincing letter to his dear daughter Daphne. Daphne yawned as she stretched her hands, lying half awake in the bed. She suddenly realized she had no idea how, or when she even went to sleep last night. All she remembered was having a date with Harry, then chatting with some suspicious stranger. The girl's eyes opened wide as she looked around, wandlessly summoning her wand from her holster. But no kidnappers or enemies were in sight. She was back in her hotel room, and her boyfriend seemingly already noticed her awakening, judging from the grin on his face. Morning sleepyhead. Harry plopped down on the other side of the bed as he reached out and gave her a good morning kiss. What followed was a long chat of what had happened, which was interrupted halfway by Hermione awakening too. Then the three of them discussed all the events that transpired last night. Then, rather than worrying for her own well-being or being scared, the girl just hugged Harry Potter tightly. "Your scar. You finally know how to safely get rid of that soul piece. Doesn't this mean we no longer need to worry about Voldemort? Can't we just let Dumbledore deal with him now?" Harry grinned, but shook his head. We can't be sure the headmaster can beat the Dark Lord on his own. They never really clashed before. Who knows what would happen? But yes, we now have one less headache to worry about. After some more chatting and having plenty of breakfast from all-you-can-eat buffet downstairs, the trio packaged their luggage, planning on traveling to some cities near the sea so they could hit the beach to relax, having learned what they came for. There was not much reason to continue hunting the local magical communities. Now was a good time to relax. While quickly packaging the few things they had, Daphne noticed a new entry on her magically enchanted letter, a way to communicate with Cyrus. She groaned as she continued reading, but soon her face morphed into a frown. Something felt off about this letter. The style of writing was her father's, no doubt about it. Same for the handwriting, typical of what Cyrus used. Well, perhaps somewhat rushed, more like his official business letters. He usually spent time more carefully writing for his daughters, unless he truly had no time. With her running away from home, it was unlikely he prioritized that over his business, and why would he have no time? He would need to wait for a while in the airport, unless he managed to secure a portkey quickly through his connections. Or did something happen to Astoria? Daphne sighed as she realized she truly wanted to meet her father now. If her sudden running away to another country made something happen to Tori, she would need to make sure it did not happen when they finally escaped the time loop. She discussed this with Harry and Hermione, and they decided to all go together to the meeting before leaving the town. After all, the letter did invite her friends too. Fox was a very smart bird, if one could classify a magical mystical creature, Phoenix, as simply a bird. He did not live a long life, simply because he needed to die and be reborn every once in a while, yet his memory stayed the same. He had fond feelings for his headmaster, whom he bonded with quite some rebirths back, but for quite some time now, he could feel that something was not right. The familiar bond he shared with Albus was still here, yet the old man was not responding, not sending any feelings or thoughts towards him, which was especially strange. And the last feeling he felt from the old man was a large shock and surprise, and that was after he went out to travel with that iron box Muggles called a plane. Fox himself did not enjoy airplanes. No airplane allowed any flying, pets on board, never mind the hassle of masquerading as a regular bird. So he opted to skip this trip out, but perhaps that had been a mistake. Did something happen to dear Albus? With such worries multiplying over time, without receiving any response from the old headmaster, Fox decided to check on him. Yes, while a phoenix could flame over to any place he had been, such saying was in fact a bit misleading, as unlike wizard apparition, the definition of had been was more loosely defined. He could, for example, flame over to Dumbledore's shoulder, simply because he sat here for quite some time and knew the place really well. And with just a thought, the phoenix felt the familiar flames consume him. He was not a huge fan of flaming over, as it reminded him a lot of his constant rebirths, which were frankly annoying. Being a chick without being able to fly made him feel so weak. And just moments later, Fox flamed all over the world. Not a single ward was triggered, not of any country along the path, nor the complex wards Voldemort set up to keep the headmaster comatose and under constant monitoring. The phoenix could only gaze at the wards in disdain. They could never trap a phoenix. Heck, they could not even detect phoenixes. Wizards were still behind in their old ways. Even apparition that was inspired by his kind's ability to flame over worked on completely different principles. While apparating was like squeezing yourself into a very thin tube when traveling at very high speed towards destination. As some wizards had put it, flaming worked on a whole different dimension, not one wizards could ever understand. Facwiz shook his head to clear it from useless chatter in his mind as he surveyed his surroundings as the flames around him cleared over. Then his eyes widened. His partner, Albus Dumbledore, was out cold, seemingly under some hostile spell or perhaps even poisoned. The phoenix did not hesitate. It examined the wards around, which he actually understood quite well. Magic was all about intent, Even without understanding the scribbles wizards called runes, intent was clear all around if you were a mystical magical creature. While the magic in the room monitored people going in and out as well as any spells cast inside, the ward on the bed prevented the headmaster from waking up. Yet there were no wards for notifying absurd cases, like Albus Dumbledore recovering from whatever induced his unconsciousness by the help of some phoenix tears. Fawkes chirped with a smug look on his face as he did just that. Wizards always failed to account for the untraceability of phoenixes, or perhaps it did not expect a phoenix to be here. Fawkes squeezed out a few tears and let them fall on his partner, starting the healing and detoxification process. Then he pondered. He never did mention to the headmaster that he could flame over to the people he had been with. Perhaps Dumbledore's attacker did not know any better himself. Phoenix tears were absurdly potent. Just minutes later, Albus's eyelids twitched as he opened his eyes shortly after, and moments later they returned to focus. His eyes blinked as mana entered his irises. The trick wizards used to be able to somewhat see the wards. Then just minutes later he seemed to understand the full story. So he left me alive only to keep the element of surprise. Of course, in case of my death, you would know, my dear Fawkes, perhaps my brother too if he checked the ward I left for him. Then his eyes widened as he remembered why he came to Bulgaria in the first place. Of course, the prophecy, Daphne Greengrass is with Harry. Voldemort must be planning to deal with the boy here and now. Fawkes, you must warn Harry. The phoenix dipped his head down as he shook it with a sad look, sending his thoughts of the matter to his partner. He could not flame over to the boy. He did briefly encounter him, but he had no strong impression of his still growing body. Hence it was out of his feathers to flame there. If he could have done that, he would have helped with the search, of course. Dumbledore sighed, then closed his eyes to focus. There was another phoenix he could send, one who would find the boy, no matter where he was. Perhaps he was foolish not to use it earlier. While he could not track the boy with it, exchanging messages was possible. It was one of the spells he modified for use during the war with Grindelwald. He focused on the joy of his familiar finding him, not thinking of consequences of casting a spell in this heavily warded place, just the results he wanted. After all, according to the prophecy, Harry was the one who would take care of Voldemort, not him. His grand fight was already over, Grindelwald in prison. He just needed to pave the way for the boy to succeed. Not having a wand, he even whispered the spell as it was quite a complex one to do wandlessly, even for him. Expecto Patronum. In the end, the trio decided to meet up with Cyrus. Daphne could not calm her thoughts of something happening to her family, time loop, or not what if the situation repeated after they broke out of the time loop. Her father's letter was rushed, so unlike him when writing to family members, unless it was truly urgent. It did not take long for them to reach the meeting location. It was a cafe in the same city they were currently staying at. And just before crossing the street, they could already see Cyrus waving for them, waiting outdoors under a parasol and enjoying his meal. There seemed to be plates already set up with steaming hot food, just waiting for them. Daphne, you made me so worried. Cyrus hugged his daughter and motioned to the table full of food and snacks for her companions. Could your friends get comfortable and eat while we chat alone? His tone got more serious. I think we need to have a word in private first. Daphne nodded, having expected that, but still, she was somewhat confused. Her father was here. How come she did not feel any warmth and affection from that hug? Harry and Hermione thanked him for the offer and sat under the parasol while Cyrus led the blonde girl away into a private room in the cafe. Then he suddenly stopped as his eyes widened in shock for a moment, and he grimaced, cursing Dumbledore in his mind. His wards back in the other city just collapsed. While yes, due to haste he spent setting them up, even wizards a tenth as decent as current headmaster of Hogwarts could tear them down. No, his shock came from the fact that old man seemingly regained consciousness so quickly and even got clear-headed enough to do wandless magic. Daphne did not miss the moment her father's face took on an unfamiliar expression. She suddenly recalled the rushed letter as well as the lack of warmth from the hug. A suspicion crept into her mind. What if this was not her father at all? Her wand was in her hand just moments later, and it managed to block a wandless curse headed her way from Cyrus, who now had a grin on his face, realizing his disguise was seen through. Or perhaps he never intended to keep it, as he did already succeed in separating the girl from the group. He seemed to clench something in his mouth as his appearance started to shift, as the girl's eyes could only further widen in horror as she realized who it truly was. It was always very troublesome, impersonating family members. Dumbledore was more easy to fool, as he did not know Cyrus that well. But perhaps I should compliment you still. As a fellow Slytherin, you did manage to block my attack, no matter if the surprise was ruined. What have you done to my father? Daphne's shock and surprise turned to anger as she shouted at the Dark Lord in an icy tone, loud enough for Harry and Hermione to hear from the outside. But the Dark Lord did not mind. Perhaps it was warded against sound. Daphne was quickly casting the various defensive spells she knew, levitating furniture around her, as well as focusing more on her occlumency shields. She suddenly regretted not spending more time dueling, leaving it for Harry and focusing on potions instead. Voldemort seemingly took no mind to the noise, and looked even slightly smug as he intercepted her spells to notify the boy, as well as expertly canceling all the shields she had put up before a stupefy hit her straight into the chest, and the girl's wand fell to the floor. The Dark Lord shook his head. Impressive for a Hogwarts student. You would have made a good Death Eater out of yourself, girl, if you had not chosen to side with Potter. He seemed to ponder. Perhaps you will still make one. He gazed into her eyes and started tearing her occlumency shields apart with brute force as the girl groaned from pain. Those were impressive mind shields for a student, but not quite at the level of the likes of Severus, Dumbledore, himself or Potter. And at that moment, the cafe walls shook and crumbled as the black-haired boy entered the scene. A familiar patronus in the shape of a phoenix was already dissipating nearby. Voldemort cursed Dumbledore one more time as he turned to face Harry Potter. Unlike this Greengrass girl he already captured, he was a more worthy opponent. In fact, good enough to give him a fatal wound if he was not careful, perhaps just lacking in experience in fighting duels to the death. "Release her," shouted Harry as he pointed his wand towards Voldemort. His agitated magic leaked out from his body, already animating nearby furniture to try to reach, protect, and bring his beloved to safety. Voldemort just sneered in response as he too made his mana flare up and counteract the boy's own, keeping the girl in his grasp, while still looking for an opportunity to use the mind arts on her, even in the middle of duel with Potter already here. Perhaps it would be better to just obliviate the girl, let his opponent's side lose a time traveler. But perhaps she was also useful as a bargaining chip. And what if I don't? You hold no cards over me, Potter. While I could obliviate your precious Greengrass in mere seconds, even the time loop wouldn't save her memories, would it? Harry's wand shook as his expression twisted, as he realized the Dark Lord was likely right, as well as the implications of those words. This was not some horrible flap of butterfly wings due to escaping school. He was in. The Dark Lord was part of the loop now. The duel continued, but once again, the Dark Lord had the upper hand. He did not really need to do much, having a perfect meat shield on his side. Harry did not even aim that much his way, at least of the more damaging spells, but he did interrupt all his attempts of obliviating the girl. The Dark Lord was seemingly frustrated. He could easily kill the girl, but that would just reset the loop, and obliviating her took precious time. Her mind shields, while not perfect, were still decent enough to delay him for long enough for Potter to stop his attempts. Voldemort did not have much hope of Wormtail holding that other girl down. That minion of his was just too weak, and controlling him mid-duel was too problematic. But he still had another card he could play. After all, he was a Slytherin, his feud with the boy no longer as large as it was. His Horcruxes did reappear intact in this loop, so no real damage done, and the prophecy was not what he thought it was. How about a deal, Potter? You will join my side, and I will let the girl go. In fact, I will let both of your companions stay safe even when I return to power. they too could join my side. The prophecy was self-fulfilling. It does not have to be about us. Perhaps some pair of wizards would fulfill it centuries in the future. Harry was praying for Hermione to hurry up while frantically defending from attacks. He not only had to deflect them from himself, he also had to avoid leading any of his own spells, or the ones he reflected from the Dark Lord, not to stray to his girlfriend, as well as being on the lookout to interrupt any mind attacks on either him or her. Voldemort's words seemed to distract him for a moment. Only due to the Dark Lord slowing down his rate of attacks did the boy keep holding on. Prophecy? What do you mean? And even if I agreed, how could I ever trust your words? The Dark Lord just chuckled, somewhat amused that Harry Potter was not aware of the prophecy regarding him. After all, it caused his parents' death, made him a target, but he was not about to give free intel to his opponent. You cannot. We both know that magical oaths would likely reset with the loop, and we are in no position to make one. Truly, only the memories stay the same, and only for us isn't this interesting. But let me reassure you that I see you as a greater threat than the girls. I also see your potential. If I had both of you defenseless before me, I would, of course, prioritize messing with your mind first. You could be my greatest ally, after all, a part of me is. His gaze narrowed, was in your forehead, but it will be restored when the loop resets. Think of all the great things we could do together to change Britain for the greater good. And as the Dark Lord's offer continued to hang in the air in silence, the clocks once again appeared in all their visions. Voldemort's slowly rising smirk seemed to suggest that he did in fact expect something like this to happen. After all, another time looper, Hermione, was unaccounted for in this place. And yes, even with additional magical training, Wormtail was just that bad at dueling besides. The girl only needed to share the memory with a random passerby to trigger a restart. It was only a matter of time before it happened. Voldemort cursed after the events of the loop finished flashing through his eyes, and he no longer needed to maintain his poker face. He was so close. That Greengrass was about to become his minion. Then it would have been a matter of time to convert the other two, and now his element of surprise was gone. That damned Dumbledore. He did not know how, but he managed to awaken through the heavy drugging and send a patroness out of the wards. Still, he soon calmed down. It was not all that bad. Yes, he failed to obliviate Harry and his companions, failed to bring them to his side. But at least he had achieved his other goal. He went back into his mind and let out a grin. A copy of Albus Dumbledore's memories were still in his library. Glancing around, he saw that the door that connected him with the boy was back as well. Curious, he felt at his soul, or what remained of it now, and compared it to before. And yes, Nagini was no longer fused with him. His gaze lingered on the door that led to Harry's mind. The connection was too weak to launch a proper mind attack, perhaps just a weak one to pester and annoy the boy. But was it worth it? He remembered the occlumency shields of the boy, and they were surprisingly good. He doubted he could get through them to truly cause him a headache with such limitations, never mind his currently weakened form. While he was thinking, the door simply faded away just a few minutes later, as if it has never been here before, meaning Harry, once again, successfully got rid of the soul piece in his scar. Voldemort did not even frown. He calmly noted that the last loop was seemingly not a fluke. Harry Potter knew, at least the basics, of soul magic now, but still, he had other plans, and besides, after modifying the boy's memories, Harry would no longer be his enemy. The boy was clearly talented, and Voldemort did not really wish to kill a piece of himself. Yes, he would finish the process that accidentally started all those years ago. Harry Potter would be his next Horcrux. Regarding those girls on Potter's side, he frankly did not care that much about them. Perhaps they haven't been in the loop as long, or perhaps they focused on other things. They were not that worthy of preserving. Perhaps it was simpler to just obliviate them to have easier access to Potter, especially now that his element of surprise was gone, so that restarts like last time would not happen. But for now, the Dark Lord had no real body, no real form. He was but a shade, a shadow of his past glory, and even if he had an idea of trying to regain a body faster than waiting for Wormtail to arrive, he had no way of getting into Hogwarts quickly. even if he did have a body. The castle was so thoroughly warded over the centuries, he doubted even Dumbledore knew all of its wards and secrets. So he decided to just stay in place and browse through the headmaster's memories. It would be fun expanding his knowledge of spells, rituals, and other magic the old man knew. And who knows, he might learn some interesting facts about Hogwarts itself. Then his shade in the mindscape floated into the copy of the headmaster's memories, and he quickly started organizing and selecting what to read and absorb. He certainly wouldn't be looking at the headmaster's daily life with focus. Only magic was worthy of his attention. Harry Potter sighed as he sat on the ground with Hermione, remnants of Dementors dissipating or fleeing away, while the duo waited for Daphne to arrive. The boy took a moment to dive into his soul and remove that fragment of the Dark Lord before opening his eyes just a few minutes later to look into the castle across the lake. Who would have thought Voldemort would get into the loop too? This is all my fault. If only I did not lose that duel with him. Hermione shook her head. It's not your fault, Harry. He's simply a great wizard, evil, yes, but even Dumbledore called him great and talented. The girl herself was busy layering spells on the time turner. By the time Daphne joined them, the device was patched up again. The girl sighed as she examined it. I thought things were going well, that we learned how to deal with the Dark Lord and still had some time, but even my prediction was wrong. We don't have 3 months left, not even 2. By the current state of it, I would give us a month left at most before the time turner breaks for real. Accounting for previous errors, I would say it might even happen in a week or 2 regardless of what the spells say. A minute of silence passed. No one was in the mood to speak, still digesting the fact that Voldemort was now part of the loop. Someone like them stuck in time, yet as a newcomer, clearly aware of some if not all of the rules of time loops they knew. Perhaps he raided the ministry itself. Yes, a man like that was capable of such a feat. Harry eventually groaned and broke the silence. Damn it all. Still, if traveling back in time puts us before we were in the loop, meaning before Voldemort was in it too, does it not? We should just try going back and dealing with his Horcruxes as quickly as possible. We don't know what would happen if we travel back now, Harry. This might solve our time loop issue, but Voldemort suddenly being aware of the loop, wouldn't that cause a paradox like you seeing yourself as well? Harry Potter just grinned as he considered Hermione's words. We would be out. Who cares if the Dark Lord stays? If we take out all the Horcruxes, wouldn't he be just a shadow, even if he escapes the loop? Besides, with himself as the source of it, the only way he could possibly leave would be to obliviate himself. But, we simply can't destroy all Horcruxes in mere 2 hours, as well as setting up a stage for you to not see yourself, Harry. Daphne rolled her eyes at the bushy-haired girl. We know where most of them are. Harry got rid of the one in his scar in mere minutes. I am sure it's at least theoretically doable, provided we somehow locate the snake. The boy just nodded, a small smirk on his lips. When Voldemort tried to take over my soul, it was not only him who received fragmented memories. I too saw bits and pieces. I am not sure where exactly, but Nagini should be in one specific forest in Albania at the start of the loop. They spent more time ironing out the details of how to actually practice, as well as how they would actually act once trying to go back in time before the loop even started. The discussion took a while, so they moved on to continue it in the room of requirements and could only start their practice the next day. A gleam shone in the Dark Lord's eyes as he enjoyed learning another rare spell the headmaster knew. Pratigo Diabolica. Now that was a rare spell, last knowingly used by Grindelwald, but who knew the previous famous Dark Lord was lovers with Albus Dumbledore. Voldemort shook his head, thankfully having obliviated some disturbing views he found in the memories. Still, it was a treasure trove of spells. Pratigo Diabolica was undoubtedly very useful for his return. He could weed out any other potential traitors like Severus. The Dark Lord tried checking on Nagini once again. It was some sort of habit he picked up, ever since she was killed a few loops back. Being the only Horcrux he could actually somewhat contact, albeit with heavy limitations of familiar link, it was just something he did once in a while after processing a chunk of Dumbledore's memories. But this time his eyes widened. The connection was unbelievably weak. Quickly he felt his tethers to the mortal realm, having a bad feeling. If Potter knew how to end the loop, the boy could play a martyr, get all of his Horcruxes, or all of those he could get rid of on his own and end the loop by obliviating himself. He was even more agitated to find that only 2 tethers remained. The Dark Lord could no longer hesitate. He let go of his shade form and fought against the feeling of his measly soul, or what was left of it, trying to pull in different directions. Initially, he was hesitant to do so, fearing of tearing his soul and memories apart. But since there were only 2, he dared to try it. He was even learning how to differentiate them and guide his soul to the stronger pull, as, alas, Nagini was likely already breathing her last breath. After a painful but short journey across the country, Tom Riddle, or rather his soul or what was left of it, was in Gringotts and merged with the Hufflepuff Cup, the only Horcrux left, as he unfortunately noticed mid-flight that the soul piece that was with Nagini dimmed and extinguished. Voldemort felt his new body, which was somewhat stiff, still glowing metallic, as if cast from a cup that once housed a part of his soul. Of course, revival like this was inferior to careful preparations using specially brewed potions and rituals for assistance. Not wasting any more time, he took a look at his surroundings. He had once entrusted this Horcrux to Bellatrix Lestrange, to hide and keep safe as best as she could, and she put it into Gringotts of all places. He recognized the crest of the Lestranges on some decorations on the walls and engravings in furniture. Not surprisingly, the wards recognized him as one of the vault owners. Perhaps Bellatrix keyed him in, or some other Lestrange, as most of them were on his side. It was not the first time that the Dark Lord got out of Gringotts. He had even managed to do so while partially possessing Quirrell. Having his own body made things easier. He even snatched a wand that was quite decent enough from one of the Lestrange's ancestors. It did not take him much longer to find a random person in a secluded alley and drop a memory into their mind. As the clocks appeared in his vision, he let out a breath of relief he did not know he had been holding. His Horcruxes would be safe. The loop was not over. As the clocks rewound time once again, a new plan was brewing in Tom Riddle's mind. He could no longer play it safe. Harry Potter somehow managed to find all of his Horcruxes' locations. It seemed he no longer had the leisure of absorbing Dumbledore's memories. He needed to strike them as soon as the loop restarted, and thankfully, what little memories he absorbed provided exactly what he needed to reach Hogwarts quickly. As the next loop started, Tom Riddle did not waste any time. From his past experience of steering his soul, first towards Harry, then towards the cup, he was now confident he could achieve it, even with all of his Horcruxes still existing. And after mere minutes of unbearable pain later, he was already in his new body, deciding to merge with Nagini once again. After all, she was the only Horcrux in an unwarded area, just a random forest in Albania. Sure, the body he obtained was not as good as it would have been if he had waited to finish some rituals and brew some potions in preparation, but he needed to deal with Potter now. A grin spread across the Dark Lord's face as he apparated away, above Hogwarts Castle. Knowledge was power. He knew from Wormtail memories that only Harry and Hermione were together at this time, never mind having to deal with a horde of Dementors. No matter what they planned, they likely had to meet up with the Greengrass heiress first, and that took time. And from the knowledge of the headmaster, he learned that the apparition wards on the castle still followed the old warding model, not infinitely extending upwards around Hogwarts Castle and the surrounding area, just barely reaching a few kilometers of altitude above the castle grounds. Sure, way too high for brooms to fly, at least at the time such wards were invented, yet good enough for him. As luck would have it, he had already been so high up once, when he was still a student, just testing the flying spell he had made and wanting to see how far up he could go. He still remembered first encountering birds he had to deal with, then the cold weather, which he dealt with by using a simple warming charm, then the issue of air thinning out and getting harder to breathe. But eventually he turned around as he simply got bored far enough high up, and the view did not really change that much. And now his cape fluttered from air resistance as he dove down, aiming for the school, but later changing direction towards the lake near it as he suddenly saw a Patronus dissipating. And from the boy's memory fragments he had received, he knew it was Potter's Patronus. The fleeing Dementors did a double take as they passed him, then let out a shriek, recognizing their former master and joining him in diving down, seemingly no longer afraid of the Patronus that had initially scared them away. Harry Potter cursed as the familiar clocks materialized in his vision. And they only had one more Horcrux left to deal with. Just why did the loop restart at this time? As the events of the last loop. Their Horcrux hunting, practice, flashed through the boy's eyes. He thought about this. He and the girls planned carefully how to deal with each Horcrux, how to fix the time loop, well, at least to try, and everything was going so smoothly. Of course, they moved as a group, beware of the possible interruptions from the Dark Lord, but surprisingly, they did not encounter him at all. They practiced dealing with the Horcruxes on their own, not as a group, but individually, with others just supervising from nearby. After all, splitting up at the start after going to the past seemed the only way they could manage to accomplish all the tasks. Still, based on the quickly deteriorating time turner, it did not seem they would get much attempts at this. The swooshing memories finally stopped as Harry regained control of his body. As if in reflex, he summoned his Patronus to deal with the horde of Dementors before heading towards Hermione. The bushy-haired girl was sitting near the bushes at the shore as usual, waiting for him and tinkering with the time turner with her wand. Harry winced at the sight of it. The device was looking just barely holding itself together, and he could only see the spells his friend threw at it. Splash, not due to failure, just due to it being broken and repaired too many times, getting somewhat resistant to magic. After all, magic had rules. One could not simply create actual real food from nothing, water being the only exception, as it could be condensed from the atmosphere, which had the required molecules. Repairing had such limitations, too. Otherwise, wouldn't a wizard be able to cut a galleon in half and repair both sides to full galleons, then repeating that forever to have infinite money? There were limits to how many parts magic could hold together like glue, hence after enough repairs, the spells simply failed. Hermione seemingly caught his gaze as she shrugged her shoulders. It's as bad as it looks. I doubt it would survive more than a loop or two, even the short ones. It seems it gets broken more quickly with each restart, no matter how long they are. The boy nodded thoughtfully before replying. We should reunite with Daph, then try dealing with the cup in Gringotts, and use the time turner while we can. The girl hummed in agreement before she put the barely working time travel device to her pocket carefully and turned back to her friend. Any idea of why the loop restarted? I mean, she took a pause. They were all together as the loop ended, so it was kind of obvious. Why did Voldemort cause a restart? Harry did not waste time looking for an answer as he massaged his scar. Likely he noticed what we were doing. Perhaps he has some way of knowing how many Horcruxes he has left. A smile spread on the boy's face. Or perhaps he tried dueling Dumbledore and got what he deserved. Hermione nodded, deep in thought. If the Dark Lord noticed, would he actually focus on them for a change? Postpone his other plans? Or were they just lucky to not encounter him at all in the previous loop? The duo sat in silence as Harry closed his eyes, about to deal with the incomplete Horcrux in his scar. But just a minute into his meditation, a loud gasp from Hermione made the boy open his eyes with a frown as he looked at his friend. The Gryffindor girl had unrolled the Marauders map and was staring at one quickly moving dot on it while occasionally glancing up into the sky. So Harry followed her gaze, then his eyes widened too. The sky was empty, but if he focused, he could barely feel a faint trace of magic in the air. Not the natural quantity that was always present in Hogwarts and its surroundings, more magic than usual. And on the map, he managed to read the long description of the moving dot. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Both Gryffindors cursed as they looked around, quickly casting some shield charms over themselves, as Harry started transforming into his animagus form. Alas, Voldemort seemingly noticed that they had become aware of his presence as he suddenly sped up, dropped his illusion spells, and now they could hear the sound of his descent and Dementors veiling. A pale blue spell shot out from the Dark Lord's wand, forming a wall of fire with which he drew a somewhat large circle around them, large enough so they had no chance to escape, as the circle started slowly closing in, and while it did so, the Dark Lord was blasting spells towards them on the ground. Hermione paled, clearly recognizing the famous spell, believed to be invented by Grindelwald himself, Pratigo Diabolica. Then she had to yelp as she felt the Dark Lord battering her mind's shields, even while still falling in the air. Harry Potter groaned too as his shield shattered from a hostile spell bombarda. He frowned as his concentration was nearly lost, and he was forced to step out of the way, canceling his ongoing transformation to dodge another incoming spell that would have likely incapacitated him. Due to Hogwarts being heavily warded, the boy could only flame away when in full transformation, and that was not something he could do while mid-fight. The Dark Lord finally landed on the ground softly as he walked towards the Gryffindor's duo, blasting spells, while the horde of Dementors was quickly closing in. Daphne Greengrass was frowning as she navigated Hogwarts dungeons, rushing towards the lake from her room. She too was wondering why the loop restarted once again, but now the best she could do was to rush and meet with Harry and Hermione. They had agreed beforehand that as soon as Harry dealt with Dementors and Voldemort's soul piece in his forehead, he would flame over to her with Hermione no matter where she was. After all, they had the Marauders map for that, and Harry did walk across every inch of the school. Still, for some reason, the girl could not help but worry as time passed, unable to just sit still and wait, hence she was running towards the lake shore to check on him. After all, he was still tired from fighting the snake. What if he was too exhausted to flame over? And sure, Voldemort being in the loop did not help making her worry less, though she doubted the Dark Lord could somehow obtain a body and appear in the heavily warded school grounds against all odds. The girl hesitated. This was the dark wizard so feared that others did not dare mention his name, someone who kept the Chamber of Secrets and a curse on defense against the dark arts position hidden under Dumbledore's nose for decades. What if he could? Her heartbeat quickened, but her steps slowed as she reached the ground floor. A flash of magic from the window made her pause and look towards the source. And what she saw made her eyes widen in horror. It looked as if a magical fight was underway with Dementors roaring and three figures exchanging spellfire. And blue flames, as if from a magical history, the dangerous spell known as Pratigo Diabolica surrounded the three figures and was coming closer. Seeing the flames trapping her friends near the lake, she cursed under her nose. Then, rather than continuing forwards, she turned back into the dungeons, remembering the odd few broom closets nearby that were seemingly occupied with older students. She was going to trigger a restart once again. Yet just a few steps forward, she slowed down for a step as she noticed another figure that joined the fight by the lake shore. The one they feared for all those loops, Headmaster Albus Dumbledore. Still, having slowed down, due to brief surprise, the girl resumed her quick pace. After all, Voldemort was part of the loop now. Every duel with the headmaster, he would just get better and better. Her best course of action was to trigger a restart as soon as possible, and hopefully Harry and Hermione could get out of Lake Shore faster than the Dark Lord arriving next time. Harry Potter exchanged another barrage of spells with the Dark Lord, then frowned as he felt the heat coming in. Pratigo Diabolica was closing in again, faster than before, and he could practically feel the intent layered in the spell. It would not kill, just burn barely to the brink of death. The boy quickly managed to push himself with the earth around him to another spot in the battlefield, and just barely blocked another wave of spells the Dark Lord was sending his way. And he was not the only target. Hermione had it even more difficult as the spells aimed towards her were not to simply restraint, but to outright obliviate or otherwise turn her mind into mush. Perhaps only due to such spells being slower to both cast and travel through the air that she managed to evade them so far. And of course, due to Harry harassing Voldemort when he got a chance. Another Dementor screeched nearby, and Hermione realized her patroness had disappeared once again as the girl tried to focus on happy thoughts and memories to resummon her guardian. She stumbled as the blue patroness left her wand and cleared the nearby Dementors. It would protect her from them, for now. But she was getting tired. She was no great duelist. The only reason she was holding on for so long was due to Harry taking on most of Voldemort's attention, but she knew even he could not keep this up for that long. After all, her friend was even more tired Horcrux hunting, dealing with Dementors, his scars, as well as the pressure of Time Turner being on the verge of being broken. The girl felt another spell coming towards her, yet this one she could not block. She was also seeing Harry in her vision, yet this time, he too was occupied, blocking and deflecting multiple spells the Dark Lord was throwing his way. And he did not see her. She was about to close her eyes and resign herself to her fate as tears rushed to her eyes. Yet a bright flame flashed just in front of her as a cry of a phoenix spread in the battlefield, and Albus Dumbledore strode out from the flames with his familiar on his shoulder, shielding her from her demise. Barely surveying the chaos around him, the headmaster wasted no words. Fawkes flew closer to flame the girl out to safety as the old man himself strode towards the Dark Lord's and Potter's fight, while a blue Patronus Phoenix flew around the battlefield, pushing Dementors away. No words were exchanged between the boy who lived and the Archmage who ended Grindelwald. Dumbledore seemingly did not question Harry's sudden knowledge of complex spells, as clearly getting rid of the horde of Dementors and Voldemort himself took priority. It seemed as if he was about to speak, calling out to Tom, yet a rush of spells towards him made him shut his mouth and focus on the fight. As the duel continued, Voldemort was seemingly finally on the losing side, switching to defending, but seemingly keenly aware of any rarer spell the headmaster threw at him. The fight did not last for long as the clocks resurfaced in Harry's vision once again, and the world slowed. Harry was back at the lake shore as the familiar horde of Dementors rushed towards him while his patroness kept them away. Yet the boy wasted no time. He was already transforming into his animagus form and shouting for his bushy-haired friend to reach him quickly. And just minutes later, the duo disappeared in a swirl of flames, even before the Dark Lord reappeared above Hogwarts. Tom Riddle frowned as he floated down, towards the school this time. His wand was quickly waving as a parchment he was holding was starting to get covered by complex layers of spells, tapping into Hogwarts wards themselves. He had seen Wormtail's memories and knew how to make Marauders map. And unlike Marauders, he actually understood the process which spells were truly needed, which ones were unnecessary, like complex layers, insulting Snape, or giving information of how to access secret passages. He had no need of that. All he needed was to know where the boy was. He focused on the map, as only important dots were left on its surface. A trio of other time travelers were just outside of Slytherin dorms. His lips smirked. But another Harry Potter and Hermione Granger were still out there, certainly not aware of his presence in the school. Hence, the lone dot of Tom Marvolo Riddle started quickly speeding up towards their location. But just as he got close, the world slowed down once again. The Dark Lord frowned as he felt his body getting sluggish, and one last glance at Marauder's map he recently made revealed that the trio of time travelers were no longer in school. Harry, Daphne, and Hermione appeared just outside the doors to Daphne's own room in Slytherin dorms. The trio's eyes were sparkling, but they refrained from speaking. After all, it was no longer late into the night. Slytherin common rooms were full of students coming and going, and even this corridor hosting Daphne's and Tracy's room was no exception. It was not pure luck that no one was here. The trio had carefully checked memories of all students beforehand, and this spot seemed to be safe, at least for a dozen more minutes, but they did not want to risk anything. Hence the trio waved their wands, disillusioning themselves, expanding and hiding the dusty spot in the corridor to be able to contain all of them, also setting up a bunch of privacy spells, and only then they dared to open their mouths, being confident of no one from students to be capable enough to notice them. Hermione let out a sigh of relief as she looked into the time turner that was hanging on her neck. The device was crumbling to dust. They had made it just in time. "Here goes our repeat attempts," Harry lamented as he gazed at the disappearing particles. Now they had no time to hesitate, only one attempt, one chance to set things right. Daphne broke the bushy-haired girl out of her contemplations by dropping a question at her and Harry. "What do you think would happen to Voldemort? Would he retain his memories?" Both Gryffindors took a moment to ponder, but they had no real answer. Hermione eventually shared her theories with her friends. "I can't say for sure. Perhaps he won't be part of the loop anymore since we are before it ever happened. Perhaps he would get stuck in a loop of his own for the few minutes we took to travel back. Perhaps he would regain the memories if we failed to break the loop." A minute of silence followed as they digested her words. But alas, the time was running, and there were more important things to do than speculate what will happen with Voldemort's memories. The time loop, the Dark Lord, they had much to do and their time was running out. A dozen more minutes were spent discussing the final details of the plan, before the three young teenagers hugged and wished each other good luck and separated. Daphne was the first to move, as another Daphne was about to be back in Slytherin dorms. She could no longer stay here, invisible or not. What if she saw herself, and in doing that created another time loop? There were a lot of things to do. Both dealing with the Dark Lord and trying to resolve the time loop were tricky to do. And shortly after Daphne left, Harry transformed into his animagus form, flamed with Hermione away, barely one step out of Hogwarts wards, where the young witch apparated away to her destination. Harry did the same. It just took a bit longer for him to undo his transformation first. After all, while flaming was another way of teleporting around, apparition was more useful for longer distances, as it took significantly less mana to do. Daphne Greengrass rushed out of the Slytherin common room, having Harry's cloak of invisibility, made such a feat significantly easier, even with it bustling full with people. The girl frantically ran and turned around the corner as she breathed a small sigh of relief. Her other self should have turned around the corner and headed towards Slytherin dorms. The girl glanced at Marauder's map she borrowed from Harry just before he left, and confirmed that Severus Snape was not anywhere near his own labs. She headed there. She had some ingredients to steal before working on her tasks. Hermione apparated near the Gaunt's shack, just close enough to not trigger any wards as she let out a tired breath, still not being comfortable of using apparition to cover such large distances. Her mana was nearly drained out. She closed her eyes to meditate, one of the useful bits she learned from books that school did not really cover or even mention. She did not really understand the why herself, but meditation seemingly sped up mana recovery quite significantly. A dozen or so minutes later she was back to full, so she went towards the wards of this place. Back when Dumbledore helped them, he made it look so easy, but it was not that easy at all. She stumbled for quite some time more, dispelling some wards she could, while weakening or confusing others. Finally she reached the ring, then, carefully, transfigured a twig she picked up earlier to a hand, a human hand that looked like her own. During their practice run, that was the easiest way she found to deal with the compulsion to put on the ring. Rather than fighting or spending even more time trying to dispel it, she just redirected the impulses. And the ring was put on the transfigured arm, which quickly started to wither and transform back, but the compulsion was countered. Then the bushy-haired girl cast fiendfire on the ring, waited for it to be consumed by flames. Well, not entirely. The stone seemingly could not burn, perhaps due to being a deathly hallow, and all but Voldemort's soul inside the ring has vanquished with a shriek. The girl let out a breath of relief as she checked the current time. She now had roughly 3 hours left to deal with one more Horcrux, and frankly, this was the one they never managed to practice. Still, their plan seemed good enough to work. So she focused one more time and apparated away. Daphne let out a tired breath. While she did physical exercising over the loopy, any progress made was simply reset. Hence, even while running with proper form, she was still way out of breath. Climbing up all the way from the deepest dungeons, where Professor Snape's lab was all the way to the 7th floor to enter the room of requirements, did take quite a toll, especially if running all the way, never mind that shortcuts made it somewhat easier. She caught her breath as she walked back and forth near the empty wall, before quickly entering the door that appeared and heading inside. The room was full of items, mostly discarded junk, or simply something people wanted to hide for it never to be found again. But the blonde girl walked through the junk with confident steps, as she knew precisely where the diadem was located. It took them quite some time during practice, but finding it in the room before sorting it all out was more efficient. Then just a few shields to contain the fire, and soon the diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw disappeared in black flames. The girl let out a sigh. It was such a regret, destroying a historical relic of one of the founders, but they did not really have much time for this. Then she sighed one more time, as she had a couple more tasks at hand. While there were no more Horcruxes for her to destroy, she was the one responsible for trying to tie any loose ends so that the loop would end, at least in theory, for all 3 of them. She navigated the maze of shelves in the room, finding a couple of broken time-turners, but still usable, at least once, with the right set of spells, before leaving the room and resetting it to the version that would let her brew some polyjuice. They did try making the room provide them with a time-turner, but alas, it seems they were only available in the junk room version, which was somehow different from other room versions which could change at will while inside. The girl entered and got to work. Polyjuice was relatively easy to brew compared to some potions she learned over the loops, but still, it required time that was precious. After an hour, the potion was almost done, where all she needed was to boil the brew or just mix it, for which an enchanted spoon did just as well as doing it by hand. So the girl could finally focus on her other task, and she took the chalk and various ingredients the room provided to her and started drawing ritual circles on the floor. It was an odd sort of ritual, which took as an offering of potentially broken things to give temporary form to another. She initially read it when researching dark curses, trying to find any way to cure her sister. The ritual provided use cases with magical items as well as actual people. The downside being that the restored items would break to dust, and healed people would also revert back to how they were. Still, she needed a working time-turner to send the other Daphne back in time. It was fine if it worked only once, so long as it worked, so she got to work. Now it was only a matter of time before she was done with both tasks in the room. Harry Potter grimaced as he swayed a bit and walked around Albania Forest. Yes, he was strong enough to use apparition and get there from Britain, but it did drain nearly all of his magic, especially since he needed to flame out of Hogwarts wards with Hermione before doing this, as well as taking care of Slytherin Locket. The Horcrux that was in Kreacher's possession was actually one of the easiest to destroy. While it might seem the old black family house elf would make things more difficult, the creature was actually very cooperative once he learned and verified you actually knew how, and wanted to destroy the locket Regulus instructed him to do. So Harry Potter only had a couple of tasks left: deal with the snake, then face the Dark Lord himself. The boy took a deep breath as he exited his meditation and rushed into the forest. They did learn where she was at the start of the loop, so he knew the rough area she was in, but the snake was tricky to deal with, especially being alone. Hence the boy wanted to do an ambush to make things easier. Hermione Granger was strolling through the countryside near London, or more particularly, a mountain range underneath which Gringotts vaults were located. It was surprising what you could learn with just some love for history books. Hermione matched her view and recognized the small mountain range with a lonely tree as she went to the rough place where she needed to dig down. She sighed as she rolled up her sleeves and got to work. Surely the thousands of books she had read would be useful for something like this. The seemingly endless shelves in her mind rotated as she pulled tomes from left and right, retrieving useful spells. She had read them all, but she did not really practice casting all of the spells in them, only the ones that deemed useful, but it was not like casting spells were hard. There were only so many pronunciations to say, wand movements to combine. Only a few spells were harder and required feelings, like the Patronus charm. This was doable. Of course, provided those spells actually worked. Not all spells in the books were real ones. A lot of books were full of lies, just authors writing some mumbo-jumbo, mixing in a few bits of truth, and somehow managing to get it published. Her hands kept moving as she cast spell after spell, softening the ground, transfiguring stones to sand, levitating the things out. It did not take long until she met some magical resistance. She grinned as she inspected the ward below. Perhaps goblins were stingy, or just never expected a wizard to dig the ground of all things. The ward was kind of weak, and mostly meant to keep muggles away. Hence the girl just broke through it and continued digging. It took a few hours until she finally reached the emptiness below. She sighed last time. They never got this far, as the loop restart was triggered. Now it was all on her. She jumped into the hole as she slowed down her descent before surveying the vault of Lestrange's. She was in front of the entrance, rough, dug-out tunnels leading up above and down below. The girl gulped as she saw a huge magical creature sleeping in the darkness. A dragon. Still, she did not really need to enter the vault, only for her spell to do so. Hence, she steeled her nerves and got to work. Harry Potter grinned as he approached the sleeping snake by flying through the air. His various spells concealed the sounds he was making, his smell, even adjusting the wind nearby as if he was not here at all. Getting so close he could practically touch her, the boy pointed his wand towards the magical creature and muttered fiendfire, before sending an overcharged cutter spell at her brain and flying away. And just in time, mere moments the place he has been in were thrashed by Nagini as she was now wide awake, going after the intruder to her domain. But the black flames ate away at her. The deep wound on her face was also slowing her down, especially with the flames concentrated there. Harry kept dodging a few more times as the snake slowed down and eventually was consumed by the fire. Then the boy took more time to put it out, not leaving the whole forest to burn in flames, before apparating away back to Britain. There he let out a gasp as his mana was almost empty before calming down and sitting to meditate once more, hoping his friends had luck with their tasks as well. Daphne Greengrass clutched the fixed-time turner in her hand as she rushed back towards Slytherin dorms, or more precisely, her own room, where a past version of her should be sleeping. The girl was thankful for the invisibility cloak Harry lent her. This way, she was easily able to avoid encountering anyone in the castle, hence avoiding creating more paradoxes. The girl let out a smile. Who knew her weird sleeping habit she had before things with Harry got more serious? That was wrapping into a blanket as a cocoon would come in handy. Now all she had to do was keep her gaze down, not to stray her eyes towards her past self's face as she slowly sneaked towards the bed and loosely hung the repaired time turner on the roll of blanket where her other self's legs should be. Then disillusioned it, cast a few more charms to make it weightless, unnoticeable, and most importantly to automatically activate at a specific time, so that she would be back in time at the same moment Harry and Hermione did. Then the girls sneaked out the way she came in, before rushing towards the gates of the castle. The time was approaching for her to take Harry's place and save his past self from Dementors. She took a gulp of Polyjuice along the way, dropping Harry's hair inside. Then grimaced at the taste. So what if it was a person she fell in love with? The potion itself still tasted horribly. It was mostly other ingredients contributing to the taste, not just a single hair. She cast her gaze across the lake, where Harry, the one who had not experienced any time loops laid on the ground, Dementors surrounding him. Then she stepped forwards and put her mind to think of experiences with Harry and the fun times they had. As joy filled her mind, she cast a couple of spells in quick succession. A bright blue flashed from her wand as her Patronus flew out, shining brightly. She used some illusion magic in quick succession to make it take a different form. The same one Harry had seen on that day. then even had it move at the same pace and get rid of Dementors. Then suddenly, the wall of clocks surfaced in her vision. Despair was about to overtake the girl. This was their only attempt. But something was different this time. The time did not slow. Instead, the clocks shattered. The girl stood there in a daze as Dementors rushed away from this place. Tears fell from her eyes as she rejoiced. The loop was likely to be finally over if that was any indicator. After a few more minutes, her expression returned to normal. She had succeeded, but how about the others? She pulled out Marauder's map and surveyed Hogwarts grounds, but only one Harry Potter and Hermione Granger were in place, just across the lake where she saved them from Dementors, and no sign of Tom Marvolo Riddle. Her eyes narrowed on one particular entry on the map. They had never discussed this, but dealing with him was something she could do rather than stay here. The blonde-haired girl donned on the invisibility cloak as she rushed towards the forbidden forest with quick speed. Harry Potter broke out of his meditation as if in a trance of déjà vu. Then he froze as the familiar wall of clocks appeared in his vision once again. He was feeling bitter regret. All those plans, and they still failed in the end. But the expected time rewind did not happen. Instead, the clocks shattered. Countless emotions welled in the boy. The memories of all the suffering he experienced in the loop, the memories he made, Daphne. Tears filled his eyes as he cried, and sobbed, letting his emotions run wild. Still, eventually he recomposed himself. There was still an important task left. His mana has already recovered, and so the boy steeled his nerves and set out into the forest to hunt the Dark Lord, or what was left of it. The loop was over, and there were no longer any second chances. Hermione wiped the sweat from her forehead as she looked down into the hole she made at the top of the goblin-made vault, namely the Lestrange family vault. The goblin creations were made of a kind of dark stone filled with carved goblin runes inside. It was supposedly almost immune to non-goblin magic, at least from the outside. Still, no matter how complex, there were ways to bypass them. Last time she tried brute forcing her way in and succeeded in doing so, but triggered a bunch of wards that were carefully interleaved in the vault, the tunnels, and even in the air nearby. Goblins were a careful bunch when it came to gold and valuables. After all, the wizarding world did trust them enough to run a bank. This time she tried, non-magical way. The girl sighed as she remembered the poor Muggle mining shop she stole from. Well, she did leave enough gold to cover the costs, but stealing still did not sit well with her. Yes, after painstakingly analyzing the wards from her memories, that was the best she came up with. Just blowing up the entrance, without magic. Still, perhaps she underestimated the effects on Muggle explosives, combined with Gringotts vaults saturated in mana. The explosion had been massive, as the girl was nearly caught in it. The girl stared in horror at the crater, steaming with smoke, as the molten nearby structure was already consuming the vault's contents. But the girl did not care. She was looking for a specific cup in the mess, one that was seemingly unaffected by destruction all around it. There, her eyes glinted as she focused and threw fiend fire from high above. She needed a few more tries to finally hit the cup, then a few minutes of waiting for her to confirm it perished, and Voldemort's black shade to leave the Horcrux and disappear. And since she used magic just now, a bunch of wards were already active, and goblins were now aware of her intrusion. The girl cursed as she swore she saw an actual dragon flying in her direction before she grabbed a port key from her pocket. One that she made earlier, that led just outside Hogwarts wards, and disappeared. Perhaps the dragon might have seen her, but she was under polyjuice, disguised as some random Muggle whose hair she took from the random hair salon she visited while under disillusionment. As the girl lay tired on the ground, she saw the clocks in her vision shatter, so she let out a weak smile. Daphne had succeeded as well. It looks like the loop was finally over. The girl just laid there then, waiting for her polyjuice to expire. Then she would head back into the Hogwarts grounds. It would be quite a trek to the lake where she would hopefully meet with Harry if all went well on his end. On the other side of Hogwarts was a forest known as the Forbidden Forest, and right now one, Harry Potter, or more precisely, a blonde-haired witch still under polyjuice was carefully standing disillusioned hidden behind a tree. Her eyes focused on the map in her hands, Marauder's map, or more precisely the name Peter Pettigrew on it, as the girl calmly waited for the rat to get closer. She knew the story happening right now, how Severus Snape caught Sirius Black while accidentally letting Wormtail escape. And knowing how scared of both Snape and any of the other marauders the rat was, it was easy enough to guess its destination's straight line to the forest, a place to hide, as well as to eventually get out of Hogwarts wards. Yet this time, the rat's journey was not the same as it should have been. Just a few steps into the forest, he fell over on the ground, not noticing the sticking charm Daphne cast around beforehand. In panic, the rat was about to transform back into his human form. While being a rat in the forest was safer, being a rodent stuck on the floor would just make him a snack for most other forest dwellers. Yet before he even began to transform, a stunner hit him straight in the chest as he now lay motionless on the ground. Daphne clenched her fist in triumph before adding a few more complex stunning charms on the rat and wrapping it with a rag she transfigured from some leaves nearby and putting it in her pocket with a grimace. She will certainly dispose of these robes when she gets back. Then the girl checked the time and started heading towards the hospital wing. Worry still clouded her eyes. Occasional glances towards Marauder's map made her aware that Hermione was already on the outskirts of the school, so she would make it in time. But what about Harry? Dark Lord Voldemort was but a shade of his past glory, barely surviving thanks to Horcruxes, his anchors keeping him bound to the mortal realm. Of course, this was a version of the Dark Lord before being added to the time loop. After all, the trio did travel back in time before it happened. Tom Riddle was but a shadow, surviving by possessing small animals in the forest, changing them often as they could not adapt to his soul, while scheming for his return. While he was possessing Quirinius, the boy burned him with his hands. He recognized powerful magic at work, blood magic, likely cast by that Potter girl Severus pleaded him to spare. Perhaps surviving and reflecting his killing curse, while being but a child, was not a mere fluke of accidental magic. The only way for him to bypass such strong blood magic would be to make his body share the boy's blood, and he knew just the ritual for it. The small rat gazed into the night sky, calculating the orbits of the celestial bodies it could observe. In less than a year, the required alignment would be achieved. Then the rat closed its eyes to focus on the marks it could perceive. Of his followers, the Death Eaters. He was particularly paying attention to those most talented and loyal, and his grin deepened. Crouch Jr. was closer than before. Did the young man escape Azkaban? Perhaps he observed Black doing so and learnt from him. Of course, he did so better as not a whisper of his escape spread to the wizarding world. Being weak as he was, the Dark Lord still occasionally possessed an owl to collect some daily profit copies from the trash to keep up with world news. Quite a nice night, isn't it, Tom? The stars look quite soothing. The rat jerked as it heard a familiar voice. It was Him, the boy. Its eyes snapped open and the weird scheming grin was no longer on his face. He looked like a regular startled rat. Harry Potter looked quite tired, but there was a smile on his face as he observed the rat. His biggest worries of Voldemort somehow retaining his loop memories, or not finding the elusive dark wizard at all, were eased as he observed the Dark Lord's current condition. With a wave of his hand, the rat was floating in the air, squeaking as its eyes glowed red. The boy did not avoid its gaze, meeting it straight on. As expected, the Legilimency attack came, but it was pitifully weak compared to the ones the Dark Lord could eventually do by practicing battling with Harry's mind over and over. Or was it that due to such constant attrition, his own mind shields were just that much better than before? Voldemort recoiled with surprise and shock still on his face as he found the boy's mind impenetrable, and he was the one with a gift in the mind arts. For Harry Potter to possess such mind defenses, Such wandless magic. Such skills to arrive near him, without his notice. He had no idea what was happening, but a worry was clutching Voldemort's heart. He tried to feel his anchors to this world, his Horcruxes, but there were none. Harry winced as the terrible shrieks spread in the forest as he silenced the rat. He never knew they could produce such loud noises, as the boy calmly continued layering complex spells on top, not leaving a sliver of hope for the Dark Lord to escape. Then the boy proceeded with transfiguring a small cage and showing the creature inside while mentally preparing himself for another kind of battle. He knew Voldemort well. He would not choose to be bested and sealed away, and if he could not escape. And as the boy predicted, the Dark Lord could stand this no longer. He released his possession of the rat as his shadow flew out of its body, and truly, he felt no pull in either direction, just weakness, as if his very soul, or what was left of it, was on the very verge of fading away. Desperately, Tom Riddle latched onto the closest life form around, Harry Potter. Anyone could learn occlumency, but a battle of souls, that's whole another skill that few wizards were even aware of its existence, and one's proficient in it, even rarer. He would possess the boy, then rush the ritual to regain his body, then he needed to make more Horcruxes. He felt vulnerable, but he still had a feeling of unease that something was very wrong. Harry welcomed the shade with open arms. It was not Voldemort merged with his Horcrux. It was just a sliver of his soul as weak as the fragment that used to reside on his own forehead. And he was not ignorant of soul duels and how they worked, not anymore. Within minutes, the boy's eyes opened as he saw the shade fly out of his body, not escaping, just fading away. Thankfully, the silencing ward he set up earlier was still intact, so he could avoid hearing Voldemort's final screams. Then the boy let out a sigh. It looked like it was finally over. He quickly checked the time as his heartbeat quickened. He had to hurry now. Then he started shifting to his animagus form to flame over straight to school. Hermione Granger was sitting on the lake shore, anxiously looking at a pocket watch she transfigured from the nearby soil. Of course, she could just use a spell to check the time, but it made more sense to create a watch than to spam and cast the same spell over and over. Any longer and they would be late. Did Harry succeed? They roughly guessed Voldemort's location around the loop starting time, with Harry feeling the pull of Voldemort's soul piece in his scar when cleaning it at the start of the loop. But it was some kind of large forest quite far away. Would Harry manage to do it in time? What if the Dark Lord somehow kept his memories? More and more thoughts kept crowding her mind with worry. But then she heard the familiar whooshing of black flames as the boy transformed back and swayed, almost collapsing to the ground. His magic reserves were clearly quite low for flaming such a long distance. Still, a huge smile was on his face as he turned to his friend. It's finally over. Hermione felt tears running down her eyes as she hugged her friend. Yes, it is. Harry broke the hug a minute later as they both started hurrying towards the castle. While it was all over, there were still a lot of problems for them to deal with. Harry whispered some words to his patroness, which he managed to summon in a very tiny form, as he sent it off to Daphne to bring her the good news, let her know all was well, and that they could meet in the room of requirements tonight to discuss the future. Then he continued rushing towards the hospital wing. Perhaps all the large problems were over, but what would happen if he were to share his memories or tell the whole story of the time loop to someone else? What if it triggered the time loop again? The boy did not dare to try. But Dumbledore's wards that monitored him were gone. He somehow just, habitually got rid of them. He would need to have a chat with the headmaster, but for now all he wanted was to hug Daphne, cry for a bit, and get a long, long sleep. So the boy felt his connection to the Deathly Hallow. The invisibility cloak he lent to Daphne as he summoned its form in his mindscape to hide his memories as he did many times before. He would chat with the headmaster, just not tonight. And just before Albus Dumbledore locked the doors, the duo managed to rush back in, breathless. That night, most people were already deep asleep. Well, but it was Hogwarts, the school of mischief and young wizards and witches. As usual, a lot of them were walking in the night, especially couples, some troublemakers like Weasley twins, researching their next prank item. And the trio of younglings met again in the room of requirements: Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, and Daphne Greengrass. They were young, but their eyes seemed older than others their age. After all, they have lived quite a few extra years in the loop, so to say, especially Harry Potter, the boy who lived. There were many hugs and tears as well as discussions of future plans, as the trio discussed all the loops they lived in and what they liked in each of them. What events they should repeat, how they should spend their time, how they should deal with the headmaster. They have kind of already covered a lot of this discussion before now. After all, they all wished to escape the loop, so they all planned what they would do if they were finally out, and now it was time to finalize it. While there were no more retries, the Dark Lord was no more, so everything should be smooth sailing. Albus Dumbledore was tumbling in his sleep, wondering how Harry's time travel trip went like. There was not enough time to browse the boy's mind last night, but he would certainly find out today. And as morning came, the headmaster woke up and quickly had some breakfast from ever-working Hogwarts house elves. As he was leaving his room to head to the hospital, he habitually glanced at the tracking devices he kept in his office, but then his step paused as he stumbled. They did not look to be functioning at all. Dumbledore noted that all trackers and even the blood ward he had on Harry Potter were no longer working. It was deeply concerning for all of them to stop working at the same time, but the headmaster mused that he never did research if time travel would somehow mess up such charms and wards. It was a possibility. Still, his mind was worried now as he hurried towards the hospital wing. His pace quickened with every step until he barged into the ward Harry was supposed to be staying at, only to find it empty. The boy's bed was empty, Hermione's as well. In fact, no one was in the hospital wing apart from him and Madame Pomfrey. Oh, and Ron Weasley with his bandaged leg, but he was not that important at the moment. Where is he? The Wizarding World's nurse turned towards Albus, and he could see the dark circles under her eyes, but she had a smile on her face. Harry, he was as healthy as can be, well, perhaps some lack of sleep for that young man, so I let him leave to rest on his own. Of course, I suggested he stay here, but it was quite noisy last night, and the boy insisted you would come bother him in the morning too. Her gaze turned sharp towards Albus. I initially did not believe it, but to think you whirled barge in here so early. But we do have something important to discuss. You are aware of the events of last night, are you not, Madame? The witch crossed her arms and stared at Albus, giving him a deadpan gaze. I doubt a soul in the castle does not know about it, Albus. You know how the rumor mill goes. Students kept bothering me with questions even late at night. I, of course, kept them away from the other patients, but Harry and Hermione claimed the noise was still bothering them, which frankly was the main argument they won me over, so I let them return to their dorms. Perhaps the silencing wards are wearing off. Could you repair them, headmaster? Dumbledore grunted, and surely the wards were barely hanging on the hospital wing. He frowned. When did it get so bad? Perhaps someone damaged them, but why would one damage the silencing wards of all things? He hardly remembered the last time he recast the wards on this place and just brushed it off to passage of time. Just a wave of his wand, and the wards were back at full strength. He then dodged all the compliments from Madame and offers for tea and cookies as he headed out to search for Harry Potter. Before long, Albus Dumbledore entered Gryffindor's tower, where the gazes of a lot of students focused on him. The end of the year feast was just a couple days away. Exams were over, hence all the students just wandered around, mostly chatting in the common room about their holiday plans. After awkwardly asking for Harry's room, he could not give the impression he actually knew where it was. The headmaster headed inside. And it was empty too. Of course, Ron was still in the hospital wing, and Harry's other roommates were out in the common room. The boy's bed was neatly made, and his stuff was being packed by a house elf. Was that the one Harry freed from Lucius Malfoy, who was employed at Hogwarts just recently? A quick dive into his own memories, Albus recalled the creature's name. Dobby, what are you doing here? Where is Harry? The house elf turned, and Dumbledore just now realized, rather than the usual house elf, attire rags of some sort or mismatched old clothes. He was wearing something eerily similar to Butler's outfit Muggles tended to use. He could vaguely recognize masterful transfiguration at work, such that even as decades passed, the clothes would still look like this. The great master Harry Potter has tasked Dobby with packing his belongings. He also left a letter for you. Dumbledore stared at the letter that floated from Dobby's pocket and hovered at his eye level. He had so many questions, but locating Harry was of utmost importance. He must recast his tracking wards and charms to be aware where the boy was. Anxiously, he grabbed the letter and tore the envelope open to read the contents inside. Dear Headmaster, I am well. Do not worry about all your little trinkets you use to keep track of me, and I would appreciate it if you stopped diving into my mind too. Thank you. The short time trip of yesterday, it was not so short after all. We should of course chat and discuss all relevant details, but I prefer we keep it at a later date. For now, I just want peace and quiet. I will still come to the feast at the end of the year, so perhaps I will visit your office in the evening just before the feast. Let me know if that works. Your student, Harry James Potter. Attachments. 1 Wormtail. 1 memory you would want to see. P.S. Attachments are spelled, so just tap them with a wand to retrieve them. I feared my uncle would eliminate the evidence of his innocence, so I leave Peter in your hands. P.P.S. Your letters might not reach me. You can write your reply here if the meeting time suits you. I will know, if not, suggest some other time slot. Dumbledore blinked. Once, twice. Then he cast some diagnostic spells on the letter and his eyes bulged. It was so complex and masterfully weaved layers upon layers of spells. A few more scans later, finally determining it was safe. The headmaster tapped the elder wand on the attachments and watched with fascination as seemingly black shapes flew out of the ink, then enlarged themselves to their real size. A small bottle with a memory, and a small cage with a sleeping rat inside, Scabbers, or as he became aware of just last night, Petter Pettigrew. Dumbledore just sat on Harry's bed in shock, trying to process all this. The memory shocked him even more as he realized the greatest foe of the wizarding world, the Dark Lord who discovered the secrets of immortality, was laid to rest by none other than a third-year student. The boy who lived, the one fated to clash against the Dark Lord Harry Potter. The Great Hall was abuzz with cheers and loud chattering as the students enjoyed their last feast before heading home for the summer. Gryffindor's table was especially abuzz with discussions. Harry Potter and Hermione Granger had seemingly disappeared for a day or so, and they have heard rumors that Daphne Greengrass from Slytherin was also not seen for that time frame. But then, no one saw when and how. Harry and Hermione were just back in their rooms as if nothing had happened just the night before the feast. Still, rumors were just rumors as Harry himself claimed he was resting from events he would rather not speak about, though all Gryffindors knew bits and pieces of his encounter with Sirius Black, and could understand him not wanting to speak of it. The Weasley twins were chuckling as they avoided syrup with their pancakes, opting for all other toppings, though they felt weird. They could have sworn they saw Harry winking at them, as if he knew, but the boy was pouring it on his food without a care in the world. The morning maul arrived as the students were continuing their dessert, and discussions started shifting as on the first page was a familiar face, Sirius Black, with a thought-provoking title. Innocent man in AZKABAN, for over a decade without a trial. CORRECTING, MISDAKES of the previous minister. Due to the news, and Dumbledore himself being seemingly deep in thought, his speech was delayed, but the twins' prank took effect as usual. After all, it was not regular syrup. And just in moments, shock over Sirius turned into laughter as wizards and witches turned into canaries and stumbled, not knowing how to walk, yet alone fly. Well, all except one. Harry masterfully spread his wings as he flew around the Great Hall, chirping loudly. It was a silly thing, but one he swore to himself all those loops ago. If he ever made it out, he would do that, He even practiced that for a bit earlier using timed transfiguration. Flying was not so different as flying in his new animagus form, so it did not take too long to get familiar with it. As the boy flew around the hall, his gaze met Dumbledore's, who was agape and watching him as the boy winked. They had their chat last night. It was quite long, but he only revealed the bare minimum to the old man. He did tell of how he dealt with all Horcruxes and how many were there, while refusing to share any actual memories from when the loop was in effect. The loop was supposed to be over, but what if sharing his memories triggered another loop or something? Chances were low, but Harry was not keen on trying to risk it. And he could feel the headmaster still harbored some suspicion towards him. They even moved to the room of requirements later, where he took Veritaserum, and with Daphne's and Hermione's help, blocking, unwanted questions managed to calm the old man. Dumbledore laughed as he smiled back to the boy. He still had so many things he wanted to ask and get to know answers for, but knowing one does not simply mess with time without consequences. He would let the boy be for now, and perhaps go over and confirm that Voldemort was truly gone on his own. Gringotts did send him a letter to investigate an explosion accident in their vaults. Headmaster's glasses twinkled. If only they knew it was caused by some third-year students. What would their expressions be like? Before long, the prank spell expired, and Harry gracefully landed back in his seat. He already felt it running out, and managed to get back in time. He could feel a stern gaze from Hermione by his side, and an amused one from way across the hall from Daph. "Is this what you meant by keeping a low profile for a bit?" His bushy-haired friend berated him, though her words were swallowed by all other Gryffindors, chanting his name as they all cheered, and even the twins themselves asked him for flight lessons. While smiling at his housemates, the boy's gaze was towards another table, towards the girl called Daphne Greengrass. Legilimency was not only a mind art to attack others, it could be used for communication as well, and the couple were still discussing their plans for the future. The train was rushing back, and the original trio was sitting in one private compartment as Hermione and Harry were chatting with Ron Weasley as he still complained of his leg pain, even though it was already healed. It was not the first such train ride for them, but it felt like ages had passed since the last time they did this. Their compartment door opened as Daphne Greengrass and Tracy Davis appeared in the doorway, as a hostile look crossed Ron's face upon seeing Slytherins. "I told you to hurry up, Daph. See, all of the compartments are filled. Now we will need to walk for ages to find an empty one." "Shut up, Tracy. I am sure we could sit wherever if you just stopped chatting about Chudley cannons all the time. What's so great about them anyway?" And just like that, the frown on Ron's face turned into a grin. "Chudley cannons. They are the best." "I know, right?" Tracy's eyes sparkled as she finally found a like-minded soul. She sat near Rome as they started a heated discussion of all their matches since establishing the team, while Daphne sat on the other side, between Harry and Hermione as she winked at them. "Told you it would work." Harry chuckled as he wrapped his arm around Daphne and leaned into her, while Hermione just rolled her eyes as she fished out a few books from her pocket and unshrunk them to regular size. Daphne arched her eyebrow at her, about to ask what is she reading. Did she not finish all Hogwarts books a long time ago? But her eyes quickly found the sticker on the book, as she realized that Hermione just ordered some to be delivered via all mail. There were still many things to do. Cure Astoria. Prevent the riot from claiming any lives during the Quidditch Cup. Dealing with Crouch Jr. and any other followers of the Dark Lord still remaining with him gone. The Death Eater marks should have already started fading away from good. No doubt they would have noticed his demise as well. Some might rejoice, some would shrug it off, yet some more extreme ones would certainly seek revenge. There was still the tournament to live through, as well as the future which was unknown. The loop was finally over, and from it the girl came out with what she wished for the most: Harry, with all his memories intact. She leaned into him to enjoy his warmth as she closed her eyes and tried to get some sleep. That questioning with Dumbledore last night did take quite long, and all those rushed loops at the end. Perhaps it would take her weeks to catch up on sleep, and Harry was probably already sleeping. She snuggled closer to him and hugged him tighter. Besides her, Hermione was getting sleepy too, as her books transfigured into a pillow and some blankets as she dozed off. Meanwhile, Ron Weasley barely noticed what's happening as he was only on 26th match of Chudley Cannon's retelling. And while fascinated, Tracy Davis did notice her friend seemingly having a date and never telling her about it. She would certainly visit Greengrass Manor today and confront her about all the details. But for now, she was content letting her sleep. She certainly looked tired. Besides, she herself was very entertained discussing her favorite team with the red-headed boy. Harry was almost asleep as well, and he smiled as he felt Daphne hug him tighter, and he returned the gesture. Somehow, he just had the feeling that this would be his best post-third-year summer vacation ever, and he had a lot of them to compare to. Epilogue, 10 years later. Daphne hummed as she waved her wand, making some simple dishes: grilled meat, rice, fried vegetables, a pitcher of kvass to drink, and a few small cheesecakes topped with freshly made ice cream for the dessert. The meal was ready and served, with the whole table being put under magical stasis. So all the food would stay at optimal temperature before being interacted with, or the whole day passed, as the young witch was not certain when her family members would come to eat. As if on cue, her Magi phone buzzed with a notification. It was an ingenious invention, combining Muggle technology with ancient runes, essentially allowing wizard folk to use devices that were something more than smartphones Muggles themselves used. It was one of the inventions Hermione came up with. The bushy-haired girl was now also fully grown up and a famous inventor, always busy tinkering with magic and Muggle devices, trying to improve the wizarding world as a whole. After quickly finishing school in 4th year, the girl then spent a few years going through Muggle education too, and aced that as well. Then a few more years passed. And she started changing the wizarding world, with inventions such as this, as well as bringing Muggle culture into it. Daphne blinked her long eyelashes as she pushed the thoughts of one of her best friends away and focused on the chat interface, before smiling. It looks like her daughter Lilith was saying she would be late as she was at Tracy's and Ron's place, busy playing with their offspring. She chuckled, remembering the shock when Tracy became a mother not of 1 but 3 daughters, triplets. There must be something with Weasley genes, as they seem to be having a lot of kids each generation. Before she patted her belly, she too will have another kid to take care of soon. There was another buzz, a message from Hermione herself. She was free this Friday. Daphne smiled. The trio could have another fun evening together, just like the old times. Daphne then walked towards her home office as she passed by a few trophies, all hers and Harry's, as they repeated the larger tournament, participating in most categories they were good at and winning nearly all of them. She smiled at the sweet memory. It had been a wild year, their 4th year at school. Back in her room, Daphne quickly browsed MagiNet, another thing Hermione borrowed from Muggles. It was basically the internet, just with additional websites only magical folk could actually see and access. She smiled as she liked a photo of her younger sister, Astoria Greengrass, who was still traveling around the world. This time the photo showed her in warm clothes, climbing a Himalayan mountain, Mount Everest. Ever since being fully cured a few years back, the girl was abuzz with energy, opting into doing some more extreme sports such as this, enjoying the things she could not do before, and now having finished school recently, she was just mostly traveling around. And so time quickly passed as Daphne viewed what all her friends were doing, before she focused back on her work. Well, she was kind of on a break now. After curing her sister fully, she continued embracing her talents and aiding Wizarding World by researching into curses and diseases. And just last month, she finally cracked lycanthropy. Her latest potion prevented werewolves from spreading the disease further, as well as giving them clarity without any increased aggression. And even slowly wearing the curse down, eventually turning them back into regular wizards and witches. The young witch smiled as she saw another flood of thank yous from all those she helped that kept pouring into her inbox before getting back into research. The magical world was vast with complex diseases combining biology and magic. She took inspiration from Hermione and was now also in the progress of her Muggle studies in medicine, having finished her master's last year. It was tough with Lilith still being so young, but thankfully Harry's job gave him tons of free time, meaning he could stay and supervise their offspring on most days. She sighed as she focused back on research, wondering how her husband's day had been. Hermione Granger sat in a large office in the Department of Mysteries. After finishing school as well as Muggle studies, she was soon recruited there. But after working inside for a few years, she caught another passion: inventions. Her office was a bit messy, various prototypes lying on her desk, more tucked in shelves where they might not see the light of day. It was not as if all of them were failures. Most were working. She simply could not release all of them to the world. Yet, some required magical ingredients so rare the creatures they were extracted from were basically extinct. And some were prohibited from being released by her colleagues, the unspeakables. Like the complex wand she made that allowed squibs to cast magic, it was not that it did not work, and not its astronomical price in ingredients. It worked too well, in fact. Not even squibs, muggles could cast magic with that wand. Still, only a few spells, like a first year at school at most. But it was deemed too dangerous, lest it fell into muggle hands someday and broke the statute of secrecy. Hermione sighed. If not giving magic to muggles, she could work the other way around, bringing muggle culture to wizards, which she was currently working on. She wiped the sweat from her forehead as she surveyed the intricate runic array filling the square device on her table, the latest edition of Magiphone. This time she managed to make video calling work, purely with magic, so wizards and witches will finally be able to communicate when in highly mana-saturated places where regular internet simply failed. She jerked as her buzzing phone disrupted her concentration as she looked at it with annoyance, but her frown morphed into a sweet smile. It was Bill, her boyfriend, who was currently exploring some new ruins in Egypt that were recently uncovered. "Look at this tablet we found. I think this predates the runes of the 5th century. Can't wait to show you in person when I am back in Britain." Hermione smiled as she read the text, before sending a quick reply of her own. Yes, it was Bill Weasley. A few years back, she was on a mission to help explore some ruins from the department, and there she met him, an experienced, Gringotts-trained, cursebreaker Bill Weasley. And surprisingly, they found themselves chatting quite often during that exploration, and then meeting each other in similar places like bookstores, bazaars where sometimes artifacts were up for sale, libraries, exploring ruins open to wizards. One thing led to another, and now they were officially a couple. Hermione smiled as she exchanged messages back and forth, but eventually put her phone down. They both still had work to do. Still, the young witch enjoyed her current life. Meanwhile, half a globe away, a battle was ongoing. A young man with unruly black hair and a faint, almost invisible thunder scar on his forehead was flaming around the battlefield, launching spells in quick succession at another group of so-called dark wizards. It was one against hundreds, yet the young man was calm. It was not the hardest battle he had had. It did not even make it to the top 10. After graduating with flying colors, he was still a target of some remaining Death Eaters, so he dealt with them before becoming an independent hit wizard. He was offered Auror position with higher starting pay, but the boy was not keen on the limitations for working at the ministry, like the magical oaths he would have to swear to even start working. And in the end, it paid off. He was recruited by ICW, becoming the youngest member of their specialized group of wizards who dealt with threats to the wizarding world at large, all across the globe. It was a fairly entertaining job, plenty of fighting highest-class magical creatures, wannabe Dark Lords. Heck, he even had to deal with a Muggle terrorist group once. There were also other things like an occasional ruin to explore, and most importantly, a very free work schedule where he could spend more time with his wife and family. The occasional self-proclaimed Dark Lords were not that hard to track and capture or eliminate. Having mastered his animagus form fully, the boy had grown up and was now nicknamed the Black Flame of Britain. He was quite fond of such a nickname. His godfather Sirius laughed for the whole day after hearing this, claiming he was truly a black now. He surveyed the now empty battlefield and restored the scorched grass on the ground with a wave of his hand. before collecting all the dark wizards into his specially expanded luggage, and then a short flame over to ICW base nearby to drop it off, and then a long apparition across the globe, back home, back to his family. Daphne was deep in focus as she organized her notes, but the soft whooshing of flames made her pause as a smile spread on her face, and her eyes lit up with joy. "Harry, you're back." She turned around, and here he was, her husband, coming back from a battle, yet not a trace of tiredness on his face, just relief and happiness of being home again. They exchanged a deep kiss and a hug before heading to the kitchen together. Harry grinned at his wife, already knowing the answer from the house wards, but he had to ask anyway. "Lilith is still at Ron's place, I suppose." Daphne nodded as Harry just smiled and shook his head as if expecting this, and then disappeared in black flames. Not even a minute later, he was back with the young girl hugging him tightly. Daphne smiled as she brushed off a tear of happiness from the corner of her eye as the family of 3 started eating and chatting. It was just another regular day at Potter's house.